Dialectical Materialism, A. Spirkin. Introduction. This book is a consideration of the essence of Marxist-Leninist philosophy, its central propositions and problems, its historical role and significance in the complex world of today. We are witnessing, and participating in, enormous changes that affect the very foundations of human existence, that have drawn into the revolutionary process peoples who one after the other are freeing themselves from centuries of social and national oppression and attaining high levels of national and class consciousness. These revolutionary changes in society are moving in step with ever more frequent and breathtaking discoveries in various spheres of science and technology. Contemporary science has become a powerful and direct transforming force in production and spurred into life a great scientific and technological revolution. Socialist society, free from exploitation of man by man, is being built in accordance with a strictly scientific social theory Marxism-Leninism, whose philosophical basis is dialectical materialism. Marxist-Leninist philosophy has throughout its history been inseparably and openly connected with the revolutionary struggle of the working class, of all working people for their intellectual, social, and national emancipation. In this sense it is a committed philosophy. The philosophy of Marx was a turning point in the development of world philosophical thought. Its great innovation was to make philosophy into a science, to remold the very purpose of philosophical knowledge, which as it became established not only explained but helped to transform the world. Marxist philosophy, as Lenin put it, has the integrity of something forged out of a single piece of steel. It is a harmonious, consistent system of materialist views on nature, society, and the mind, on the general laws of their development. This system was formed by generalizing the greatest achievements of human thought and the practice of the oppressed classes' revolutionary struggle against their oppressors as an effective instrument for establishing the highest ideals to which humanity had aspired throughout the ages. The foundations were laid by the great thinkers Karl Marx and Friedrich Engels. It was they who formulated the basic propositions of the theory which was to become the banner of the struggle for socialism, for true humanism, for the free development of every individual as a condition for the free development of all members of society. In the new historical conditions, when capitalism had entered the stage of imperialism, the scientific feat of the founders of Marxism was continued by Lenin, who, proceeding from the creative principles of their theory, analyzed hitherto unknown processes, drew general conclusions concerning their future course, and thus delineated the road into the future. Lenin's work signaled a new stage in the development of Marxist philosophy as an eternally living and creative theory. Marxist-Leninist philosophy, though essentially partisan, committed, is at the same time consistently objective. Subjectivism, voluntarism, and dogmatism are entirely alien to it. Its propositions are based on analysis of the objective laws of world development, of the essence and dialectics of social processes. It defends the highest human values in the interests of the progressive forces. The invincibility of its conclusions is implicit in objective social development. Communism's ideological opponents, expressing the class interests of the bourgeoisie, have tried to discredit Marxist-Leninist philosophy by presenting it as an obsolete, dogmatic, and therefore allegedly impotent theory when faced with the crucial problems confronting modern man. In the final analysis, these attacks are orchestrated to win space for a reactionary worldview justifying and defending the world of capitalism. Many of its ideologists, however, acknowledge that they are compelled to battle with an adversary armed with one of the greatest of world philosophies, derived from the deepest sources of contemporary life and thought. Today, when the struggle for democracy and socialism, for the peaceful coexistence of different social systems stands in the forefront of the confrontation between irreconcilable ideologies, a mastery of the scientific worldview helps us to gain an understanding of the complex and contradictory processes that are shaking the modern world, without which the basic practical problems facing mankind cannot conceivably be overcome. The significance of Marxist-Leninist philosophy further increases in a situation where the very existence of man, of mankind as a whole, of all civilization is threatened. The 26th Congress of the CPSU proclaimed, "To safeguard peace no task is more important now on the international plane for our party, for our people and, for that matter, for all the peoples of the world. 1. The Congress formulated a concrete program for the defense of peace, which expressed the essential needs of contemporary social development and which can be realized only on the basis of the creative application and development of the principles of Marxist-Leninist theory and its philosophy by the Communist and Workers' parties, by all the progressive forces. At various international forums, in outspoken dialogues between representatives of various spheres of knowledge and trends in philosophy, advocates of dialectical materialism speak from obviously more advantageous positions when discussing the fundamental scientific and social problems, the global problems of the struggle for peace and for overcoming the ecological, energy, demographic and other crises that threaten humanity. The realistic ways and means of establishing a just social order revealed by Marxist-Leninist philosophy make it a profoundly humane philosophy. It elevates the dignity and rights of man, uncovers the objective conditions, ways, and factors that have to be considered to achieve his social emancipation and all-round, harmonious development. It defends humane ideals and provides a theoretical substantiation for the people's struggle for peace and for the peaceful coexistence of different social systems. The present book is an attempt to expound the basic principles and ideas of this philosophy in a compressed form. Its range encompasses philosophy and art, man and his existence in the world, the creative power of human reason, man and culture, and many other problems that are not usually examined in similar courses on Marxist-Leninist philosophy. What is philosophy? The subject matter of philosophy. When we set out to study philosophy, we enter the fascinating realm of the theoretically thinking mind, of wisdom that has been accumulated over the centuries. The oldest definition of philosophy is attributed by legend to the famous Pythagoras. Too modest to wish to be called wise, he said that he was not a wise man, but only a lover of wisdom, a philosopher, from the Greek philos, loving, and sophia, wisdom. From time immemorial, philosophy in the true sense has been understood as a desire for the highest knowledge and wisdom, as distinct from everyday and other forms of applied knowledge, and also from religious or mythological forms of thinking. The thinkers of ancient times sought an understanding of the world that would replace the obsolete picture produced by myth and legend. Philosophical thought has traditionally been distinguished by its orientation on understanding the foundations of existence at the limits of our mental powers, the mechanisms of human cognitive activity, the essence not only of the phenomena of nature but also of social life, man, and culture. This has always had very great practical as well as theoretical significance. It is essential for an understanding of the meaning and goals of life. Philosophy's aim from the beginning has been to give a general understanding of the universe that could provide a basis for the understanding of life, something on which to build a rational art of the existence of man and society. Consideration of the subject matter of philosophy involves an investigation of the place the sphere of knowledge occupies in the system of culture as a whole, alongside science, art, politics, religion, morality, and so on. This investigation presupposes two approaches. According to one approach, in ancient times all man's knowledge of the world and himself was considered to be wisdom and was called philosophy. Subsequently, as this knowledge became differentiated and was broken down into separate disciplines, one science after another developed out of philosophy regarded as the totality of human knowledge. In this way mathematics, physics, medicine, and other sciences appeared. Philosophy is thus regarded as the mother of all the sciences. This idea was aptly expressed by Descartes, who compared philosophy to a tree with metaphysics as its roots, physics as its trunk, and all the other sciences comprised in the three main disciplines of medicine, mechanics, and ethics as its branches. This broad notion of philosophy, not only in ancient times but even in the last century, led to its being identified with theoretical mechanics, biology, and other sciences. We know, for example, that Newton's main work was called Philosophiae Naturalis Principia Mathematica, while Linnaeus' book bore the title Philosophia Botanica. Lamarck called his work Philosophie Zoologique, and Laplace, Essai philosophique sur les probabilités. This is one approach to the subject matter of philosophy. The other, and, in our view, the more reliable, is that in the historically early stages of the development of culture within the framework of general, only slightly differentiated knowledge, spontaneous notions of the specific subject of philosophical knowledge as such took shape. At first, these were natural philosophical views oriented on nature, on the universe, on the origin and ultimate destination of all things. The ancient thinkers were keenly interested in cosmogonic problems. This afterwards came to be called ontology, the study of the nature of being. Later they turned to the problems of cognition, and this gave rise to the theory of knowledge, epistemology, and to logic. The philosophical disciplines proper comprise ethics, the study of moral problems, and aesthetics, the study of the aesthetic attitude to reality and of artistic creativity. Until recent times, the psychological questions involved in understanding the essence of mental activity, consciousness, and the individual personality were treated as philosophical problems. In short, philosophy has for centuries been interested in the problems of human existence, of man's value orientations, his spiritual world with all its various planes, and also his socio-political and religious positions. Year after year, century after century, philosophy has steadily absorbed, in a generalist form, not only the achievements of science and art but the overall experience of all humanity, the wisdom comprised in the thought and life of nations, and has passed all this on from generation to generation. To answer the question, what is the subject matter of philosophy, let us first consider the sphere of human knowledge in general. Scientists investigate the motion of celestial bodies, the world of physical and chemical phenomena, the realm of animate nature, the sphere of mental activity, the spirit or intellect, and, finally, the world of social phenomena. All these things make up the subject matter of the sciences: astronomy, physics, chemistry, biology, psychology, sociology, and history. And since all our knowledge is contained in such phenomena, and all the content of our knowledge is broken down into the aforementioned sciences, it would seem that there is no place there for philosophy. If a philosopher decided to study mental phenomena, a psychologist would say to him, "This is my province." If he wished to undertake an investigation of the world of animate creatures, he would encounter similar objections from the biologist. So it turns out that since the sciences have taken over the investigation of all the separate spheres of existence, there is nothing left for philosophy. Apparently it shares the fate of Shakespeare's King Lear, who in old age gave away all his possessions to his daughters and was then turned out like a beggar into the street. But if we look a little deeper, we find that there are some questions that have never formed part of the subject matter of the separate sciences. For example, Thales set himself the task of discovering the origin of everything that exists, the first principles of such being and what it would all ultimately become. His conclusion was that everything arose from water and would return to water, that water was the foundation of all existence. Democritus asked what everything, material and spiritual, was composed of, and replied that it was all composed of atoms. We should note that the questions posed by Thales and Democritus were not questions of biology or psychology. These thinkers did not ask what vegetable and animal organisms were made of, what formed the substance of the world of mental activity. They were interested in the world in general, both material and spiritual, so it is clear that philosophers must have been thinking about the first principle of the existence of the universe: celestial bodies, crystals, organisms, and mental processes. Since it concerned not any separate part of existence, but existence in general, it could not form the subject matter of any specific science. It was the subject matter of philosophy, the science of the initial principles of the existence of the world, humanity, and cognition. Admittedly, in ancient times when philosophy had only just come into being, it was omnivorous, in the sense that philosophers then took an interest in all or many fields of knowledge, and from a professional point of view. It is no accident that works on the history of philosophy, particularly as we go back into the centuries, are full of a great deal of non-philosophical facts and reflections that refer rather to specific scientific, literary, artistic or socio-political subjects. But this is another question. Today, too, the philosopher may engage in research in some specific field of knowledge, let us say, physics, and a physicist may be professionally interested in philosophy. But this does not mean that the specific problems of physics are the subject matter of philosophy and vice versa. It was exactly the same in ancient times. Of course, this does not imply that, say, in physics or some other sphere of knowledge there has never been any philosophy. But philosophers, past and present, have always had to know the general principles of all the sciences. To sum up then, the subject matter of philosophical cognition is not only the universe and its most general laws as they exist in themselves, but also and more particularly the relationship between man and the universe. Thus it may be said that the basic question of philosophy, that is, the question of the relationship of thinking to being, became a part of its subject matter at the early stages of the formation of philosophical thought. Unlike everyday, socio-political, and artistic thinking, philosophical reasoning characteristically seeks to single out the frontier foundations or principles of existence and cognition, to discover the general logic of universal motion, the history of society and human life, the principles of the rational relationship between the individual and the world, which can be found only in knowledge of the laws of the life of the universe itself, for the logic of human thought and rational action can be deduced only from the logic of life in the fullest sense. Naturally, the subject of philosophy has never remained static. It has developed historically and taken its own shape along with the development of human culture, including the culture of thought itself, its ever deeper and universal penetration into the pores of existence. Moreover, at various periods one or another philosophical school or individual thinker has given preference to questions of ontology, the theory of being, or to questions of the theory of knowledge and logic, or to problems of morality, philosophical anthropology, and so on. If we considered the history of philosophy and what this or that thinker regarded as the basic subject of philosophical reflection, the answers would be many and various. Socrates, for example, urged that philosophy should stop pondering the first principles of existence and concentrate on knowing about human affairs, particularly the problems of morality. According to Plato, the purpose of philosophy was to know the essence, the eternal and the intransient, and according to Aristotle, philosophy should understand the causes and principles of things. Francis Bacon described philosophy as the universal science, from which all other sciences grew like the branches of a tree. According to Descartes, it was the highest wisdom that could be achieved by logic. It taught the reason how to set about obtaining knowledge of as yet unknown truths. Locke and Hume saw the task of philosophy in elaborating a theory of knowledge and theory of morality. Helvetius thought the main question was the nature of human happiness, and Rousseau, social inequality and the ways of overcoming it. Hegel defined philosophy as the highest stage of theoretical thought, the self-cognition of the absolute idea, and called philosophy the epoch embodied in thought. Pisarev believed that the aim of philosophy was to solve, once and for all, the inevitable problem of the hungry and the naked. But Camus, for example, considered that the fundamental problem of philosophy was the question of whether life was worth living at all. The subject matter of philosophy acquired its fullest and richest exposition in the system of Marxist philosophy, in dialectical materialism, which does not stand aside from the main channel of development of human philosophical thought but synthesizes all its greatest achievements. Dialectical materialism is the creative development of the worldwide history of philosophical thought on the basis of generalization of social practice, science, art, and culture as a whole. It is the study of the universal connections and laws of the motion and development of natural, social, and spiritual reality, of the forms and methods of cognizing the world, of man, and his existence in the world. This philosophy aims at evolving an integral system of views of the world and man's place in it, of the relationship between consciousness and matter, the spiritual and the material. It investigates man's cognitive and value-defining, moral, aesthetic, and religious, and also socio-political relationship to the events of natural and social life. Moreover, it is oriented on the highest principles of humanism. Historical materialism is an inseparable component of Marxist philosophy, which is also a field for the development of ethics and aesthetics and philosophy's cognition of itself in its historical development. Philosophy is thus a unity of worldview and methodology. No specific science, no art, no socio-political or any other such theory can perform the highest role of creating a worldview and methodology. This is an ancient and specifically philosophical historical mission, the fulfillment of which presupposes possession not simply of an overall view of the world, of the relationships between man and the universe, but of an extremely generalist, integral system of universal concepts, that is to say, principles, categories, and laws revealing man's place in the world and his relation to the world. Worldview and methodology are not parts but functions of philosophy. The specific nature of philosophical cognition. Philosophical cognition of reality is as ancient as the socially developed and rationally thinking human being himself. This is understandable enough, for the very fact of man's existence in remotest times presupposes a fairly well-developed curiosity, an ability to state and solve not just the purely practical questions of everyday life but also problems involving a view of the world. The original form of worldview was mythology, the imaginal and basically fantastic, generalist reflection of phenomena in which a certain general idea is thought of in personified, symbolical, sensuously concrete, plastically vivid and hypertrophied form, as in the fairy tale. But whereas the fairy tale is accepted as pure invention, the myth is regarded as something real. Mythological images were credited with superhuman and generally supernatural properties, and the relationships of the deified elements were understood by analogy with human relationships. Thus the goddess Demeter generalised everything connected with field work, the harvest, and fertility. Beauty male and female was personified and generalised in the plastic images of Eros and the sumptuous Aphrodite. Wisdom in its general form was personified by the goddess Pallas Athena. The whole essence of the mythological consciousness consists in generalist images being thought of substantially, that is, as something animately material, corporeal. The mythological consciousness, which was characteristic of all peoples of the world at the tribal stage, was syncretic. It synthesized all spiritual culture, the first gleams of science, the artistic understanding of existence, and religious and philosophical views. The foundation of this consciousness was laid by the Orient, which throughout its subsequent history was to be characterized by this all-embracing, intuitively integral, and often exceptionally penetrating thought, which attained the highest peaks of wisdom. World civilization was cradled in the Orient, but its European branch stems from ancient Greece, where the history of European philosophy began. Philosophy arose in the epoch of the formation of the slave society possessing a state and legal framework. It grew out of mythology and in conflict with it, and this was reflected in the development of rational, theoretical thought resting on a system of concepts in contrast to mythology as a system of images. The starting point of philosophical thought was spontaneous materialism, as expressed in such assertions as, everything is from water or everything is from air, or from earth, fire, atoms, that is to say, from certain material or energetic first principles of existence. This idea of primeval sensuously reliable essences may look childishly naive from the standpoint of modern knowledge, but from the historical point of view it is very profound. Here we have the first attempt to discredit the gods as the creators of existence. This natural philosophical standpoint contains the notion that everything arises not as a result of miraculous creation out of nothing but through the natural transformation of one form of matter into another. Philosophy was at first interested in the same problems as mythology, the secrets of the universe, the origin of the world, the nature of the soul and how it was related to the body, how man got to know the world, what was goodness, truth, and beauty. Philosophy, however, took a different approach to these problems. Whereas the mythological consciousness tended to see any form of action in terms of fantasy images of supernatural forces, philosophy evolved such a concept as logos, the idea of a universal cosmic reason as the law, that is, the real logic of things and events, the regulating principle of all existence. The categories of Deo, karma, and so on, reflected an analogous principle in the systems of Oriental philosophy. Although philosophy contested with mythology from the outset, it was for a long time, and in some systems of idealism it still remains, a prisoner of the mythological forms of thought. In its early stages, philosophy was guided mainly by nature and emerged as natural philosophy, seeking to understand the world as a unified whole. The turning point in the history, for example, of Greek philosophy was the philosophy of Socrates, who centered his theory on the problems of man, on the moral foundations of life, on analysis of the general concepts of truth, goodness, and beauty. As we have said, the task of philosophy is to elucidate the universal principles of existence and thought in their development. But in what way can such cognition take place? An astronomer studies the celestial bodies, a biologist, living organisms. Both are guided by experience, observation, and experiment. But how is the philosopher to study his subject? The most natural assumption is that in order to know the material and spiritual world in its general principles, in man's relation to the world, the philosopher must use his synthesizing mental power to digest the data that are provided by each science separately and culture as a whole, that is to say, the total experience of life, his own personal life and that of society. But if we allow that the task of philosophy is to know the general principles of existence and thought, and that the building of such a system involves summarizing the entire history of scientific, artistic, and everyday knowledge, we are immediately confronted with a number of objections which are usually raised against philosophy and to which we shall try to reply in the most general outline. The first objection is as follows: if you maintain that philosophy summarizes the history of human knowledge, you are saying that it sets itself an impossible task. But why? Because the human mind is historically and individually limited. It cannot embrace all knowledge. This could be done in the times of, say, Democritus or Aristotle, but now with the enormous specialization of the sciences, no man, however gifted, even if he studied the sciences for 24 hours a day and had a superhuman memory, could assimilate enough science to feel at home in any sphere of knowledge, let alone summarize the history of the development of all culture and foresee its future destiny. Who then would dare to claim the title of philosopher? To this we can offer the following answer. When we say that to build a system of philosophical knowledge one must summarize all human experience, this does not imply that a philosopher must know all the sciences, all literature and art in all their professional detail, as the specialist in any given field of knowledge, or some narrow branch of that field, knows it. To work out a system of philosophical knowledge it is enough to have a serious grasp of the basic principles of the separate sciences. And such an understanding is quite within the scope of the creative mind with a capacity for broad synthesizing. History tells us that the outstanding philosophers were thoroughly acquainted with the basic principles of the science and culture of their day. Even if they lacked a knowledge of some of the details, for which they were often reproached by the professionals in this or that field, this had no serious significance for the integrity and depth of their philosophical schemes. Take, for example, Kant or Hegel. They kept abreast of the scientific achievements of their day, although they were criticized for incorrect formulations of certain propositions of individual sciences. These brilliant thinkers, and many others besides them, nourished generations of scientists and cultural workers with their profound views of the world and ideas on methodology. A scientist of such encyclopedic knowledge as Darwin was able on the basis of his massive accumulation of facts to evolve the famous law of natural selection and discover the driving forces of development of living organisms, but this does not, of course, rule out the possibility that there were some facts and propositions in biology with which he was not acquainted. And yet Darwin was a genius. What then can one say of the average research scientist, especially with the kind of differentiation of biology which we have today and which has turned it into a whole complex of sciences? Let us consider how philosophical cognition differs from the form of knowledge that is considered to be scientific. Most people know that there are differences of opinion in all sciences. But in each of them, despite contradictory views and opinions, there is a relative consensus on most propositions and particularly the basic principles of the given discipline. It is a different matter with philosophy, which for centuries has been divided by numerous completely incompatible and contradictory points of view. Can one speak of the scientific nature of philosophical cognition with such fundamental differences of approach to the same problem? Moreover, philosophers constantly argue about things that have long since been proved and decided. Since ancient times this has been used as an argument against considering philosophy a science at all. Sometimes it is claimed that human reason can absorb only partial knowledge obtained through experience, observation, and experiment, that our reason can be relied upon, say, in mathematics and in the concrete sciences, but that it becomes totally unreliable as soon as it goes beyond the bounds of experience and plunges into the deep waters of eternal and universal problems, the underlying basis of existence, the knowability of the world, good and evil, man's essential nature and destination, free will, and so on. In defining the specific nature of philosophical cognition and contrasting it with scientific knowledge, many contemporary Western scientists assume that philosophy does not stand up to genuine scientific testing of its principles by means of experiment, let alone its ability to make effective forecasts. It 15 also suggested that the task of the philosopher, unlike that of the scientist, is not to consider problems but only mysteries. Philosophy should concern itself with the mysterious and give people the opportunity to live in the sphere of the mysterious, to fill their hearts with a sense of the sacramental, the unknowable. Hence the conclusion that philosophy is not a science, that what distinguishes it from science is in fact its very essence. By entering the field of what is fundamentally unknowable, philosophy supposedly discards scientific method and seeks other irrational, emotional intuitive roads to the truth, and in the final analysis resorts like religion to faith in the supernatural, or adopts an intermediate position between science and religion. Philosophy, as I shall understand the word, is something intermediate between theology and science. Like theology, it consists of speculations on matters as to which definite knowledge has, so far, been unascertainable, but like science, it appeals to human reason rather than to authority, whether that of tradition or that of revelation. All definite knowledge, so I should contend, belongs to science. But between theology and science there is a no man's land, exposed to attack from both sides. This no man's land is philosophy. 1. These words belong to the eminent British philosopher Bertrand Russell, who was widely versed both in philosophy and in the specialized sciences, and was both a writer and active in public affairs. He could have been given the following answer. There are various philosophical theories, some of which are indeed close to religion and provide its theoretical foundation. These are the idealist philosophical doctrines. But there are also philosophical systems that are built on scientific principles, that generalize the achievements of sciences and are themselves scientific both in their theoretical principles and in their method. Dialectical materialism is precisely such a philosophical system. The concept of scientificalness can also be applied to other philosophical systems to the extent that they have a rational, objective content which truly reflects material and spiritual reality and the trends of its development. It should be said that the measure of scientificalness varies in philosophy. The content of this or that philosophical theory, despite some errors, may contain much that is scientific in so far as it is theoretically and practically provable and rests on scientific discovery, on overall human experience, and in so far as it has beneficially influenced the formation of people's spiritual world, their worldview, has tended to evolve heuristic methods of cognizing the world and help nations to transform nature and social reality in the interests of mankind and society. Consequently, the question should not be stated in the abstract. Is philosophy scientific or unscientific in general? When speaking of the scientific nature of philosophical cognition and its varying degrees of scientificalness, it should be stressed that philosophy is not simply a science but a different science, distinct from the concrete sciences, an extremely generalist and, moreover, higher, universally synthetic form of theoretical knowledge of the world at its key points, in its relationship to man and the relationship of man to the world. And it is this distinction that constitutes the specific nature of philosophical knowledge as such, while keeping it in a generally scientific framework. Philosophical cognition, and this is its specific feature, is not directly aimed at producing empirical research programs and does not experiment with the help of technical apparatus. In fact, the idea of the infinite nature of space and time, the admissibility of human free will, the nature of consciousness or conscience as ideal phenomena. Can such things be tested by means of experiment? It is often claimed that philosophy possesses only one means of obtaining the truth: pure speculation or speculative thought. The extreme expression of this point of view was Plato's advice that in order to understand the essence of things we should close our ears and eyes and sink into reflection. This detachment from sensuous impressions is permissible and may even be extremely effective, but only on the basis of experience that has already been acquired by perceptive observation and profound thought. Philosophical cognition presupposes the development of a synthesizing power of the mind. This fruitful gift is a characteristic in some degree not only of the real philosophers, the professionals, but also of thinkers in various other fields of knowledge and creative work who are usually given the general title of thinker. These are exceptional people with deeply generalizing and penetrating minds. Such, for example, were Leonardo da Vinci, Galileo, Descartes, Leibniz, Lomonosov, Goethe, Sechenov, Leo Tolstoy, Dostoevsky, Einstein. Even if one has favorable natural gifts, the ability to think philosophically requires long and persistent study, perhaps even more than any other science. Why is this so? Because the truly philosophical mind is formed on the basis of a vast experience of life, a mature personality with a broad horizon, a profound and comprehensive knowledge of science and art, whereas in other fields in which encyclopedic knowledge is not so essential, highly gifted people often achieve striking scientific results in early youth, especially, for example, in mathematics. True philosophical cognition is then the scientific cognition of the world. It theoretically substantiates, proves its principles, and with equal thoroughness refutes other, untenable positions. And in this respect it differs substantially, for example, from religious consciousness, based on faith and revelation. The thinking of, for example, the physicist, the biologist, or the mathematician has its own specific nature dictated by the nature of his subject. The specific nature of philosophical cognition is likewise determined by the special features of its own subject. This specific nature, however, does not put philosophical cognition outside the realm of science, as long as it keeps to the plane of rational, theoretically and factually provable argument. By the very nature of their professional thinking, the major philosophers have always been theoreticians with versatile minds, developed, of course, to different degrees, depending on a multiplicity of natural, psychological, and social factors. Philosophical cognition as a historically evolved means of knowing the world requires not only a well-practiced style of integral, systemic thinking based on the whole history of culture. It also requires a certain level of both innate and educated, or self-educated, mental abilities and a special, universally oriented frame of mind, including its emotional aspect, in which a person is immersed during creative inspiration or meditation on what constitutes the subject matter of this special field of human knowledge, which has generalized the experience of scientific and social revolutions, and of gigantic socio-political movements, the whole vast laboratory known as world history. Philosophical cognition draws its principles from reality itself, both directly and through the prism of the whole culture, of everything amassed by the people, by scientists, artists, politicians, teachers, doctors, and technologists. Today, without a profound, encyclopedic grasp of human culture as a whole, it is impossible to make an effective investigation of socially significant philosophical problems. But for this, encyclopedic knowledge is not enough. There must also be a special gift for integrative thinking, which must be developed by uniting natural, scientific, mathematical, and technical knowledge with knowledge of the humanities, art, history, and philosophy. Amid this virtually unencompassable ocean of knowledge stands philosophical culture, which plays a tremendous role in forming man's intellectual world, raising him to the level of an independently thinking individual, to civic self-consciousness. The philosophical dimension of the human mind cannot be ignored. In the modern world, very great significance belongs to the axiological function of philosophical knowledge, the correlation or comparison of the aims and means of cognition and action with humanitarian ideals, their social, ethical appraisal. A narrow scientism in the interpretation of philosophy, that is to say, restriction of its field of generalization by reliance mainly on natural scientific experiment, drastically reduces a person's actual relationship to reality to a cognitive, and narrowly cognitive at that, relationship. But this does not correspond to the actual state of affairs or to the interests of man himself and society. Philosophical cognition steers a course composed of many vectors, and interacts with all forms of culture. Philosophy as a worldview. The meaning of the term worldview and its significance in life. At first glance the term worldview suggests a general view of the world and no more. But the appearance of the word does not reveal the full meaning of this complex intellectual phenomenon. A worldview, as we understand it, is a system of generalist views of the surrounding world and man's place in it, of man's relationship to the world and himself, and also the basic positions that people derive from this general picture of the world, their beliefs, socio-political, moral and aesthetic ideals, the principles by which they know and appraise material and spiritual events. While it possesses a relatively independent existence in the sphere of social consciousness, the worldview also functions as something individual. A person becomes an individual when he forms a definite worldview. This process of formation indicates the maturity not only of an individual but also of any given social group, social class, or its party. The concept of worldview, which was first encountered among the Greek skeptics, is substantially broader in meaning than the concept of philosophy, moreover it has several different meanings. We speak of the philosophical, the socio-political, the natural scientific, the artistic, the religious, and even the ordinary man's worldview. And this is quite natural. If we picture the various types of worldview in the geometrical form of circles, the central position should be given to the circle of the philosophical worldview. And this circle will intersect with all the others and form their nucleus. In this way we find that the meaning people and social groups attach to the term worldview is extremely diverse. But despite this diversity, every worldview reveals a certain unity in the sense that it embraces a certain range of questions. For example, what is the world that exists outside us? What is the relationship between spirit and matter? What is man? What is his place in the universal interconnection of phenomena? How does man come to know reality? What are good and evil? What is beautiful in life and in art? What laws guide the development of society? The totality of the natural sciences forms a natural scientific picture of the world, and that of the social sciences yields a socio-historical picture of reality. What is a picture of the world? It is a picture of how matter moves and how in the shape of the human being it feels, thinks, and poses goals. The creation of a general picture of the world is the task of all fields of knowledge, including philosophy. In compressed form, general pictures of the world are presented in universal encyclopedias compiled at various historical stages to reflect the intellectual achievements of mankind. The worldview is by no means all the views and notions of the surrounding world, that is to say, it is not simply a picture of the world taken in its integral form. Not a single specific science can be identified with a worldview, although each science does contain a worldview principle. For example, Darwin discovered the laws of the origin of species. This caused a revolution in biology and evoked universal interest. Did these laws evoke such interest because they were merely biological laws? Of course, not. They awakened such interest because they helped us to understand various philosophical questions, the question of purpose in living nature, the origin of man, and so on. The name of Einstein was made immortal by his discovery. But was this discovery purely physical, a solution to some particular scientific problem? No, Einstein's theory provided a key to the philosophical problem of the essence of space and time, their unity with matter. Why did the ideas of Sechenov on cerebral reflexes create such a furor among intellectuals? Not because they were merely physiological ideas, but because they solved certain philosophical problems of the relationship between consciousness and the brain. We know what a broad impact the principles of cybernetics have had. But cybernetics is not just a specific scientific theory. cybernetics, and also genetics, raise profound philosophical problems. The worldview contains something more than scientific information. It is a crucial regulative principle of all the vital relationships between man and social groups in their historical development. With its roots in the whole system of the individual and society's spiritual needs and interests, determined by human practice, by all man's accumulated experience, the worldview in its turn exerts a tremendous influence on the life of society and the individual. The worldview is usually compared with ideology, and these two concepts are sometimes treated as synonyms. But they intersect rather than coincide. Ideology embraces that part of the worldview that is oriented on social, class relationships, on the interests of certain social groups and, above all, on the phenomena of political power. The worldview, on the other hand, is oriented on the world as a whole, on the man-universe system. The worldview may exist on the ordinary, everyday level generated by the empirical conditions of life and experience handed down from generation to generation. It may also be scientific, integrating the achievements of modern science concerning nature, society, and humanity itself. The worldview is not only the content, but also the mode of thinking about reality, and also the principles of life itself. An important component of the worldview is the ideals, the cherished and decisive aims of life. The character of a person's notion of the world, his worldview, facilitates the posing of certain goals which, when generalized, form a broad plan of life, ideals, notions of well-being, good and evil, beauty, and progress, which give the worldview tremendous power to inspire action. Knowledge becomes a worldview when it acquires the character of conviction, of complete and unshakable confidence in the rightness of certain ideas, views, principles, ideals, which take command of a person's soul, subordinate his actions, and rule his conscience, or, in other words, form bonds that cannot be escaped without betraying oneself, set free demons that a person can conquer only by submitting to them and acting in accordance with their overwhelming power. The worldview influences standards of behavior, a person's attitude to his work, to other people, the character of his aspirations in life, his everyday existence, tastes, and interests. It is a kind of spiritual prism through which everything around us is perceived, felt, and transformed. As most people would agree, it is ideological conviction, that is to say, a certain view of the world, that enables a person at a moment of mortal danger to overcome the instinct of self-preservation, to sacrifice his own life, to perform feats of daring in the name of freedom from oppression, in the name of scientific, moral, socio-political, and other principles and ideals. The worldview does not exist by itself, apart from specific historical individuals, social groups, classes, and parties. In one way or another, by reflecting certain phenomena of reality, it expresses their value orientations, their relationship to events of social life. Philosophy, too, as the theoretical nucleus of the worldview, basically defends the interests of certain social groups and thus has a class and, in this sense, a party character. Depending on whether the socio-political interests of a given class coincide with the objective trend of history, its philosophical positions are either progressive or reactionary. They may be optimistic or pessimistic, religious or atheistic, idealist or materialist, humane or misanthropic. The whole history of philosophical thought is, in fact, a struggle between various worldviews, a struggle which has often raged so fiercely that people preferred to be burned at the stake, thrown into prison or condemned to penal servitude rather than betray their chosen cause. So it is fundamentally wrong to imagine that philosophers have always stood above earthly matters, above people's practical and political interests, the interests of classes and parties, and accumulated knowledge merely for the sake of knowledge, isolated themselves, like Diogenes in his tub, in the seclusion of their studies from the stormy events of real life. Philosophy has by no means set itself apart, hovering somewhere in the blue expanses of the heavens. It has performed a definite socio-political function and constantly been at the center of political events. Genuine philosophy is full of civic courage and least of all can be accused of social indifference. Philosophy is political in its very essence, in its social mission. Politics, as we know, is the core of all associations and dissociations, integrations and disintegrations, alliances and conflicts. Science, art, philosophy, and religion are all drawn into the vortex of political struggle. It is a political question whether scientific discoveries or technical inventions aid the cause of peace or war. It is also a political question what aims and actions are inspired by certain works of art, what feelings and urges they awaken. And it is also a political question whether philosophy gives the people a scientific worldview, whether or not it orientates them on high ideals and a rational and just order of society. Hegel ironically remarked that philosophy claims to teach the world but always arrives too late to do so. Its very appearance on the historical scene with the required message indicates that the sun has already set. When philosophy begins to paint in gray upon gray, it shows that a certain form of life has grown old, and with gray upon gray philosophy cannot rejuvenate but only understand it. The owl of Minerva begins its flight only in the gathering dusk. 1. This is a splendid metaphor. But though it impresses, it does not convince. If we look back into the past, we see that philosophy has emerged not only as an owl flying amid the twilight of obsolete forms of life, but also as a lark, joyously heralding the spring floods that will sweep away the very foundations of an obsolete way of life, the swelling buds and forms and colors to be born anew. According to the ancient myth, Minerva, the goddess of wisdom, sprang from the head of Zeus, fully armed, carrying a shield and spear. This mythological image is profoundly symbolic. Wisdom comes into the world not to rest on its laurels and passively contemplate existence, indifferently perceiving good and evil, but to fight for the truth, for justice, for the triumph of reason in life, and to shield us from the onslaughts of the dark forces of evil, untruth and error. Only reactionary philosophy, steeped in dogmatism, is doomed to trail behind swiftly moving life. Progressive philosophical thought is always in the vanguard, theoretically substantiating the people's right to overthrow their oppressors, to create higher forms of life. It usually emerges as the stormy petrel of the approaching revolutionary struggle in all spheres of human existence. All socio-political movements in the history of mankind, from the smallest to the great transitions from previous forms of social life to new societies, have been heralded and accompanied by certain forms of philosophical proof, whether in the form of new moral or religious principles, a historical regularity, or in the form of such principles as liberty, equality, and justice. Socrates was condemned to death for holding philosophical beliefs that threatened the political principles of the society in which he lived. Plato's numerous attempts to give practical expression to his ideals of state nearly cost him his life. In the age of the Renaissance, feudalism was dying and capitalism was born. The death of one social system and the birth of the other were prolonged. This complex process took a zigzag course. It was accompanied by wars and revolutionary explosions that shook the whole social edifice until the old system was destroyed to its foundations. All these processes were vividly expressed in the intense struggle between different philosophical worldviews. Voltaire, Rousseau, Diderot, and others awakened and stirred the somnolent socio-political consciousness with their rousing works. They inflamed people's hearts and minds and directed the people's anger against the decayed social system. They struck revolutionary sparks from men's hearts, prepared people's minds for revolution, and brought about the situation that Karl Marx was later to describe as follows: the people must be taught to be terrified at itself in order to give it courage. 2. Before Bismarck began to unite Germany with an iron hand, there appeared German classical philosophy, which declared the constitutional monarchy to be the highest embodiment of the world spirit in its progressive motion. Throughout their conscious life, Marx, Engels, Lenin, and their associates prepared and trained the masses for a socialist revolution organizationally, theoretically, and also philosophically. Philosophy therefore cannot be indifferent to the contest between the old and new in social life, in politics, science, and art. Recent philosophy is as partisan as was philosophy 2,000 years ago. 3. Some bourgeois philosophers maintain that they represent pure science, that they are unaffected by earthly passions and class struggles. This is either deception or self-deception, or simply a deliberate call for desertion from the field of ideological battle. The so-called de-ideologizing of philosophy actually seeks to popularize the worst ideology, an ideology born of the fact that in a class-divided society the ruling classes, parties, various groups, and sometimes gangs of impostors present their selfish interests as the interests of the whole of society, of the people, and portray them as the only reasonable and generally significant interests in existence. Some bourgeois ideologists maintain that partisanship of a worldview is incompatible with objectivity, with science. It is true that partisanship does not always coincide with science. When a worldview expresses and defends the position and interests of decaying social groups that are departing from the historical scene, it diverges from the truth of life, from its scientific assessment for the sake of narrow partisan interests. On the other hand, a worldview is scientific if it truly reflects and anticipates life in its dynamic development, expresses the position and interests of the advanced forces of society, teaches people to strive honestly and directly for the truth, for all that is truly reasonable. The unity between the partisanship and scientificality of Marxist philosophy rests on the coincidence of the working people's interests with the objective course of history. Only an unbiased study of reality furthers the interests of working people, enables them to place their practical and political activity on a sound scientific basis. The concern that the Communist Party of the Soviet Union shows for the observance and practical application of the principle of partisanship is in fact concern for the preservation and development of a truthful attitude to life. Truth always has been and will be revolutionary. It is the reflection of life in its forward development. The basic question of philosophy. Materialism and idealism. No matter from what direction the thinker is proceeding along the philosophical road, he must cross the bridge known as the basic question of philosophy. As he does so he must, whether he likes it or not, decide on which side of the river of philosophical thought he will remain, the materialist or the idealist side. But he may find himself in midstream, in the position of dualism, that is to say, recognition of two equal and independent substances in the universe, material and spiritual. The basic question of philosophy is that of the relationship of thinking to being. It presupposes acknowledgement of the existence of an objective, i.e., independent of human consciousness, reality, and a subjective, spiritual reality, representations, thoughts, ideas, and a certain relationship between them. Which comes first, matter or consciousness? Which generates which? Does matter at a certain stage of development generate its finest flower, the reason? Or does the world spirit create the material world? Or perhaps they have coexisted eternally as equal substances in their own right and are in some way interacting. Such is the first aspect of the basic question of philosophy. Its second aspect comes down to the following. Can man and mankind in general know the objective laws of the world by the power of their own consciousness? Or is the world unknowable? In examining the first aspect implied in the basic question of philosophy, the thinker inevitably finds himself in one of two camps, materialism or idealism, or dualism, while in examining the second aspect of the question he takes a stand either in favor of the fundamental possibility of knowing the world or in favor of agnosticism, that is, denial of this possibility. Why is the question of the relation of thinking to being, a seemingly very abstract question, considered to be the basic philosophical question? Because from the nature of the answer we give, as from the source of a great river, there flow not only directly contrasting interpretations of all other philosophical problems but also the general theoretical, worldview questions posed by any science, moral phenomena, standards of law and responsibility, phenomena of art, political events, problems of education, and so on. We cannot consider any philosophical question unless we first solve the basic question of philosophy. To illustrate, let us take the example of the concept of causality. Materialism presumes that this concept reflects an objective, i.e., independent of human consciousness, process of generation of some phenomena by others. But Hume, for example, denied the existence of causality in nature. he believed that it was habit that taught people to see certain phenomena as the causes of others, for instance, the blow of an axe and the falling of a tree. We have indeed become accustomed to see the result follow the action that causes it. But this habit is based on the continuous consideration of the objective connection of phenomena and did not arise by itself. According to the materialist principle, all authentically proved concepts, categories, propositions, inferences, laws and theories have a substantially objective character and do not depend on the whim of man. Idealism, on the other hand, is inclined to regard them merely as mental constructions. For example, the materialist scholar of literature studying the work of Shakespeare begins by sorting out what objective social conditions predetermine the character and inspiration of the dramatist's work. The idealists, on the other hand, are inclined to attribute his work to the depth of the individual spirit of this genius and ignore the social conditions in which he lived and wrote. If one takes the moral sphere, it is immediately obvious how contrasting the solutions to the basic question of philosophy may be. Are man's moral qualities innate or given by God, or are they formed by life, by upbringing? As applied to history, the basic question of philosophy appears as a relationship between social being and social consciousness. On how this relationship is interpreted depends the answer to the question, what determines man's destiny, what guides history ideas, the rational powers of historic individuals, or the material production carried on by the people of a given society and the economic relationships that arise from this process. Consequently, the basic question of philosophy is not simply the question of the relation between thinking and being in general, but more specifically, that of the relation between social consciousness and social being, that is to say, the objective relations between people formed on the basis of their production of material goods. The materialist understanding of the basic question of philosophy as applied to history is expressed fully and simply: social being ultimately determines social consciousness, and social consciousness, derivatively, has an active influence on this being. Consideration of the basic question shows that in approaching any question of either theory or practice it is extremely important to distinguish the primary from the secondary, the objective from the subjective, the real processes of life from their interpretation in various theories, the material driving forces of society from the ideal motivations, the material interests of people, social groups from their reflections in the mind. Materialism teaches our thinking to see in our mental constructions, in our artistic, political, and other ideas and images the objective content determined by the external world, by life. Idealism, on the other hand, hypertrophies the spiritual principle, treats it as absolute. In politics, for example, this attitude may have dangerous consequences for the people. Idealism sometimes results in political adventurism. This happens when a politician ignores the objective laws of history, the will of the masses, the existing economic relations, and tries by the power of his own volition to impose his own ideas, which run counter to the real, law-governed current of events. The main trends in philosophical thought were and have remained materialism and idealism. Why? Because there are only two paths. Either we must take the material world as our starting point and deduce from it consciousness and connect everything spiritual with the material, or, on the other hand, taking consciousness as the starting point, we must deduce from it the material world and separate the spiritual from the material and oppose spirit to matter. Philosophers are divided into two great camps according to how they have decided this basic question. Those who assume that spirit existed before nature, who believe ultimately in the creation of the world by the power of the spirit, make up the idealist camp. Those who recognize matter as the basic principle, that is to say, the substance of everything that exists, form the various schools of materialism. Materialism understands the world as it is in fact, without attributing to it any supernatural qualities and principles. Explanation of the world from the world itself is the methodological principle of materialism. It maintains that the connections between ideas in people's heads reflect and transform the connections between phenomena in the world. Matter at its highest level of organization is the mother and consciousness is its spiritual child. And just as children cannot come into the world and exist apart from or before their parents, so consciousness could not appear or exist before matter. Consciousness is a function of matter and an image of what exists. To the extent that people in living their lives cannot help considering the fact of the objective existence of the world, so they act as materialists, some spontaneously, others consciously, on a philosophical basis. Certain scientists sometimes dissociate themselves from materialism while spontaneously working on its principles. On the other hand, the supporters of philosophically conscious materialism not only consistently advocate such a solution of the basic question of philosophy but also substantiate and uphold it. Idealism is in general related to the desire to elevate the spirit to the maximum degree. In speaking with such veneration of the spiritual, of the idea, Hegel assumed that even the criminal thought of the evildoer was greater and more to be marveled at than all the wonders of the world. In the ordinary sense, idealism is associated with remoteness from earthly interests, constant immersion in pure thought, and dedication to unrealizable dreams. Such practical idealism is contrasted to practical materialism, which its opponents, wishing to belittle it, present as a greedy desire for material goods, avarice, acquisitiveness, and so on. Idealism is divided into two basic forms, objective and subjective. The objective idealists, beginning from the ancients and ending with those of the present day, recognize the existence of a real world outside man, but believe that the world is based on reason, that it is ruled by certain omnipotent ideas which guide everything. Consciousness is hypertrophied, separated from man, from matter, and converted into a super-individual, all-embracing reality. Reality is considered to be rational and the reason is interpreted as the substance, the basis of the universe. All things and processes are thus spiritualized. Such a notion of the superhuman and supernatural spiritual essence, the world reason, the world will, the absolute idea, is essentially a religious notion. For example, in Hegel the absolute idea is quite often called simply God, an impersonal, objective, logical process, while nature and the history of society are its guided other being. Reason is the soul of the world. It resides in the universe, it is its immanent essence. This implies that reason exists by itself in the world, apart from rational beings. The universe knows what it is, and from where to where and how it is moving. The idealist answer to the basic question of philosophy need not essentially be that reason must be taken as primary. This is characteristic only of rationalist idealism. Irrationalist forms of idealism take as their starting point the blind will, the unconscious vital urge. Everything in the world is wound up, programmed, as it were, striving towards something. From the standpoint of subjective idealism, it is only through inadequate knowledge that we take the world as we see it to be the actually existing world. According to this conception, the world does not exist apart from us, apart from our sense perceptions. To exist is to exist in perception. And what we consider to be different from our sensations and existing apart from them is composed of the diversity of our subjective sensuality, color, sound, forms and other qualities are only sensations, and sets of such sensations form things. This implies that the world is, so to speak, woven out of the same subjective material of which human dreams are composed. To the subjective idealists it appears that our efforts to reach beyond consciousness are futile, and it is therefore impossible to acknowledge the existence of any external world that is independent of consciousness. It is a fact that we know the world only as it is given to man, to the extent to which it is reflected in our consciousness through sensations. But this certainly does not mean that the world when reflected in consciousness somehow dissolves in it like sugar in water. All the experience of humanity, the history of science and practice show that the objects of perception continue to exist even when we do not perceive them, i.e., before perception, during perception and after perception. In short, their existence is not dependent on the act of their perception. The reader may legitimately ask, have there really been any philosophers who maintain such a strange philosophy as subjective idealism, a philosophy that for so many centuries was subjected not merely to criticism but to sarcastic ridicule? On the ordinary empirical level, surely it is only madmen, and only a few of them, who can deny the independent existence of the world. In practice, the subjective idealists, Berkeley, Fichte, Mach, probably did not behave as if they believed there was no external world. These ideas were strictly reserved for the sphere of theoretical thought. It must be stressed that materialism and idealism are two extreme, polarist trends. Between them there are infinite gradations. In the work of many idealists one finds certain materialist propositions and, conversely, all pre-Marxist materialists were idealists in the interpretation of the phenomena of social life. They believed that opinions rule history. One of the most convinced materialists, Democritus, did not deny the existence of gods and demons, but believed that they, too, were made out of atoms. In primitive idealism mythology even the gods are composed of matter. They are material and sensuously tangible. The history of philosophy has recorded many materialists who even believed that the world had been created by God. These were the so-called deists. There are philosophers who, like Aristotle, wavered between materialism and idealism to such an extent that it is often hard to decide which trend they should belong to. Idealism cannot be interpreted as a mere whim of erring philosophers, brilliant though some of them were. It has its epistemological and social roots. The point is that cognition of the world is a complex and extremely contradictory, by no means straightforward process, which usually takes a zigzag or circuitous course and moves in spirals. It involves bursts of imagination, cool common sense, cunning, power of logic, and various plausible and implausible assumptions. In this riotous flood of creative, investigatory thought, ranging first in one direction and then in another and sometimes running into blank walls, there is, as the whole experience of man's intellectual life testifies, an unavoidable risk of mistakes and misinterpretations. As Lenin aptly and laconically expressed it, only the person who does nothing makes no mistakes. Consequently, we have to face the fact that the process of knowing contains the built-in possibility of thought becoming separated from reality and wandering into the sphere of fantasy, when purely abstract assumptions are accepted as a kind of reality. Take, for example, subjective idealism. What is its basic epistemological assumption? Things, their properties are directly given to us in the form of sensations and their subjective images are understood as existing where their objects are located. Is this true? Yes, it is. For example, the image of a green leaf relates to the leaf itself and we perceive this greenness as belonging to the leaf itself, just as we perceive the blueness of the sky as belonging to our own firmament. But any biophysicist will tell us that greenness and blueness are merely sensations reflecting the visible spectrum of electromagnetic oscillations of certain frequencies and wavelengths and that in themselves the waves are not green and not blue. The materialist separates the subjective form, in which the object is given to us from its objective source, which exists by itself. The mistake of subjective idealism lies in the fact that it interprets this subjective form of the givenness of the object as the object itself, that is to say, reduces things to sensations and sensations to things. The objective idealists elevate human thought and its products, concepts, ideas, and culture in general to the status of the absolute. The historically formed standards of morality, law, the rules of thinking and language, the whole spiritual life of society tower above the reason of the individual, as if they were something stable and relatively independent. People experience the continual influence of this supra-individual existence of spirit and submit to its commands often with no less obedience than, say, to the laws of gravity. Suffice it to recall the overwhelming impact of such feelings as shame, conscience, honor, and justice. In ancient times people measured their actions according to the unwritten rules of their ancestors that had been retained in the memory and handed down from generation to generation. The individual consciousness grew accustomed to being dominated by certain supra-individual ideas, social standards retained in human memory and in the form of the social memory, in language. This relative independence of the spiritual life of society was elevated by imagination into something absolutely independent, into reason divorced not only from living and thinking people but also from society, from matter in general, so that thinking and its products were elevated to a special spiritual realm, the immanent essence of the universe. And this was objective idealism. Its epistemological roots go down deep into history, when the progress of cognitive activity and the penetration of reason into the essence of things triggered the process of formation of abstract concepts. The problem arose of relating the universal and the particular, the essence and its manifestations. It was not easy for man to understand how the universal reflected in, for example, the concept of beauty was related to the individual form of its existence in a given individual. A beautiful person lives and dies, but the idea of beauty survives him and proves to be indestructible. A wise man departs this life, but wisdom, as something universal, common to all wise men who ever lived, live, or will live in the future, survives in the system of culture as something existing above the individual. This universal, reflected in the concepts, beauty, wisdom, reason, law, and so on, came to be identified with the concept itself. The universal features in things and the concept of the universal became merged in the consciousness, forming an objective idealist alloy, in which the universal was divorced from its individual existence, apart from which it could not exist at all, and acquired the status of an independent essence. Objective idealism begins when the idea of a thing is conceived not as a reflection of the thing but as something eternally existing before the thing, embodied in the thing and determining the thing in its structure, properties, and relationships, and continuing to exist after the destruction of the thing. Thus Pythagoras thought of numbers as independent essences ruling the world, and Plato regarded general concepts as a special realm of pure thought and beauty that had engendered the world of visible reality. The idea of a thing created by man precedes the existence of the thing itself. The thing in its given form is derived from the aim, the intention of its creator, let us say, a carpenter. The greater part of the things that surround us are the result of man's creative activity, they are something created by man. The idea of creation has become for man a kind of prism through which he regards the whole world. This idea is so deeply rooted that he does not find it easy to set it aside and think of the world as something not created by anybody and existing eternally. The idea of the eternity of existence contradicts all the facts of our life, in which nearly everything is created, one might say, before our very eyes. So the eternal, uncreated existence of the world simply did not fit into people's heads and still does not fit in with many people's thinking. The level of science was very low, and this gave rise to the assumption that there must be some universal creator and lord of all things. This idea was strengthened also by the fact that so much in the world was strikingly harmonious and purposeful. Application of the principle of rationality to everything is, in fact, idealism. Reason is regarded as the spiritual center of the universe, and its influence as the thing that makes the world go round. Everything is illuminated by its all-pervasive rays. This is world-guiding reason. For the objective idealist Hegel, just as for Plato, the whole universe is a living, thinking creature whose parts bear the invisible traces of the whole. Such are the epistemological and psychological roots of idealism. Its social roots lie in the separation of mental from physical labor and the counterposing of the first to the second, and also in the appearance of exploitation. There arose a social elite, which conceived the notion that ideas, reason should have priority in the life of society while physical labor should be considered the lot of slaves. These tendencies towards overrating the intellectual principle in life were extended to the whole universe. Such an approach was reinforced by the class interests of the ruling elite. Idealist propositions interlock and sometimes even coincide with religion that urges people to submit. Idealism is linked with religion and, directly or indirectly, provides its theoretical expression and substantiation. Over idealism there always hovers the idea of a God. Subjective idealism, compelled to be inconsistent in defending its principles, allows the objective existence of a God. The universal reason of the objective idealists is essentially a philosophical pseudonym for God. The supreme reason conceives itself in its creations. At the same time, it would be a vulgarization to identify idealism with religion. Philosophical idealism is not a religion but the road to religion through one of the forms of the complex process of human knowledge. They are different ways of being aware of the world and forming an attitude to it. Philosophy as methodology. The general concept of methodology. The world presents us with a picture of an infinite diversity of properties, connections, and events. This kaleidoscope of impressions must be permeated by an organizing principle, a certain method, that is to say, by certain regulative techniques and means of the practical and theoretical mastering of reality. Practical and theoretical activities follow different methods. The former indicate the ways of doing things and corresponding human skills that have been historically formed and socially established in the instruments of labor. The latter characterize the modes of activity of the mind resulting in the finding truth and the correct, rational solution of problems. A methodology is a system of principles and general ways of organizing and structuring theoretical and practical activity, and also the theory of this system. Genetically, methods go back far into the past, when our distant ancestors were acquiring, generalizing and handing down to new generations their skills and means of influencing nature, the forms of organizing labor and communication. As philosophy emerged, methodology became a special target of cognition and could be defined as a system of socially approved rules and standards of intellectual and practical activity. These rules and standards had to be aligned with the objective logic of events, with the properties and laws of phenomena. The problems of accumulating and transmitting experience called for a certain formalization of the principles and precepts, the techniques and operations involved in activity itself. For example, in ancient Egypt, geometry emerged in the form of methodologically significant precepts concerning the measuring procedure for the division of land. An important role in this process was played by training for labor operations, their sequence, and the choice of the most effective ways of doing things. With the development of production, technology, art, and the elements of science and culture, methodology becomes the target of theoretical thought, whose specific form is the philosophical comprehension of the principles of organization and regulation of cognitive activity, its conditions, structure, and content. For example, in the work of Heraclitus, knowledge of many things is contrasted to reason, the latter being a particularly reliable means of understanding the dialectics of the universe, the universal logos, and to be distinguished from the diversity of the opinions and legends acquired by unreliable means. The rules of reasoning, of effective proof, the role of language as a means of cognition were the subject of special inquiry in the philosophy of the Greek sophists, Protagoras and others. Socrates, Plato, and Aristotle occupy a special place in discussion of the problems of methodology. Socrates, for example, gave priority to the dialogical nature of thinking as the joint attainment of truth through collation of different notions and concepts, their comparison, analysis, definition, and so on. He regarded his theory of proceeding by means of induction from vague notions to clearly defined general concepts as a method of perfecting the art of living, of achieving virtue. Logical operations were subordinated to ethical aims. According to Socrates, the acquisition of true knowledge should serve action with a moral purpose. The purpose should be determined by means of appropriately organized work of the intellect. This Socratic principle had a deep influence on various trends in the evolution of methodology, especially on the teaching of Plato, who developed a dialectic of concepts and categories, the purpose of which was to find the principle in everything. In order to achieve this, our thoughts should move according to the objective logic of the objects under consideration as the embodiments of incorporeal essences. The world of these essences, or ideas, was also regarded as a realm of beauty, of the good which the soul could attain through strenuous effort. Assuming like Plato that the object of true knowledge was the universal, Aristotle taught that this universal was to be discovered by investigating individual, empirically given things. The methodology of such research is set forth in Aristotle's Logic, which closely analyzes the principles for defining a term or constructing a statement, the rules of inference and proof, the role of induction and deduction in attaining truth, and so on. Aristotle's Aesthetics expounds the principles of creativity and analysis in works of art. He also gives us a methodologically important elaboration of the theory of categories as the organizing forms of cognition and their dialectics. Until modern times, however, the problems of methodology had no independent place in the system of knowledge and arose only in the context of logical and natural philosophical arguments. Scientific progress is not limited to the accumulation of knowledge. It is also a process of evolving new means of seeking knowledge. The rapid advance of natural science called for radical changes in methodology. This need was reflected in new principles of methodology and corresponding philosophical ideas, both rationalistic and empirical, directed against scholasticism. The principles of mechanics marked a breakthrough in methodology. According to Galileo, scientific knowledge, by uniting the inductive and deductive methods, should be based on planned, accurate mental and practical experiment. In Descartes, the problem of methodology is central. Methodology is required to establish on what basis and by what methods new knowledge may be obtained. Descartes worked out the rules of the rationalistic method, the first rule being the demand that only propositions that are clearly and distinctly comprehensible may be accepted as true. The first principles are axiomatic knowledge, that is, ideas perceived intuitively by reason, without any proof. From these immediately perceived propositions new knowledge is deduced by means of deductive proof. This assumes the breaking down of complex problems into more specific and comprehensible problems and a strictly logical advance from the known to the unknown. Another line in methodology was represented at this time by English empiricism, which sought to devise modes of thought that would help to build a strictly experimental science guided by proofs of scientific truths arrived at through induction. The limitations of both trends were revealed by German classical philosophy, which produced a searching analysis of the conditions of cognition, its forms and organizing principles. In contrast to mechanistic methodology, which metaphysically interpreted the ways and means of cognition, classical German philosophy developed a dialectical methodology in idealistic forms. Kant produced a critical analysis of the structure and types of man's cognitive abilities and defined the constructive and regulative principles of cognition and the relationship between its form and content. Whereas Descartes' initial methodological principle was to subject everything to doubt in order to obtain sound and unquestionably authentic knowledge, and Hume had doubted the very fact of the existence of the world, for Kant a critical attitude to present knowledge was the methodological basis for overcoming dogmatic and metaphysical views of the world. His work was aimed against both dogmatism and skepticism and sought to defend the principle of the authenticity and general significance of knowledge. Dualism and a priorism, however, prevented consistent realization of this principle. In Kant's analysis of the process of cognition there were elements of dialectics. These were developed on a higher plane by Hegel, whose philosophy took the form of a universal method of cognition and of intellectual activity in general. The categories and laws of dialectics evolved by Hegel provided a system of thought that made it possible to investigate the interconnection and contradictions between being and thinking, the dialectics of the development of human culture, from a new standpoint based on the principle of historicism. Foremost in Hegel's methodology is the principle of ascent from the abstract to the concrete, that is, from the general and limited forms of sensuality and rational judgments to analytical and highly meaningful concepts, and thence to a system of concepts revealing the object to the full extent of its essential and, in this sense, concrete characteristics. The achievements of the methodologies of preceding periods were generalized and reviewed on a consistently materialist basis in Marxist philosophy. Enriched by the latest advances in science and social practice, the dialectical method was radically revised. From being a method and analysis of forms of knowledge in themselves, regardless of reality and the objective laws of its development, it became a method of the fullest and most meaningful investigation of this development, an instrument not only of theoretical cognition but also of revolutionary transformation of reality. In the methodology of Marxism, spontaneously dialectical methods of thought, which had stimulated progress in the natural and social sciences, acquired their theoretical substantiation. This methodology clarifies the nature of the relationship between theoretical and empirical knowledge, and also the role of practice in organizing both forms of cognition. The relationship between theory and method. Whereas theory is the result of a process of cognition that reproduces a certain fragment of existence, methodology is a way of obtaining and building up such knowledge. Theory characterizes knowledge itself, its structure, content and the degree to which it corresponds to the object. Method characterizes the activity involved in acquiring knowledge. It characterizes the conditions for obtaining true knowledge. In practice, the distinction between theory and method may sometimes be functional. Having taken shape as a theoretical result of past inquiry, method acts as the point of departure and condition for further investigation. Thus the law of the conservation of matter and energy as a theoretical principle expressing the fundamental condition for the existence of the world is simultaneously a methodological requirement for the investigation of any phenomenon. The methodological principle of the determinist explanation of the world is the organizing principle of the corresponding physical, biological, and social theories. After being tested by social practice, these theories in their turn may perform a methodological function, that is, serve as a guiding principle in further research. The methodology of Marxism has a universal character and may be concretist when applied to various spheres of human activity according to their conditions and aims. Whereas the concept of methodology was at one time mainly concerned with cognitive activity, with the result that the methodology of science was better developed, the new approach to methodology established by Marxism has made it possible to expand its sphere of application and provide a philosophical substantiation for the ways and means of organizing the whole gamut of forms of human activity. The specific nature of these forms calls for methods corresponding to the objects that are studied and transformed. In the sphere of art, for example, such a method is the realistic method, portraying reality with all its contradictions and perspectives. The effectiveness of a method is judged mainly by its correspondence to the object concerned. In what way does the truth of a theory differ from that of a method? Theory relates only to its object and is characterized by the degree to which it truly reproduces that object. But a method may be true in the sense of effective in one cognitive situation, while leading to false conclusions in another. The methods of physics are applicable to physical reality, including those cases when it is part of biological objects. If there is a diversity of methods, there inevitably arises the problem of choosing one and assessing it as a possible way of solving specific theoretical and practical problems. This gives methodology an axiological value, aspect and prompts us to assess methods from the standpoint of both truth and effectiveness. Though methods may differ in quality, they all have a common basis in the integral dialectical materialist methodology. Hierarchy of methods. It is important to sort out the relationship between philosophical methodology and the complex hierarchy of general scientific and specific ways and techniques of activity in material and intellectual production organized at various levels. At the philosophical level, methodology actually functions not in the form of a rigid system of standards, prescriptions, and techniques. Such an interpretation would inevitably lead to dogmatism, but as a general system of assumptions and guideline of human activity, worldview being most vital of them. Dialectical and historical materialism is such a general system. Worldview provides the assumption and the basis of methodology. Philosophy cannot, for example, give physics-specific methods for studying quantum mechanics. But it is concerned with the general approach to discovery of truth in physics. It deals not with the tactics of the research process, but with the strategy in the battle for truth. One must first master universal philosophical principles, and then the particulars of the various levels are more easily assimilated. If we go about things in the opposite order, we cannot properly master either the one or the other. Philosophical methods work in science not directly but mediated by other more specific methods. For example, the principle of historicism as a universal method evolved by philosophy has in biology taken the form of evolution theory, the methodological basis of the modern biological disciplines, and in astronomy the same principle has generated a whole set of cosmogonic hypotheses. In social research, dialectical materialism combined with historical materialism performs the function of a method for all the social sciences. Methods that have a general scientific character, such as comparison, analysis and synthesis, abstraction, idealization, generalization, ascent from the abstract to the concrete, modeling, formalization, induction and deduction, also have to be concretist in each separate science. In science, methodology often decides the fate of a research project. Different approaches may lead to opposite conclusions being drawn from one and the same factual material. Describing the role of correct method in scientific cognition, philosophers have compared it to a torch illuminating the road for the traveler in darkness. Even a lame man who chooses the right road will arrive ahead of the aimless wanderer. It goes without saying that method in itself cannot guarantee success in research. Not only a good method but skill in applying it are required. A characteristic feature of the development of philosophical thought in the 20th century is the rapid growth of methodological research and the increase of its specific share in the general system of scientific knowledge. This is due to the conversion of science into a direct productive force, to the rapid development of science as a special form of intellectual production and to the differential and integrative processes occurring in it, which has led to the specific changes in the classical disciplines and the appearance of many new ones. The development and perfecting of methods is a crucial element in all scientific progress. Contemporary society is confronted with global problems whose solution demands large-scale programs that can be carried out only through the collaboration of many sciences, programs designed to cope with the problems of ecology, demography, urbanization, space exploration, and so on. The need thus arises not only to pool the efforts of specialists in various fields, but also to combine scientific data in situations where there is in principle no complete or definite information about the object as a whole, as a system. The deepening of the interconnection of the sciences leads to the results, models, and methods of some sciences being increasingly widely used by others that are relatively less developed in the methodological sense and more complex in their object of study, for example, the application of physical and chemical methods in biology, psychology, and medicine. This gives rise to the problem of methods of interdisciplinary research and has led to the evolution of methods that can ensure effective interaction and synthesis of the methods of various sciences and reveal research techniques, a logical apparatus and scientific language for unifying separate concepts and trends and giving them general scientific status. One may cite, for example, the principles of cybernetics with its categories of control, information, feedback, etc., systems analysis as the further creative development of the principles and categories of dialectics, or the concept of the noosphere of academician V. I. Vernadsky, which has been developed in the idea of a planetary energo-information field. Modern science is becoming more abstract and lends itself more easily to mathematical methods of research. Particularly relevant are the problems of interpreting the results of research performed with an extensive use of formalization techniques. This has led to the special elaboration of methods interpretation and modeling. There are several classifications of methodological knowledge. One of the most popular is the division of methodology into substantive and formal methodology. The former includes such problems as the structure of scientific knowledge in general and scientific theory in particular, the laws of the generation, functioning and mutation of scientific theories, the conceptual framework of science and its separate disciplines, the definition of the explanatory patterns accepted in science, the structure and operational composition of the methods of science, the conditions and criteria of scientificalness. The formal aspects of methodology are related to analysis of the language of science, the formal structure of scientific explanation, description, and analysis of formal and formalist methods of research, particularly the methods of constructing scientific theories and conditions of their logical truth, the typology of systems of knowledge, and so on. It was the elaboration of the set of problems that raised the question of the logical structure of scientific knowledge and the development of a methodology of science as an independent field of knowledge. This field embraces the whole diversity of methodological and methodic principles and techniques, operations, and forms of constructing scientific knowledge. Its highest and definitive level is the philosophical methodology, whose guiding principles organize methodological work both at the general scientific level, including the logico-methodological apparatus applicable to many disciplines, and at the specialized scientific level, where special methods of research and derivative specific Methodical systems are devised and applied. Method is concretist methodology. Through the method of the concrete science it reaches the research desk. The concrete sciences, which are specific in relation to philosophy, may in their turn be methodological in relation to the narrower fields of their specific sphere of knowledge. For example, general biology arms botany, zoology and other narrower disciplines with general methods of research. Relying on philosophy, general biology works out the methodological problems related to all the departments of biological science. This principle is to be found in other sciences as well. The present-day system of methods in science is as diversified as science itself. We talk, for example, of experimental method, the method of processing empirical data, the method of building scientific theories and their verification, the method of expounding scientific results, i.e., the classification of methods based on the classification of stages of research activity. According to another classification, methods are divided into philosophical, general scientific, and special scientific methods. Yet another classification relies on different methods of qualitative and quantitative study of reality. The distinction between methods depending on the forms of causality determinist and probability methods is of considerable importance in modern science. For example, in biology dialectics is seen through the prism of general scientific methods, systems analysis, the principles of self-regulation, etc., in specific research projects through applying special scientific methods and systems of methods, electronic microscopy, the method of tagged atoms, etc. One or another method makes it possible to know only separate aspects of the object of research. In order to comprehend all the essential aspects of the object, there must be complementarity of methods. The whole system of methodological knowledge necessarily involves a worldview interpretation of the basis of the research and its results. It should be stressed that general methodology is always at work in the brain of every scientist, but, as a rule, it is kept in obscurity, as the intellectual background of a searching mind. This obscurity is sometimes so complete that the scientist may even deny that he acts according to any philosophical methodology, and insist that he is in general free of any philosophy. But this is merely an illusion of the consciousness. Philosophy and science. The touchstone of the value of philosophy as a worldview and methodology is the degree to which it is interconnected with life. This interconnection may be both direct and indirect, through the whole system of culture, through science, art, morality, religion, law, and politics. As a special form of social consciousness, constantly interacting with all its other forms, philosophy is their general theoretical substantiation and interpretation. Can philosophy develop by itself, without the support of science? Can science work without philosophy? Some people think that the sciences can stand apart from philosophy, that the scientist should actually avoid philosophizing, the latter often being understood as groundless and generally vague theorizing. If the term philosophy is given such a poor interpretation, then of course anyone would agree with the warning physics, beware of metaphysics. But no such warning applies to philosophy in the higher sense of the term. The specific sciences cannot and should not break their connections with true philosophy. Science and philosophy have always learned from each other. Philosophy tirelessly draws from scientific discoveries fresh strength, material for broad generalizations, while to the sciences it imparts the worldview and methodological impulses of its universal principles. Many general guiding ideas that lie at the foundation of modern science were first enunciated by the perceptive force of philosophical thought. One example is the idea of the atomic structure of things voiced by Democritus. Certain conjectures about natural selection were made in ancient times by the philosopher Lucretius and later by the French thinker Diderot. Hypothetically, he anticipated what became a scientific fact 2 centuries later. We may also recall the Cartesian reflex and the philosopher's proposition on the conservation of motion in the universe. On the general philosophical plane, Spinoza gave grounds for the universal principle of determinism. The idea of the existence of molecules as complex particles consisting of atoms was developed in the works of the French philosopher Pierre Gassendi and also Russia's Mikhail Lomonosov. Philosophy nurtured the hypothesis of the cellular structure of animal and vegetable organisms and formulated the idea of the development and universal connection of phenomena and the principle of the material unity of the world. Lenin formulated one of the fundamental ideas of contemporary natural science, the principle of the inexhaustibility of matter, upon which scientists rely as a firm methodological foundation. The latest theories of the unity of matter, motion, space, and time, the unity of the discontinuous and continuous, the principles of the conservation of matter and motion, the ideas of the infinity and inexhaustibility of matter were stated in a general form in philosophy. Besides influencing the development of the specialized fields of knowledge, philosophy itself has been substantially enriched by progress in the concrete sciences. Every major scientific discovery is at the same time a step forward in the development of the philosophical worldview and methodology. Philosophical statements are based on sets of facts studied by the sciences and also on the system of propositions, principles, concepts and laws discovered through the generalization of these facts. The achievements of the specialized sciences are summed up in philosophical statements. Euclidean geometry, the mechanics of Galileo and Newton, which have influenced men's minds for centuries, were great achievements of human reason which played a significant role in forming worldviews and methodology. And what an intellectual revolution was produced by Copernicus' heliocentric system, which changed the whole conception of the structure of the universe, or by Darwin's theory of evolution, which had a profound impact on biological science in general and our whole conception of man's place in nature. Mendeleev's brilliant system of chemical elements deepened our understanding of the structure of matter. Einstein's theory of relativity changed our notion of the relationship between matter, motion, space, and time. Quantum mechanics revealed hitherto unknown world of microparticles of matter. The theory of higher nervous activity evolved by Sechenov and Pavlov deepened our understanding of the material foundations of mental activity, of consciousness. Cybernetics revealed new horizons for an understanding of the phenomena of information interactions, the principles of control in living systems, in technological devices and in society, and also the principles of feedback, the man-machine system, and so on. And what philosophically significant pictures have been presented to us by genetics, which deepened our understanding of the relationship between the biological and the social in man, a relationship that has revealed the subtle mechanisms of heredity. The creation and development by Marx, Engels, and Lenin of the science of the laws of development of human society, which has changed people's view of their place in the natural and social vortex of events, holds a special place in this constellation of achievements of human reason. If we trace the whole history of natural and social science, we cannot fail to notice that scientists in their specific researches, in constructing hypotheses and theories, have constantly applied, sometimes unconsciously, worldviews and methodological principles, categories, and logical systems evolved by philosophers and absorbed by scientists in the process of their training and self-education. All scientists who think in terms of theory constantly speak of this with a deep feeling of gratitude both in their works and at regional and international conferences and congresses. So the connection between philosophy and science is mutual and characterized by their ever-deepening interaction. Some people think that science has reached such a level of theoretical thought that it no longer needs philosophy. But any scientist, particularly the theoretician, knows in his heart that his creative activity is closely linked with philosophy and that without serious knowledge of philosophical culture the results of that activity cannot become theoretically effective. All the outstanding theoreticians have themselves been guided by philosophical thought and tried to inspire their pupils with its beneficent influence in order to make them specialists capable of comprehensively and critically analyzing all the principles and systems known to science, discovering their internal contradictions and overcoming them by means of new concepts. Real scientists, and by this we usually mean scientists with a powerful theoretical grasp, have never turned their backs on philosophy. Truly scientific thought is philosophical to the core, just as truly philosophical thought is profoundly scientific, rooted in the sum total of scientific achievements. Philosophical training gives the scientist a breadth and penetration, a wider scope in posing and resolving problems. Sometimes these qualities are brilliantly expressed, as in the work of Marx, particularly in his Capital, or in Einstein's wide-ranging natural scientific conceptions. The common ground of a substantial part of the content of science, its facts and laws, has always related it to philosophy, particularly in the field of the theory of knowledge, and today this common ground links it with the problems of the moral and social aspects of scientific discoveries and technical inventions. This is understandable enough. Today too many gifted minds are oriented on destructive goals. In ancient times, as we have seen, nearly every notable scientist was at the same time a philosopher, and every philosopher was to some extent a scientist. The connection between science and philosophy has endured for thousands of years. In present-day conditions it has not only been preserved but is also growing substantially stronger. The scale of the scientific work and the social significance of research have acquired huge proportions. For example, philosophy and physics were at first organically interconnected, particularly in the work of Galileo, Descartes, Kepler, Newton, Lomonosov, Mendeleev, and Einstein, and generally in the work of all scientists with a broad outlook. At one time it was commonly held that philosophy was the science of sciences, their supreme ruler. Today physics is regarded as the queen of sciences. Both views contain a certain measure of truth. Physics, with its tradition, the specific objects of study and vast range of exact methods of observation and experiment, exerts an exceptionally fruitful influence on all or nearly all spheres of knowledge. Philosophy may be called the science of sciences, probably in the sense that it is, in effect, the self-awareness of the sciences and the source from which all the sciences draw their worldview and methodological principles, which in the course of centuries have been honed down into concise forms. As a whole, philosophy and the sciences are equal partners, assisting creative thought in its explorations to attain generalizing truth. Philosophy does not replace the specialized sciences and does not command them, but it does arm them with general principles of theoretical thinking, with a method of cognition and worldview. In this sense, scientific philosophy legitimately holds one of the key positions in the system of the sciences. To artificially isolate the specialized sciences from philosophy amounts to condemning scientists to finding for themselves worldview and methodological guidelines for their researches. Ignorance of philosophical culture is bound to have a negative effect on any general theoretical conclusions from a given set of scientific facts. One cannot achieve any real theoretical comprehension, particularly of the global problems of a specialized science, without a broad grasp of interdisciplinary and philosophical views. The specialized scientists who ignore philosophical problems sometimes turn out to be enthralled to completely obsolete or makeshift philosophical ideas without even knowing it themselves. The desire to ignore philosophy is particularly characteristic of such a trend in bourgeois thought as positivism, whose advocates have claimed that science has no need of philosophy. Their ill-considered principle is that science is in itself philosophy. They work on the assumption that scientific knowledge has developed widely enough to provide answers to all philosophical problems without resorting to any actual philosophical system. But the cunning of philosophy lies in the fact that any form of contempt for it, any rejection of philosophy, is in itself a kind of philosophy. It is as impossible to get rid of philosophy as it is to rid oneself of all convictions. Philosophy is the regulative nucleus of the theoretically minded individual. Philosophy takes its revenge on those who dissociate themselves from it. This can be seen from the example of a number of scientists who, after maintaining the positions of crude empiricism and scorning philosophy, have eventually fallen into mysticism. So, calls for freedom from any philosophical assumptions are a sign of intellectual narrowness. The positivists, while denying philosophy in words, actually preach the flawed philosophy of agnosticism and deny the possibility of knowing the laws of existence, particularly those of the development of society. This is also a philosophy, but one that is totally misguided and also socially harmful. It may appear to some scientists that they are using the logical and methodological means evolved strictly within the framework of their particular speciality. But this is a profound delusion. In reality, every scientist, whether he realizes it or not, even in simple acts of theoretical thought, makes use of the overall results of the development of mankind's cognitive activity enshrined mainly in the philosophical categories, which we absorb as we are absorbing our own natural that no man can put together any theoretical statement language, and later, the special language of theoretical thought. Oversimplifying the question a little, one may say without such concepts as property, cause, law or accident. But these are, in fact, philosophical categories evolved by the whole history of human thought and particularly in the system of philosophical, logical culture based on the experience of all fields of knowledge and practice. Knowledge of the course and results of the historical development of cognition, of the philosophical views that have been held at various times of the world's universal objective connections is also essential for theoretical thinking because it gives the scientist a reliable yardstick for assessing the hypotheses and theories that he himself produces. Everything is known through comparison. Philosophy plays a tremendous integrating role in scientific knowledge, particularly in the present age, when knowledge has formed an extremely ramified system. Suffice it to say, for example, that medicine alone comprises some 300 specialized branches. Medicine has scalpeled man into hundreds of little parts, which have become the targets of independent investigation and treatment. Sciences have become so ramified that no brain, however versatile, can master all their branches, or even one chosen field. No one nowadays can say that he knows the whole of medicine or biology or mathematics, as some people could have said in the past. Like Goethe's Faust, scientists realize that they cannot know everything about everything. So they are trying to know as much as possible about as little as possible and becoming like people digging deeper and deeper into a well and seeing less and less of what is going on around them, or like a chorus of the deaf, in which each member sings his own tune without hearing anyone else. Such narrow specialization may lead, and has in some cases already led, to professional narrow-mindedness. Here we have a paradox. This process is both harmful and historically necessary and justified. Without narrow specialization we cannot make progress, and at the same time such specialization must be constantly filled out by a broad interdisciplinary approach, by the integrative power of philosophical reason. Otherwise a situation may arise when the common front of developing science will move ahead more and more rapidly and humanity's total knowledge will increase while the individual, the scientist, for example, will lag farther and farther behind the general flood of information and become more and more limited as the years go by. Aristotle knew nearly everything that was known to his epoch and constituted the substance of ancient science, but today by the time he leaves school the pupil is expected to know far more than Aristotle. And it would be a lifetime's work even for a gifted person with a phenomenal memory to learn the fundamentals of all the sciences. What is more, narrow specialization, deprived of any breadth of vision, inevitably leads to a creeping empiricism, to the endless description of particulars. What are we to do about assembling integral knowledge? Such an assembly can nevertheless be built by the integrative power of philosophy, which is the highest form of generalization of all human knowledge and life experience, the sum total of the development of world history. By means of philosophy the human reason synthesizes the results of human knowledge of nature, society, man, and his self-awareness, which gives people a sense of freedom, an open-ended view of the world, an understanding of what is to be found beyond the limits of his usual occupation and narrow professional interests. If we take not the hacks of science but scientists on the big scale, with a truly creative cast of mind, who honestly, wisely and responsibly consider what their hands and minds are doing, we find that they do ultimately realize that to get their bearings in their own field they must take into consideration the results and methods of other fields of knowledge. Such scientists range as widely as possible over the history and theory of cognition, building a scientific picture of the world, and absorb philosophical culture through its historically formed system of categories by consciously mastering all the subtleties of logical thought. Max Born, one of the creators of quantum mechanics, provides us with a vivid example of this process. Born had a profound grasp of physical thought illumined by philosophical understanding of his subject. he was the author of many philosophical works, and he himself admitted that the philosophical implications of science had always interested him more than narrow specialized results. After Einstein, he was one of the first of the world's leading scientists to realize the futility of positivism's attempts to act as a basis for understanding the external world and science, and to deny this role to philosophy. The philosophical approach enables us to overcome the one-sidedness in research which has a negative effect in modern highly specialized scientific work. For example, natural science today is strongly influenced by integrative trends. It is seeking new generalizing theories, such as a unitary field theory, a general theory of elementary particles, a general theory of systems, a general theory of control, information, and so on. Generalizations at such a high level presuppose a high degree of general scientific, natural humanitarian, and also philosophical culture. It is philosophy that safeguards the unity and interconnection of all aspects of knowledge of the vast and diversified world whose substance is matter. As Werner Heisenberg once observed, for our senses the world consists of an infinite variety of things and events, colors, and sounds. But in order to understand it we have to introduce some kind of order, and order means to recognize what is equal, it means some sort of unity. From this springs the belief that there is one fundamental principle, and at the same time the difficulty to derive from it the infinite variety of things. The natural point of departure is that there exists a material prime cause of things, since the world consists of matter. The intensive development of modern science, which by its brilliance has tended to eclipse other forms of intellectual activity, the process of its differentiation and integration, gives rise to a vast number of new problems involving worldview and methodology. For example, do any extraterrestrial civilizations exist, and is there life in other galaxies? How did the universe arise in its given qualitative determinacy? What is meant by the infinity of space and time? Certain fields of knowledge constantly run into difficulties of a methodological nature. How can one judge the degree to which physical or chemical methods are applicable to the investigation of animate nature without oversimplifying it? In modern science not only has there been an unusually rapid accumulation of new knowledge, the techniques, methods, and style of thinking have also substantially changed and continue to change. The very methods of research attract the scientists' growing interest, as discussion at national and international symposiums and congresses shows. Hence the higher demands on philosophy, on theoretical thought in general. The further scientific knowledge in various fields develops, the stronger is the tendency to study the logical system by which we obtain knowledge, the nature of theory and how it is constructed, to analyze the empirical and theoretical levels of cognition, the initial concepts of science and methods of arriving at the truth. In short, the sciences show an increasing desire to know themselves. The mind is becoming more and more reflective. Not only are the subject matter of this or that science and the methods of studying it being verified. We are trying to define the exact social and moral role that this or that science plays or may play in the life of society, what it implies or may imply for the future of mankind, benefit or destruction. This trend towards self-knowledge, of which much is said both by scientists and philosophers, is bound to show itself and should show itself in the relationship between philosophy and science. The methodological significance of the philosophical principles, categories, and laws should not be oversimplified. It is wrong to suggest that not a single specific problem can be solved without them. When we think of the place and role of philosophy in the system of scientific cognition, we have in mind not separate experiments or calculations but the development of science as a whole, the making and substantiation of hypotheses, the battle of opinions, the creation of theory, the solving of inner contradictions in a given theory, the examination in depth of the initial concepts of science, the comprehension of new, pivotal facts and assessment of the conclusions drawn from them, the methods of scientific research, and so on. Karl Jaspers, the German psychiatrist and philosopher, once made the point that students who became dissatisfied with philosophy often entered the natural scientific faculties to get to grips with real things, which they then studied enthusiastically. But later, when they began to seek a basis for their own lives in science, the general ruling principles of their actions, they were again disappointed and their search led them back to philosophy. Philosophy, besides all its other functions, goes deep into the personal side of human life. The destiny of the individual, his inner emotions and desires, in a word, his life and death, have from time immemorial constituted one of the cardinal philosophical problems. The indifference to this human set of problems, which is a characteristic feature of neopositivism, is rightly regarded as one-sided scientism, the essence of which is primitively simple. Philosophy must be a science like natural science, and strive to reach the same ideal of mathematical precision and authenticity. But while many scientific researchers look only outwards, philosophers look both outwards and inwards, that is to say, at the world around man and man's place in that world. Philosophical consciousness is reflective in its very essence. The degree of precision and the very character of precision and authenticity in science and philosophy must therefore differ. Who, for instance, reflects man's inner world with all its pathological aberrations more precisely, the natural scientist with his experimental techniques, mathematical formulae and graphs, or, for example, Shakespeare, Tolstoy, Dostoevsky, in their immortal works that are so highly charged with philosophical meaning? At this point a huge philosophical problem arises. How are we to overcome the yawning gap between mathematist natural scientific and technological thinking, on the one hand, and humanitarian, social thought, on the other? How are we to resolve the intense and continuing argument between the so-called lyricists and physicists, who symbolize these two diverging styles of thought? This is something that has a harmful effect on the human personality, dragged in opposite directions by the two principles. This morbid dichotomy may have negative consequences for the present and future of both the individual and collective human reason. So it is an educational, philosophical, moral, and profoundly social problem. Philosophy, as we have said, is not simply an abstract science. It also possesses an evaluative aspect, its moral principles. Science has given men a lot of things, but ethics, or, to put it more bluntly, conscience, is not one of them. The evaluative, axiological, and aesthetic aspects are also important for science. And they are not part of it either. Philosophy helps us to achieve a deeper understanding of the social significance and general prospects of scientific discoveries and their technical applications. The impressive achievements of the scientific and technological revolution, the contradictions and social consequences it has evoked, raise profound philosophical problems. Contemporary philosophical irrationalism gives a pessimistic appraisal of scientific and technological advance and predicts worldwide disaster. But this raises the question of the responsibility of philosophy, since philosophy seeks to understand the essence of things, and here we are dealing with the activity of human reason and its unreasonable consequences. Thus the question of the nature of philosophy in our day grows into a question of the historic destinies of humanity and becomes a vitally important social problem. To what extent can society comprehend itself, rationally control its own development, be the master of its own destiny, command the consequences of its own cognitive and practical activity? There are many questions that the epoch poses before humanity, and these questions can be answered by philosophy. For example, what does the future hold for the contesting social systems in the modern world? What are the rational ways of removing the threat of universal annihilation? In present-day conditions, the role not only of natural science and technology, but also of the humane sciences that study human affairs, the laws of life and development of society, has grown enormously and will continue to do so as time goes on. The results of social research have today assumed not only exceptional theoretical but also exceptional applied, social, and political importance. The very structure of social life is becoming more complex, new forms of human activity are appearing, the scientific and technological revolution continues its advance, the role of social and political problems in the life of society, in the development of culture, is steadily increasing. Revolutionary changes have today invaded all spheres of life, the productive forces, science with its gigantic field of practical application, technology, politics, ethnic relationships, intellectual life in general. Man himself is changing. What is the essence, the cause of these changes that are spreading across the world and affecting the most diverse aspects of human life? In what way do the various aspects of the revolutionary process that has gripped the planet interdepend? What consequences will the scientific and technological revolution have for the nations of the world? Are we not witnessing and participating in a profound crisis of our whole civilization? What are we to do about elevated human ideals when we are confronted with a threat to the very existence of life on Earth? For several centuries people hopefully observed the development of technology on the assumption that taming the forces of nature would bring them happiness and plenty, and that this would be enough to allow human life to be arranged on rational principles. Mankind has achieved a great deal, but we have also made a great deal of mess. For how long and on what scale can we go on accumulating the waste products among which modern man has to live? Here we need a clear and philosophical view of history. Why, because of what contradictions, do the forces created and activated by human brains and hands turn against man himself and his mind? Why is the world so constructed that more of its gifted minds are bent on destruction instead of creation? Is this not a profound social and philosophical problem? The advent of the atomic age was marked by horrifying annihilation and mass murder. For how long will the menacing shadow of the atomic bomb hang over all human joys and hopes? These and other great questions of our time cannot be answered by the supreme science of physics, by mathematics, cybernetics, chemistry, biology, or by natural science as a whole, great though their discoveries have been. These questions, which exercise the minds of all mankind and relate to life today and in the future, must be answered by scientific philosophy. Naturally, the solution of all the pressing problems of our time depends not only on a rational philosophical orientation. It also depends on the political orientation of nations and statesmen, which in turn is related to the nature of the social structure. Scientific activity is not only logical, it also has moral and socio-political implications. Knowledge arms man with the means to achieve his ends. There can be no doubt that modern natural science is a powerful motor of technical advance. In a fierce ideological struggle, the specialized scientists who lack any scientific worldview or methodology sometimes turn out to be helpless grown-up children in the face of reactionary ideology, and some of them fall into its clutches. Philosophy and art. Philosophy, science, and art differ principally according to their subject matter and also the means by which they reflect, transform and express it. In a certain sense, art, like philosophy, reflects reality in its relation to man, and depicts man, his spiritual world, and the relations between individuals in their interaction with the world. We live not in a primevally pure world, but in a world that is known and has been transformed, a world where everything has, as it were, been given a human angle, a world permeated with our attitudes towards it, our needs, ideas, aims, ideals, joys and sufferings, a world that is part of the vortex of our existence. If we were to remove this human factor from the world, its sometimes inexpressible, profoundly intimate relationship with man, we should be confronted by a desert of gray infinity, where everything was indifferent to everything else. Nature, considered in isolation from man, is for man simply nothing, an empty abstraction existing in the shadowy world of dehumanist thought. The whole infinite range of our relationships to the world stems from the sum total of our interactions with it. We are able to consider our environment rationally through the gigantic historical prism of science, philosophy, and art, which are capable of expressing life as a tempestuous flood of contradictions that come into being, develop, are resolved and negated in order to generate new contradictions. No scientifically, let alone artistically, thinking person can remain deaf to the wise voice of true philosophy, can fail to study it as a vitally necessary sphere of culture, as the source of worldview and method. Equally true is the fact that no thinking and emotionally developed person can remain indifferent to literature, poetry, music, painting, sculpture, and architecture. Obviously, one may be to some extent indifferent to some highly specialized science, but it is impossible to live an intellectually full life if one rejects philosophy and art. The person who is indifferent to these spheres deliberately condemns himself to a depressing narrowness of outlook. Does not the artistic principle in philosophical thought deserve the attention of, and due credit to, the thinking mind, and vice versa? In a certain generalist sense the true philosopher is like the poet. He, too, must possess the aesthetic gift of free associative thinking in integral images. And in general one cannot achieve true perfection of creative thought in any field without developing the ability to perceive reality from the aesthetic standpoint. Without this precious intellectual prism through which people view the world, everything that goes beyond the empirical description of facts, beyond formulae and graphs, may look dim and indistinct. Scientists who lack an aesthetic element in their makeup are dry as dust pedants, and artists who have no knowledge of philosophy and science are not very interesting people either, for they have little to offer above elementary common sense. The true artist, on the other hand, constantly refreshes himself with the discoveries of the sciences and philosophy. While philosophy and science tend to draw us into the forest of abstractions, art smiles upon everything, endowing it with its integrating, colorful imagery. Life is so structured that for a man to be fully conscious of it he needs all these forms of intellectual activity, which complement each other and build up an integral perception of the world and versatile orientation in it. The biographies of many scientists and philosophers indicate that the great minds, despite their total dedication to research, were deeply interested in art and themselves wrote poetry and novels, painted pictures, played musical instruments and molded sculpture. How did Einstein live, for example? He thought, wrote, and also played the violin, from which he was seldom parted no matter where he went or whom he visited. Norbert Wiener, the founder of cybernetics, wrote novels. Darwin was deeply interested in Shakespeare, Milton, and Shelley. Niels Bohr venerated Goethe and Shakespeare. Hegel made an exhaustive study of world art and the science of his day. The formation of Marx's philosophical and scientific views was deeply influenced by literature. Aeschylus, Shakespeare, Dante, Cervantes, Milton, Goethe, Balzac, and Heine were his favorite authors. He responded sensitively to the appearance of significant works of art and himself wrote poetry and fairy tales. The radiance of a broad culture shines forth from the work of this genius. Lenin was not only acquainted with art but also wrote specialized articles about it. His philosophical, sociological, and economic works are studied with apt literary references. And what a delight he took in music! In short, the great men of theory were by no means dry rationalists. They were gifted with an aesthetic appreciation of the world. And no wonder, for art is a powerful catalyst for such abilities as power of imagination, keen intuition, and the knack of association, abilities needed by both scientists and philosophers. If we take the history of Oriental culture, we find that its characteristic feature is the organic synthesis of an artistic comprehension of the world with its philosophical and scientific perception. This blending of the philosophical and the artistic is inherent in all peoples, as can be seen from their sayings, proverbs, aphorisms, tales, and legends, which abound in vividly expressed wisdom. If we are to develop effective thinking, we must not exclude any specifically human feature from participation in creative activity. The gift of perception, penetrating observation of reality, mathematical and physical precision, depth of analysis, a free, forward-looking imagination, a joyful love of life, these are all necessary to be able to grasp, comprehend, and express phenomena, and this is the only way a true work of art can appear, no matter what its subject may be. Can one imagine our culture without the jewels of philosophical thought that were contributed to it by human genius? Or without its artistic values? Can one conceive of the development of contemporary culture without the life-giving rays of meditative art embodied in the works of such people as Dante, Goethe, Leo Tolstoy, Balzac, Pushkin, Lermontov, Dostoevsky, Tchaikovsky, and Beethoven? Culture would have had a very different history but for the brilliant minds that gave us their masterpieces of painting, music, poetry, and prose. The whole world of our thoughts and feelings would have been different, and incomparably poorer. And we, as individuals, would also have been flawed. The intellectual atmosphere that surrounds us from childhood, the style of thinking that permeates folk sayings, tales and songs, the books we have read, the paintings and sculptures we have admired, the music we have heard, the view of the world and humanity that we have absorbed thanks to our contact with the treasures of art, has not all this contributed to the formation of our individual self? Did it not teach us to think philosophically and perceive and transform the world aesthetically? An indispensable feature of art is its ability to convey information in an evaluative aspect. Art is a combination of man's cognitive and evaluative attitudes to reality recorded in words, colors, plastic forms or melodically arranged sounds. Like philosophy, art also has a profoundly communicative function. Through it people communicate to one another their feelings, their most intimate and infinitely varied and poignant thoughts. A common feature of art and philosophy is the wealth they both contain of cognitive, moral, and social substance. Science is responsible to society for a true reflection of the world and no more. Its function is to predict events. On the basis of scientific discoveries one can build various technical devices, control production and social processes, cure the sick and educate the ignorant. The main responsibility of art to society is the formation of a view of the world, a true and large-scale assessment of events, a rational, reasoning orientation of man in the world around him, a true assessment of his own self. But why does art have this function? Because in its great productions it is not only consummately artistic but also profoundly philosophical. How deeply philosophical, for instance, are the verses of Shakespeare, Goethe, Lermontov, Verhaeren, and indeed all the great writers, poets, composers, sculptors, architects, painters, in short, all the most outstanding and brilliant exponents of art were imbued with a sense of the exceptional importance of progressive philosophy and not only kept abreast of but were often responsible for its achievements. How profound were Tolstoy's artistically expressed meditations on the role of the individual and the people in the historical process, for example, Napoleon and Kutuzov, or the Russian people in the War of Liberation of 1812, as portrayed in War and Peace, on freedom and necessity, on the conscious and the unconscious in human behavior. Consider the psychological and philosophical depth and the artistic power with which Balzac revealed the social types in the society of his day in all their diversity, the idea of greed and acquisitiveness in the character of Gobseck. How philosophical are the artistic and publicistic works of Voltaire, Rousseau, Diderot, Thomas Mann, Heine, Herzen, Chernyshevsky and many others. If we turn to science fiction, we find that it is full of scientific and philosophical reflections, of varying visions of the future of science, technology, and human existence in general. Quite often its plot is a series of mental experiments. However, neither the scientific nor the philosophical content, no matter how fully expressed in a work of art, constitutes its specific element. We never speak of any work of art, no matter how powerful, as a study, whereas creative work in philosophy is a study, an inquiry, and it is characterized above all not by its artistic but by its scientific qualities, although its artistic aspect is highly valued and has more than purely aesthetic significance. The crown of philosophical inquiry is truth and prediction, whereas in art it is artistic truth, not accuracy of reproduction, in the sense of a copy of what exists, but a lifelike portrayal of typically possible phenomena in either their developed or potential form. If art produced only truths similar to scientific truths, there would be no masterpieces of world art. The immortality of great masterpieces lies in the power of their artistic generalization of the most complex phenomenon in the world, man and his relations with his fellow men. Some people believe that the specific feature of art is that the artist expresses his own intellectual world, his own intrinsic individuality. But this is not quite true. In any act of creativity, any act that reflects and transforms life, a person also expresses himself. And the higher the level of creativity, in this case artistic, the higher the level of generalization, and hence the universal, despite all the individuality of the form. Man's individuality or singularity is not a barrier to the universality of the will, but is subordinated to it. A just or moral, in other words, a fine action, although performed by one individual, is nevertheless approved by all. Everyone recognizes himself or his own will in this act. Here there occurs the same thing as in a work of art. Even those who could not create such a work find their own essence expressed therein. Such a work is therefore truly universal. The more its individual creator dissolves in it, the more approval it earns. 1. The aesthetic principle is not the specific element in philosophy, although it is present there. Naturally, philosophy is distinguished from the other sciences by its being related far more closely to the aesthetic principle, to art. It synthesizes the everyday experience of the people and something from the other sciences, and also something from art without confining itself to any of them. The aesthetic element is also present in any science. By some scientists it is even regarded as a criterion of truth. The true is elegant and highly refined in its structure. The beauty, the elegance of an experiment, or of any theoretical construction, especially if it sparkles with wit, does credit to scientific thought, evokes our legitimate admiration and affords us intellectual and aesthetic pleasure. Quite often this elegance shows itself in a meaningful brevity, for genius is usually simply expressed, without superfluous words. So truth and beauty are sisters, although not always. In philosophy this aesthetic principle is expressed more powerfully and fully. It is not only more synthetic and integrated than science. In its very social purpose it is, or should be, closer and more understandable to the masses of the people. It should not be separated from them by the barbed wire of a formalist, let alone a mathematiste language. A considerable number of philosophical works have been written in poetic and artistic form. Actually they are not poetry but philosophical thoughts expressed as poetry. Many brilliant works of philosophy are couched in such fine language that they read like great works of both science and art. Inspired by their genius, the great philosophers clothed their profound thoughts in images of astonishing aptness. Many people draw attention to the fact that the achievements of science, no matter how significant they once were, are constantly being reviewed, whereas the masterpieces of art survive the centuries in all the splendor of their individuality. But have you noticed that something similar happens in philosophy too? The works of the great philosophers retain their inimitable value through the centuries. So in philosophy, just as in art, history is of special importance. Whereas the works of the classical natural scientists are expounded in textbooks and few people read them in the original, the classical works of philosophy must be read in the original in order to gain a full appreciation of philosophical culture. Every great philosopher is unique in his intellectual and moral value. He teaches us to perceive the world and ourselves profoundly and in their most subtle aspects. What has been said does not, of course, imply that philosophy may ultimately be reduced to a form of art. Philosophical treatises do not become works of art even when they are expressed in the colorful and deeply symbolical language of poetry, as was often the case in ancient times, in the philosophy of the Renaissance and the New Age. Take Plato, for example. He had a colorful worldview, its very form evokes admiration. He is aesthetic all the way through. Or take the philosophical views of the French materialists of the 18th century. They are simultaneously splendid works of art, full of humor, satire, and barbed witticisms aimed at religion, scholasticism, and so on. Their works still delight us with the brilliance of their form, which clothes subtle and profound thoughts. Or again, take the philosophical ideas of Tolstoy or Dostoevsky, in which their masterpieces are steeped. We began by dealing with the aesthetic principle in philosophy. But to a no less degree one can speak also of the philosophical principle in art. Probably the closest thing to philosophy is poetry, which has the power to make laconic but profound generalizations about both social and individual life, moral phenomena, and the relationship between man and the universe. The metaphorical language of art, far from being alien to philosophy and other sciences, is an essential condition for every new step into the unknown. The similar and the specific in philosophy and art can also be seen in the nature of generalization. Philosophy uses generalizations, and its generalizations are of an extremely broad, virtually universal character. Its categories of the general, the particular, and the unique are both interconnected and yet separate concepts. In art, on the other hand, the general, the particular and the unique are alloyed in the very fabric of the artistic image. Philosophy is theoretical from beginning to end, whereas art is sensuous and imaginal. Philosophical thought reflects its subject matter in concepts, in categories. Art is characterized, on the other hand, by emotional and imaginal reflection and by transformation of reality. This is not to say, of course, that art, particularly in its verbal form, in belles lettres, and even more so in the intellectual type of novel, contains no concepts. Dostoevsky's novels are three-quarters philosophical. The same applies to the works of Goethe, for example, for whom feeling and a philosophical understanding of nature, expressed in both artistic form and scientific analysis, were his life's work. The scientific, philosophical, and artistic approaches were organic in Goethe. His work as a thinker is inseparable from that of the artist. When composing his works of art, he is at the same time a philosopher. He achieves the greatest aesthetic power in those very works, Prometheus and Faust, where the unity of artist and philosopher is most organic. Can we distinguish clearly between the philosophical and aesthetic principles in Faust? All that can be said is that no genius could have created such a work without a synthesis of the philosophical, aesthetic, and the scientific. Without a certain degree of intellect there can be no subtle feelings, and from this it follows that art, which aesthetically expresses man's emotional intellectual world in his relationship to the environment, is bound to feel the impact of philosophy and the other sciences. A worldview may come into art but not as an intrinsic part of it. We can speak of the philosophical content of art, just as we can speak of the philosophical content of science, when the scientist begins to consider the essential nature of his science, its moral value, social responsibility, and so on. These are actually philosophical questions, and they do not form part of the specific nature of the given science. Rather, they are the self-awareness of the science, just as the artist's reflections on the nature of art, its social meaning, and so on, are the self-awareness of art. And this is in fact philosophy, whose categories permeate all forms of thought, including that of the artist. Without them no artist could generalize, identify the typical in the particular fact, assess the quality of his subject matter, preserve proportion, the most vital element in aesthetic imagination, or comprehend the contradictions of life in such a way as to give them full expression. The work of the artist is not spontaneous. It always follows some kind of plan, and it is most effective when talent is guided by a worldview, when the artist has something to tell people. Much more rarely is it effective when it comes about as a result of the accidental associative play of the imagination, and never is it effective when it is a result of blind instinct. The keen attention that is given to the problems of method is a sign of progress in both modern science and art, a sign of the increasing interaction of all aspects of intellectual life, science, philosophy, and art. The categories of dialectics. Dialectics and metaphysics. Dialectics is a theory of the most general connections of the universe and its cognition, and also the method of thinking based on this theory. Anyone who wants to find a rational orientation in the world and change the world must have a knowledge of the dialectics of life and thought. Dialectical thinking has its roots far back in the past. The most striking example was Heraclitus, who saw the world as being in constant flux, intrinsically contradictory, an eternally living fire blazing up and dying down according to certain laws. The ideas of dialectics run right through the history of the development of human thought. They were profoundly expressed in such great thinkers as Kant and Hegel. In Hegel, dialectics embraces the whole sphere of reality and the life of the mind. Dialectical thought reached its highest peak in the philosophy of Marxism, in which materialist dialectics is expressed in a system of philosophical principles, categories, and laws. Dialectics arose and develops historically in a struggle against the metaphysical method, which is characteristically one-sided and abstract and inclined to absolutize certain elements within the whole. Metaphysical views have taken various historical forms. While Heraclitus stressed one aspect of existence, the changeability of things, which the sophists extended to complete relativism, the Eleatic philosophers in their criticism of the Heraclitean principle of flux, concentrated on another aspect, on the stability of existence, and went to another extreme in supposing that everything was changeless. Thus, some philosophers dissolved the world in a fiery flux while others crystallized it into immovable rock. In modern times, metaphysics has taken the form of an absolutizing of the analysis and classification techniques in the cognition of nature. Because they are constantly repeated in scientific research, the techniques of analysis, experimental isolation, and classification have gradually imparted to scientific thinking certain general ideas, suggesting that in nature's workshop objects exist in isolation, as it were, apart from one another. As philosophy and the specialized sciences have developed, the focus of the struggle between dialectics and metaphysics has shifted from attempts to explain the connection of things to interpretation of the principle of development. Here metaphysical thought emerged at first in the form of simple evolutionism, and then in various concepts of creative evolution. While the former hypertrophies quantitative and gradual changes, ignoring qualitative transitions and breaks in gradualness, the latter absolutize the qualitative, essential changes without perceiving the gradual quantitative preparatory processes leading up to them. So metaphysical thought is inclined to jump to extremes, to exaggerate some aspect of the object, its stability, recurrence, relative independence, and so on. In cognition this leads to idealism or dogmatism and, in practice, to the justification of stagnation and reaction. The only antidote to metaphysics and dogmatism, which is metaphysics in another form, is dialectics, which will not tolerate stagnation and sets no limits to cognition and its scope. Dissatisfaction with what has been achieved is the element of dialectics, and revolutionary activity is its essence. Categories. In philosophy, categories are extremely general, fundamental concepts reflecting the most essential, law-governed connections and relationships of reality. Categories are the forms and stable organizing principles of the thought process and, as such, they reproduce the properties and relations of existence in global and most concentrated form. Categories are the result of generalization, of the intellectual synthesis of the achievements of science and socio-historical practice, and are, therefore, the key points of cognition, the moments when thought grasps the essence of things. This is the starting point for the analysis of the diversity, individual and particular, part and whole, form and content, etc. The categories are universal and lasting because they reflect what is most stable in the universe. Moreover, in the process of history the content, role, and status of the categories change and new categories, system, structure, for example, arise. In the present age the rapid and overall development of scientific knowledge goes hand in hand with the process of identification of fundamental concepts which acquire the significance of categories inasmuch as they perform in relation to specific fields of knowledge a function comparable to that of philosophical categories, for example, information, self-regulation, symmetry, and so on, and also constitute the subject matter of a specific science, that is to say, they are universal and non-variable in relation to a great number of special concepts of such a science, for example, the categories of organism or species in biology, the categories of image, action, motive in psychology, the categories of element in chemistry, of particles and fields in physics, and of commodities and value in political economy. This prompts us to investigate the system of scientific categories as something with its own specifics, something that does not coincide with the system of philosophical categories, although it is closely connected with that system. By tracing the system of scientific categories we can uncover the logic of development of any given science, the law-governed transformation of its conceptual build-up. The categories of philosophy, which constantly accumulate the results of the development of the specialized sciences, help us to identify and synthesize the elements of worldview and methodology in scientific thought. The categories bear a certain relation to one another and constitute a system. They are so interconnected that each can only be understood as an element of the whole. The initial categories for the whole system are those of matter and consciousness. They provide the trunk from which all the various branches of the other categories stem. Matter as the substance of everything that exists. The general concept of matter. The first thing that strikes the imagination when a person observes the world around him is the amazing variety of objects, processes, qualities and relationships. We are surrounded by forests, mountains, rivers, seas. We observe stars and planets, we admire the beauties of the aurora borealis, the flight of comets. There is no end to the diversity of this world, and to save themselves from drowning in this ocean of diversity, people have from time immemorial sought something uniform. In observing the phenomena of growth and decay, integration and disintegration, the ancient thinkers noticed that certain properties and states survived all transformations. They called this constantly surviving basis of things the primordium. This was the first attempt to achieve philosophical monism. Some philosophers believed that all things consisted of liquid matter, water, others thought it was fire, still others, water, fire, earth, and air. This natural view of the origin of the diversity of the world was the starting point for the scientific explanation of many phenomena of nature and society. The idea of the atomic structure of matter arose in 500 BC. At the end of the 19th century, the atomistic conception of the structure of matter surprised scientists by reaching beyond the boundaries of its mechanistic interpretation. The atom turned out to be divisible and made up of electrically charged particles. In the atom, scientists discovered a whole world of nuclei, electrons, and electromagnetic fields. This marked a huge step forward in the study of matter. Physicists concluded that matter, of which we and all things around us are made, is not solid and indestructible, but unstable and explosive. Quite literally, we are sitting on a powder keg. To be sure, this keg has rather strong walls, and we required a few thousand years to drill a hole in it. But today we have done it, and we may at any moment blow ourselves sky high. 1. The discovery of the electron was followed by other discoveries, one of the most crucial being the idea of the electrical nature of matter. The age of electricity had dawned. Maxwell's theory of electromagnetism developed the conception of the physical field. While applied science continued its triumphant march, philosophy and natural science sought further clues to the structure of matter. Taken together, these new discoveries were dialectical in character. The revolution in natural science called for a radical review of former theories and scientific facts, particularly the connection between matter, motion, space, and time. The scientific picture of the world that gradually came into focus showed that it was change, transition, transformation, and development that required explanation. But scientific thinking was still in bondage to mechanistic tradition. Scientists still tended to think that the particles of the atom, if only their motion could be observed in detail, must obey the same laws of mechanics as the planets, whose position could be predicted for thousands of years ahead. But as research into the structure of the atom advanced, it became increasingly clear that the behavior of electrons did not obey the classical laws of mechanics. The new forms of reality were described in mathematical formulae. The age of mechanical models was over. However, thinking possesses a certain inertia, new facts were squeezed into the framework of old concepts. For 2 centuries Newton's classical mechanics had been considered a perfect picture of the universe. Its limitations, however, were revealed by Einstein's relativity theory, and this launched an agonizing process of breaking up the old, habitual notions. A good many eminent physicists who had only a mechanistic view of the world, which they identified with materialism in general, were influenced to some degree by idealism. Some physicists and philosophers believed that only sensuously palpable phenomena, things that could be seen, touched, and smelled, were material. But microphenomena are beyond the range of direct perception. In this strange world matter appeared in a new light, without color, smell, solidity, without any of the properties with which people had come to associate the concept of the material. On the basis of the new data of science, new concepts were evolved that contradicted the obvious but corresponded to the latest experimental results and scientific thinking. On the other hand, the impossibility of perceiving microphenomena directly suggested that these phenomena were non-material. Matter came to be regarded either as an aggregate of electrons or as a form of energy, or even as any stable set of sensations. Some scientists and philosophers found it difficult to understand that out there in the infinite depths of this world that was diminishing into invisibility there could be any vehicle or measure of materiality. In the old days, mass had been considered the measure of the quantity of matter. The discovery of the inconstancy of mass, its variability depending on the velocity of bodies, was taken to mean that matter had disappeared and materialism was bankrupt. Forgetting the earthy roots of all mathematical constructions, some scientists began to claim that these constructions were the result of pure thought. Matter has disappeared and there is nothing left but equations, they declared. Lenin described the situation in physics as a methodological crisis and called the scientists who had taken up the positions of idealism physical idealists. Philosophers and natural scientists in some countries today tend to identify the concept of matter with that of substance. In this way, while appearing to criticize vulgar materialism, they actually criticize dialectical materialism. Some of them believe, for example, that atoms may be deprived of the status of physical reality on the grounds that no one has ever seen an atom and what cannot be perceived does not exist. It should not be assumed that such scientists deny the existence of the world. They do not, of course, doubt its empirical reality. The expressions matter has disappeared and matter may be reduced to electricity are merely philosophically inept expressions of the truth that new forms and types of motion of matter have been discovered. Matter is everything that surrounds us, that exists outside our consciousness, that does not depend on our consciousness, and that is or may be reflected directly or indirectly in consciousness. All the sciences study certain properties and relations of specific forms of matter, but not matter in its most general sense. The philosophical understanding of matter retains its significance whatever the discoveries of natural science. The concept of matter does not epistemologically mean anything except objective reality existing independently of human consciousness. Moreover, matter is the only existing objective reality, the cause, foundation, content, and substance of all the diversity of the world. It is the substratum, that is to say, the vehicle, the bearer of all properties and relationships of everything that exists. In all the visible changes that occur in things, in all processes, in their properties and relationships there must be some underlying vehicle of these transformations and changes. That which passes into something else and assumes a different form remains unchanged and this underlying, most general vehicle, that is, the substance, of all that exists, is matter. Every new scientific discovery of elementary particles, fields, their transmutations, and so on means another step forward in concretizing the concept of matter. Matter manifests itself in innumerable properties. The most important are objective existence, structure, indestructibility, motion, space, time, reflection, and information. These are the attributes of matter, that is to say, its universal, intransient properties without which it could not exist. According to Lenin's definition, matter is a philosophical category denoting the objective reality which is given to man by his sensations, and which is copied, photographed, and reflected by our sensations, while existing independently of them. 2. This definition of matter is opposed to both objective and to subjective idealism, which believes that all the objects around us are nothing but aggregate states of consciousness, sets of sensations. The oversimplified definition of matter as substance made it impossible to apply the category of matter in explaining the life of society. But the dialectical interpretation of matter embraces not only the natural forms of its existence but also the social forms, human society being the highest form of the motion of intellectualized matter. One quite often hears people say all things consist of matter. They do not consist of matter. They are the specific, concrete forms of its manifestation. Matter as such is an abstraction. Looking for a uniform matter as the principle of everything is like wanting to eat not cherries but fruit in general. But fruit is also an abstraction. Matter cannot be contrasted to separate things as something immutable to something mutable. Matter in general cannot be seen, touched, or tasted. What people see, touch or taste is only a certain form of matter. Matter is not something that exists side by side with other things, inside them or at their basis. All existing formations are matter in its various forms, kinds, properties and relations. There is no such thing as unspecific matter. Matter is not simply the real possibility of all material forms, it is their actual existence. The only property that is relatively separate from matter is consciousness as an ideal and not material phenomenon. The material unity of the world. Any to some extent consistent philosophical theory can infer the unity of the world either from matter or from the spiritual principle. Consequently, the principle of monism is also consistent with idealism. In the first case we are dealing with materialist monism and in the second, with idealist. Fichte, for example, insisted that one of the two must be got rid of, spirit or nature. From this standpoint the combining of the two is totally impossible and their apparent unity is, he alleged, partly hypocrisy, partly a lie, and partly subjective inconsistency. Some philosophical theories have maintained positions of dualism acknowledging two parallel but independent worlds, the world of the spirit and the world of matter. Some philosophers see the unity of objects and processes in their reality, that is, in the fact that they exist. This is indeed the general principle that unites everything in the world. But can the very fact of existence be regarded as a basis for the unity of the world? This depends on how reality itself is interpreted. What is meant by reality? Existence may be material or spiritual, imaginary. The theologians, for example, believe that God is real, that he exists but does not possess objective reality. He is unimaginable. Our feelings, thoughts, aspirations, and aims are also real, they exist. Yet this is not objective but subjective existence. If existence is the basis of the unity of the world, then it is so only if we are talking about not subjective but objective existence. The actual unity of the world lies in its materiality. There can be nothing in the world that does not fit into the concept of matter and its multiform properties and relations. The principle of the material unity of the world signifies not an empirical similarity or identity of concrete material systems, elements, and laws, but the universality of matter as substance, as the carrier of multiform properties and relations. There is no mountain supposedly towering above the world that science can climb and from its peak see the world as a whole. It is against logic to simply transfer the principles of the known part of the world to the world as a whole. Being, indeed, is always an open question beyond the point where our sphere of observation ends. 3. At the same time the world is one and indivisible and there is not and cannot be anything supernatural in that sphere of being that is so far beyond our knowledge. The part of the world that we see is interconnected and in a state of continuous interaction with other parts of the world. The known part of the universe is, at least to some extent, related to the universe as a whole. Since it is part of this whole, it is not something alien to it. The unity of the world is expressed in the classification of the sciences, which records the connections between them that have objective content. The infinite universe, both in great things and in small, in the material and the spiritual spheres consistently obeys universal laws that connect everything in the world and make it a single whole. The principle of materialist monism also applies to society. Social being determines social consciousness. Materialist monism rejects views that single out consciousness and reason as a special substance contrasted to nature and society. Consciousness is, in fact, cognition of reality and a part of that reality. There is no gulf between the laws that govern the motion of the world, and human consciousness. Consciousness belongs not to any transcendental world but to the material world. It is not a supernatural unicum but a natural attribute of highly organized matter. Matter is the cause and basis of all the world's diversity. It holds all the secrets of existence and all the ways of knowing them. The category of matter is reality rich in colors and forms. Its cognition begins when we state that an object exists without yet knowing its attributes. Acknowledgement of matter as the substance of everything that exists is a crucial methodological principle. To the extent that they have any objective content, all fields of knowledge and culture rest entirely on the assumptions of the materialist worldview, although by no means all scientists and artists are aware of this indisputable fact. Science is materialist to the core. Anything in it that is not materialist is not scientific either. All creative activity is based on the one axiomatic proposition concerning the reality of the object of study, the reality of the world. No one can think creatively without recognizing this proposition. Consistent application of the principle of materialism presupposes that one is able in any inquiry to separate the objective from the subjective, actual processes from their interpretations, the target of research from the means and forms of its cognition. The structure and indestructibility of matter. Matter has a heterogeneous, granular, discontinuous structure. It consists of bits that vary in size and quality, elementary particles, atoms, molecules, macromolecules, stars and their systems, galaxies, and so on. The discontinuous forms of matter are indissolubly connected with the continuous forms. The latter are different types of fields: gravitation, electromagnetic and nuclear. Some physicists want to retain the concept of ether, but at a new level of comprehension, in the form of an all-pervasive vibrating cosmic medium possessing no mass. Physical fields connect the particles of matter, allow them to interact and thus exist. So without the field of gravitation nothing would connect the stars in the galaxies or substance itself in stars. There would be no solar system, no sun, no planets. All bodies in general would cease to exist. Without electrical and magnetic fields nothing would connect atoms into molecules and electrons and nuclei into atoms. This universal connection and interaction forms an attributive definition of substance and presupposes the mutual reflection and circulation of information in the universe. The concept of information has gradually expanded to embrace not only human communication but also the communication between living organisms and the various systems in each organism, the mechanisms of heredity, and finally, the physical objects, the entire surrounding world. The phenomenon of information may today be regarded as an all-embracing attribute of matter in motion, as the definition of all the interactions in the world. The orderliness of matter has its levels, each of which is characterized by a special system of laws and by its own vehicle. This is the submicroelementary level, the hypothetical form of existence of the matter of fields from which elementary particles are born. Microelementary level, the next stage is the nucleus. Nuclear level, from nuclei and electrons there come atoms. Atomic level, and from them molecules. Molecular level, from molecules there are aggregates, gaseous, liquid, and solid bodies. Macroscopic level. The bodies thus formed make up the stars and their satellites, the planets and their satellites, the stellar systems and the metagalaxies that embrace them, and so on to infinity. Cosmic level. Besides the substance condensed in the form of celestial bodies, there is also diffused matter in the universe. This exists in the form of detached atoms and molecules and also gigantic clouds of gas and dust of varying density. All this taken together with irradiation constitutes the boundless universal ocean of rarefied substance in which the celestial bodies appear to float. The cosmic bodies and systems have not existed since time began in their present form. They take shape as a result of condensation of nebulae that formerly occupied vast spaces. Consequently, cosmic bodies arise from a material environment as a result of the intrinsic laws of the motion of matter itself. After the material formations had risen from the atomic level to the higher, molecular level, there followed a process of complication of chemical substances that lasted for billions of years. The gradual complication of the molecules of carbon compounds led to the formation of organic compounds, organic level. Little by little increasingly complex organic compounds were formed. And finally came life, biological level. Life was the necessary, law-governed outcome of the development of all chemical and geological processes on the Earth's crust. The evolution of life proceeded from primitive, precellular forms of protein existence to cellular organization, to the formation first of the unicellular, and then multicellular organism with increasingly complex structures: the invertebrates, the vertebrates, the mammals, and the primates. The primates were the final stage in the evolution of organic nature and the starting point for the origin of man. We thus find ourselves standing on the last rung of the majestic ladder of the progressive development of matter, social level. It is also conceivable that there may be gigantic cosmic civilizations created by rational beings, metasocial level, beyond the range of terrestrial civilization. It may be assumed that in the present age Earth is the only habitation of conscious life in the galaxy and perhaps in much larger space-time scales of the universe. Do life and mind exist in outer space? If so, what attribute of what material organization can they be? If we assume that the universe is infinite, it is scarcely conceivable that life is a pure accident, the possession only of overfavored Earth. At any rate, we have no grounds to feel oppressed by a sense of loneliness in the infinite vastness of the universe. The concept of structure is applicable not only to the various levels of matter, but to matter as a whole. The stability of the basic structural forms of matter is predicated on the existence of an integral structural organization of matter, which stems from the close interconnection of all the levels of structural organization known to us today. In this sense, we can say that every element of matter bears the imprint of the universal whole. The various kinds of particles are not only elements of the discontinuous structure of matter, but also stages, key points in its development. The dialectical conception of matter contests any absolutizing of the specific, concrete forms and properties of matter. It orients science on a search for new, as yet unknown forms and properties of the real world. Science, if it is objective, proceeds along this path: discovery of the laws of the structure of the atom, of elementary particles, including electrically neutral particles, investigation of various nuclear reactions. Quite recently, science penetrated the structure of elementary particles and came to grips with research into the physical vacuum, a special kind of field that may be regarded as a reservoir, from which elementary particles are born and into which they are transformed. Lenin's philosophical prediction that the electron is as inexhaustible as the atom, that nature is infinite, is coming true. The impossibility of reducing one structural level of matter to another. Any object or process in the world arises only from other objects and cannot disappear without giving rise to some other object. This is a fundamental proposition of all forms of materialism. What distinguishes the dialectical conception of matter is its denial of the possibility of reducing matter to one or a few simple forms, as mechanistic materialism does. Physics cannot be reduced to mechanics, chemistry to physics, and biology cannot be reduced to an aggregate of mechanical, physical, and chemical phenomena. Nor can society be reduced to all the other forms of organization of matter. Thus, biological organization has a special meaning which cannot be explained in the framework of the physical picture of the world. In the realm of the animate, we are concerned with such specific phenomena as adaptation, metabolism, growth, and procreation, the struggle for existence, mutation, and heredity. There is none of this in non-organic nature. In the living organism, even the purely physical and chemical processes are subordinated to certain biological tasks. We cannot explain by purely physical or chemical laws why the ape can sacrifice its life to save its young, or why a bird will sit for weeks to hatch out its eggs. While stressing the need to take into consideration the specifics of each structural level of matter, we must at the same time remember certain general laws inherent in all levels and also the connection and interaction between the various levels. This connection shows itself mainly in the fact that simple forms of organization always go hand in hand with complex forms. The higher level includes the lower as one of its genetic preconditions and at the same time as one of its own elements. The physics of elementary particles has not only conquered chemistry. It has begun to tackle living substance biology. Humanity today stands on the threshold of completely new, extraordinary discoveries which will hand us the master micro keys to processes occurring in animate matter, including man. Biologists have proved that heredity is conditioned by the nucleus of the cell, the chromosomes, which transmit hereditary characteristics. It turns out that the answer to one of the most intimate questions of biology depends to a great extent on chemistry, and that life is the chemistry not only of protein bodies but also of chemical components, particularly the nucleic acids. Scientific development has shown that progress in physiology and biology depends to a large extent on progress in the physics and chemistry of organisms, including the physico-chemical investigation of nervous activity. If we try to reduce the more complex forms of motion to the simple forms, we may backtrack into mechanism. Ignoring the unity and connection of the various forms of the motion of matter may lead to attempts to regard motion in isolation from its vehicle, for example, heredity without its material substratum. It is precisely on the molecular level that our ideas of the subtle mechanisms of heredity have materialized. However, the higher forms of organization are not included in the lower forms. Life is a form of organization inherent in protein bodies. There is no life in non-organic bodies. The chemical form of organization is inherent in chemical elements and their compounds, but it does not exist in such material objects as photons, electrons, and other similar particles. Since the complex forms of the organization of matter include the lower forms as subordinate elements, we must take this into consideration and in studying animals and plants, for example, apply not only the leading biological methods but also physico-chemical methods in a secondary capacity. At the same time, the study of biological phenomena enriches chemistry and physics. Knowledge of the lower levels as components of the higher levels helps us to get a deeper insight into the highest level of organization of matter. Thus, chemistry in studying structures at the molecular level has achieved considerable successes thanks to the appearance of quantum mechanics, which has revealed certain peculiarities in the structure of the atomic level. This is understandable because chemical reactions at the molecular level are connected with intra-atomic processes. The uncreatability and indestructibility of matter. One of the attributes of matter is its indestructibility, which is displayed in a set of specific laws of the conservation of matter in the process of its transformation. In studying the foundation of matter, modern physics has demonstrated the universal transformability of elementary particles. In the continuous process of interchangeability, matter is conserved as substance, that is to say, as the base of all change. The cessation of mechanical motion owing to friction leads to an accumulation of internal energy in the body in question and intensification of the heat motion of its molecules. Heat motion in its turn may become chemical or electromagnetic motion. In the microcosm, the particles of matter are transformed into radiation. The law of the conservation and transformation of energy states that no matter what processes of transformation occur in the world, the general quantity of mass and energy remains unchanged. Any material object can exist only in connection with others, and through them it is connected with the rest of the world. The destruction of a concrete thing means only that it has turned into something else. The birth of a concrete thing means that it has arisen from something else. For nature, the destruction of the particular is the performance of the same necessity in the global play of life forces as its emergence. The world as a whole continues to exist only thanks to the continuous and partial destruction of itself. That matter is conserved becomes apparent only in the process of mutation of its forms. The principle of the indestructibility and uncreatability of matter is of great importance in forming a worldview and a methodology. Guided by this principle, science has discovered the laws of the conservation of mass, energy, charge, parity, and other fundamental laws that have enabled us to reach a deeper and fuller understanding of the processes at work in various fields of nature. The crucial laws of scientific cognition also aim us against idealist views, such as creationism. Some scientists maintain, for instance, that atoms are from time to time created out of nothing, that is to say, at a certain moment certain atoms comprising matter allegedly do not exist, but the next moment they exist, having appeared out of nothing. The indestructibility of matter cannot be understood only in terms of quantity. The laws of conservation also presuppose qualitative indestructibility. Ignoring this aspect of the laws of conservation inevitably leads to mistakes, an example of which is the idea of the heat death of the universe. This theory alleges that all forms of motion must turn into heat, which will ultimately disperse in universal space. The temperature of all bodies will be equalized and all motion will cease. There will be neither light nor heat. Everything will die. And this will be the end of the world. According to this conception, the universe lives its life and follows the path from birth to death like all the rest of us. Science knows no other change except the transition to senility, and no other process but motion towards final oblivion. We see the stars constantly turning into radiation just as eternally and unceasingly as mountains of ice melt in a warm ocean. Today's sun weighs many billions of tons less than the sun of a month ago. Since other stars are melting in the same way, the universe as a whole is now less substantial. Not only the quantity of matter in the universe is diminishing, but even what is left is constantly escaping into the icy cold of outer space at colossal and ominously increasing speeds. The universe seems to be running away from us and dissolving like a vision into oblivion. Research has shown, however, that heat death is impossible. The ceaseless process of conversion of all forms of motion into heat is accompanied by an equally unceasing process of the conversion of heat into other forms of motion. The stars are not only cooling, other stars are being born and growing brighter. There is nowhere for matter to appear from and nowhere for it to go. It is the source, the cause, and the consequence of itself. It owes nothing to anything or anyone for its existence. The motion of matter. Motion and its forms. The world is in constant motion. It has no days off. It never gets tired. The billions of stars that we admire on a clear night and that seem motionless to the naked eye are moving at colossal speeds. Every star is a sun with its own ring of planets. The stars and the satellites circling round them also revolve on their own axis and participate in the turning of the whole galaxy around its axis. Moreover, various parts of the galaxy have different cycles. Our galaxy moves in relation to other galaxies. And there is no end to these whimsical courses of the universal roundabout. At a certain stage in their evolution, some stars explode and flare up like huge cosmic fireworks. Our sun is a blazing fiery hurricane. Its whole surface is in a state of bubbling, erupting agitation. Colossal fiery waves pass over the turbulent solar surface. Huge fountains of flame, the protuberances spurt to heights of hundreds of thousands of kilometers. The gigantic streams of internal heat that come to the surface are poured forth into space in the form of radiation. Many thinkers have perceptibly noted the astonishing activity of matter, its tremendous internal energy. As Francis Bacon, for example, put it, matter, surrounded by a sensuous, poetic glamour, seems to attract man's whole entity by winning smiles. In view of this indefatigable activity of matter, it would hardly be possible to create an unbridgeable gap between its living and inorganic forms. Apparently they have more in common than is visible to the eye. Motion is the mode of existence of matter. To be means to be in motion. The world is integrating and disintegrating. It never attains ultimate perfection. Like matter, motion is uncreatable and indestructible. It is not introduced from outside but is included in matter, which is not inert but active. Motion is self-motion in the sense that the tendency, the impulse to change of state is inherent in matter itself, it is its own cause. The forms and kinds of motion are manifold. They are connected with the levels of the structural organization of matter. The basic forms are motion of elementary particles, appearance and interaction of atoms and molecules, the chaotic displacement of particles in the form of heat motion, the mechanical motion of macroscopic bodies, the biological motion with all its diverse manifestations, the life of human society and, finally, a quite conceivable metasocial form of motion in the shape of extremely intricate connections between various civilizations on a cosmic scale. Every form of motion has its vehicle substratum. Thus elementary particles are the material vehicles of the diverse processes of intermutations. The elements of the atomic nucleus are the material vehicles of the nuclear form of motion, the elements of the atom, of intraatomic form of motion, the elements of molecules and molecular compounds, of the chemical form of motion, and so on up to the social form of motion, which is the highest of all known forms. The motion of anything occurs only in relation to that of another. The motion of a separate body is an absurdity. Essentially, motion is nothing but the interaction of things as a result of which they change. Is it permissible to consider the motion of only one body in the entire universe? By the motion of a body we always mean its change of position in relation to a second body. It is, therefore, contrary to common sense to speak about the motion of only one body. 2. In order to study the motion of any object, one must find another object in relation to which one can consider the motion that interests us. This other object is known as the system of reference. Motion is intrinsically contradictory. It is a unity of change and stability, of disturbance and rest. Thus any change in structural elements, properties, or relations takes place alongside the conservation of certain other elements, and every conservation takes place only through motion. In general, in the endless flux of ceaseless motion there are always moments of stability, expressed above all in conservation of the state of motion, and also in the form of equilibrium of phenomena and relative rest. No matter how much an object changes, it retains its own particular character for as long as it exists. A river does not cease to be a river because it flows. Flow is, in fact, the very thing that makes a river what it is. Possessing absolute rest means ceasing to exist. Everything in a state of relative rest is inevitably involved in some kind of motion and ultimately in the infinite forms of its manifestation in the universe. Rest always has only an apparent and relative character. Bodies may rest only in relation to a given system of reference, conventionally regarded as motionless. For example, we are motionless in relation to a given building and it is motionless in relation to the earth. But we are continuously moving with the earth, and the earth, together with its environing air ocean, is revolving on its own axis and around the sun. The unity of matter and motion. Motion was not always regarded as an inseparable attribute of matter. In the history of philosophy and natural science there existed two opposite points of view, one of them, energism, absolutist energy, the other, mechanism, regarded matter as a passive principle with no intrinsic activity. In order to set it in motion there had to be a divine first push. In various sciences this doctrine took the form of notions of hidden forces, minor ghosts, the life force, spirit, etc. This was a search for non-mechanical causes of various phenomena. The idealists maintained and still maintain that spirit is the active, creative principle, while matter is inert. The absolutizing of energy was expressed in the conception of energism. The German scientist Wilhelm Ostwald believed that there was nothing in the world but energy. What did any person feel when he was struck with a stick, the stick or the energy? Only energy, said Ostwald. And wherever people were accustomed to feeling and seeing matter, according to Ostwald, they were feeling and seeing only pure energy. The discovery of the law of the conservation and transformation of energy and the successes of thermodynamics as applied to numerous natural phenomena encouraged thinkers to turn pure energy into an absolute, the ultimate content of everything that exists. But pure energy is an abstraction. Energy is one of the characteristics of the intensity of the interaction of material objects. Energy is motion, which is impossible without a material vehicle, just as thought is impossible without a thinking brain or blueness without something that is blue. In the process of scientific research one often has to single out the energetic aspect of processes and disregard their vehicles. This is a justifiable abstraction. While the real structure of elementary particles, for example, is unknown, one has to confine oneself to an energetic description of interconversion processes. But this absolutization leads to energy, as a quantity surviving in all these processes, being sometimes interpreted as indestructible, as a stable substance from which elementary particles, as it were, are made. Sometimes photons are identified with pure energy. The discovery of light pressure showed that photons, light, are infinitely small accumulations of matter possessing not only energy but also mass. The law connecting the mass and energy of material objects is sometimes interpreted in the spirit of energism. Erroneously identifying mass with matter, the energists assume that matter may turn into a concentration of pure energy. It is well known, however, that mass is not matter, but only one of its properties. And the meaning of Einstein's energy equation E equals mc2 is that as mass increases, so, too, does energy. A material object possesses a certain mass and a corresponding amount of energy. Matter cannot change into any of its properties, it is the vehicle of all their infinite diversity. Mass is the measure of such properties of matter as inertia and gravitation, while energy is the measure of its motion. So the mass-energy law reflects and proves the inseparability of the properties of matter and motion. Motion has both a spatial and temporal character. Space and time. The concept of space and time. All material bodies have a certain extension, length, breadth, height. They are variously placed in relation to each other and constitute parts of one or another system. Space is a form of coordination of coexisting objects and states of matter. It consists in the fact that objects are extraposed to one another, alongside, beside, beneath, above, within, behind, in front, etc., and have certain quantitative relationships. The order of coexistence of these objects and their states forms the structure of space. Material phenomena are characterized by their duration, the sequence of the stages of their motion, their development. Processes may take place either simultaneously, or precede or succeed one another. Such, for example, is the interrelation between day and night. The dimension of time can be measured only with the help of certain standards, in seconds, minutes, hours, days, years, centuries, etc., that is to say, motions that are accepted as being even. The perception of time also allows us to assess the sequence and duration of events. Depending on our subjective sensations such as merriment or grief, pleasure or boredom, time seems either short or long. Time is a form of coordination of objects and states of matter in their succession. It consists in the fact that every state is a consecutive link in a process and has certain quantitative relations with other states. The order of succession of these objects and states forms the structure of time. Space and time are universal forms of the existence of matter, the coordination of objects. The universality of these forms lies in the fact that they are forms of existence of all the objects and processes that have ever existed or will exist in the infinite universe. Not only the events of the external world, but also all feelings and thoughts take place in space and time. In the material world everything has extension and duration. Space and time have their peculiarities. Space has three dimensions, length, breadth, and height, but time has only one from the past through the present to the future. It is inevitable, unrepeatable, and irreversible. Correct understanding of the essence of space and time is closely connected with the scientific picture of the world. Everything is differentiated, broken down into relatively stable extraposed material formations. The processes that occur in them and condition their conservation, reproduction, and at the same time their transformation, are also differentiated. They constitute the consecutive change of the states of an object. Space and time exist objectively. Although we may feel how time in its inexorable passage is carrying us away, we can neither halt nor prolong it. We cannot recover a single moment of existence. The flow of time is beyond our control. We are as helpless in it as a chip of wood in a river. Dialectics proceeds from acknowledgement of the unity of motion, space, time, and matter, which is expressed in the principle that various forms of the structural organization of matter and the levels of this organization are characterized by their specific motion, space, and time. Thus the spatial organization of a crystal differs from that of a blossoming rose. The time of historical events occurs, is experienced by their participants and is preserved in the memory of mankind, and this kind of time differs from the purely physical time of, say, the motion of the celestial bodies. However, metaphysical thought separates matter from motion, and both of them, from space and time. Newton, for example, assumed that space was the empty container of things, that it was incorporeal, absolutely penetrable, never influenced anything and was never affected by any influence. Universal space was considered to be filled with absolutely motionless ether, and moving bodies were thought to encounter an ethereal wind like the wind that resists a running person. Space was allegedly immutable and motionless, its attributes did not depend on anything, even time, nor did they depend on material bodies or their motion. One could remove all bodies from space and space would still exist and retain its attributes. Newton held the same views about time. He believed that time flowed by in the same way throughout the universe and this flow did not depend on anything, time was therefore absolute. Like a river, it flowed on of its own accord, heedless of the existence of material processes. The idea of absolute space and time corresponded to the physical picture of the world, namely the system of views of matter as a set of atoms separated from each other, possessing immutable volume and inertia, mass, and influencing each other instantaneously either at a distance or through contact. Revision of the physical picture of the world changed the view of space and time. The discovery of the electromagnetic field and the realization that field could not be reduced to a state of mechanical environment revealed the flaws in the classical picture of the world. It turned out that matter could not be represented as a set of separate, strictly dissociated elements. The particles of matter are indeed connected with one another in integral systems by fields whose action is transmitted at a finite speed that is equal for any closed system, the speed of light in a vacuum. It was held previously that if all matter disappeared from the universe, space and time would remain. The theory of relativity, however, maintains that with the disappearance of matter space and time would also disappear. To sum up, everything in the world is spatial and temporal. Space and time are absolute. But since these are forms of matter in motion, they are not indifferent to their content. When it moves, an object does not leave an empty form behind it, space is not an apartment that can be let out to such a tenant as matter, and time cannot be compared to some monster that gnaws at things and leaves its tooth marks on them. Space and time are conditioned by matter, as a form is conditioned by its content, and every level of the motion of matter possesses its space-time structure. Thus living cells and organisms, in which geometry becomes more complex and the rhythm of time changes, possess special space-time properties. This is biological time. There is also historical time, whose unit may be the replacement of one generation by another, which corresponds to a century. Depending on our practical needs, historical time is counted in centuries and millennia. The reference point may be certain cultural historical events or even legends. The finite and the infinite. Whose imagination has not been stirred by a mysterious sense of the vastness of the universe? What man has looked up at the dark sky glittering with its myriads of stars and not been awed by the glamour of outer space? Whose heart has not been moved by the majestic splendor of the nocturnal heavens? In our everyday lives, our dealings with everything around us, we encounter finite objects, processes. The finite means something that has an end, that is limited in space. In everyday practice we may mean by infinity anything very big or very small, depending on the circumstances. For example, 1 billion raised to the power of 100 is in practice an infinite quantity. Our experience is too limited for us to be able to define infinity. Scientists like to joke that they begin to understand infinity only when they think of human folly. One may throw a spear from a certain point in space and from the place where it lands one may repeat the throw. And one may go on doing this again and again, never reaching any boundary. No matter how distant a star may be from us we may still go further than that star. The universe is never boarded up. Infinity cannot be traversed to its end. Such infinity would be a false infinity. True infinity means constant going beyond the limits of the finite. The universe is not given in any cut and dried form, it is constantly reproducing itself, it is a reality that is constantly recreated. The infinite manifests itself in the finite and through the finite. Through the finite we come to an understanding, a knowledge of the infinite. The finite is a constantly appearing and disappearing moment of an infinite process of change. Change in general is associated with an object's going beyond its spatial, temporal, quantitative, and qualitative limits. The very fact of the interaction of things is constant going beyond the limits of finite, individual existence. In this constant going beyond oneself into outer being, lies the infinite nature of the finite. An object has innumerable relations with other objects. Thereby it acquires an infinite number of properties. And in this sense infinity implies qualitative diversity, realized in space and time. We have advanced from the scale of the earth to the expanses of outer space, to time that has no beginning and no end. This is extensive infinity. We ourselves appear to be standing midway between the infinite expanses of the universe with its worlds that are known or unknown to us and the equally infinite depths of the world of the smallest particles of matter, which is intensive infinity. We are the junction, as it were, of roads that lead away into the infinitely large and the infinitely small. We are mere specks of dust in comparison with the stars, and at the same time we are giants compared to the tiny microorganisms that swarm in every drop of water. Thought has penetrated from regions describable only in terms of millions of light years to regions that may be measured in trillionths of a centimeter. And there, too, we find the properties of the finite and the infinite. Thus, many physicists assume the existence of a certain basic length, the spatial quantum. It would, they say, be as pointless to consider any smaller length as it would be to consider, for example, a quantity of gold less than 1 atom, because such a quantity would not even constitute the given chemical element. So scientists assume the existence of atoms of space. From this follows the recognition of minimal time, beyond whose limits the concept of phase, that is to say, changes of state in time, loses all meaning. An attempt to refute the theory of the infinity of the universe is to be found in the concept of the expanding universe. James Jeans, for example, assumed that not only was the quantity of matter in the universe diminishing, but also that any matter that remained was constantly receding into space at colossal and ominously increasing speed. And yet there are no valid grounds for such conclusions. The metagalaxy in which we observe this centrifugal movement of the galaxies, despite its enormous size as it appears to us, is only a tiny particle in the infinite universe, so it cannot be assumed that the whole universe is expanding. To sum up, all objects and processes in the world are finite. But the totality of finite things and processes is infinite. The universe had no beginning, has no end, and is inexhaustible. Beyond the most distant stellar systems that modern science and technology have permitted us to observe, there are still other gigantic celestial bodies. And so on ad infinitum. There are no limits beyond which there might be something that cannot be embraced by the concept of objective reality, and there is nothing above it or outside it. Objective reality is in everything. It is everything. The concept of limit has meaning only when applied to the finite. Neither our distance-bound imagination nor the spacemen of the future can ever encounter some supernatural obstacle such as non-existence. They will never run into something that differs from matter. No matter how much time passes prior to some event, time will go on after it. No matter how long ago a certain event took place, it was preceded by countless other events. The chain of events has never been broken. Its links are numberless. In the universe as a whole there is no initial or culminating point, the universe is equally open at both ends. If time were finite, the world must have had a beginning. To acknowledge the beginning of the world's existence in time would be to acknowledge creation and, consequently, a creator. The concept of beginning is meaningful when applied not to the universe as a whole but only to separate, specific things and processes, that is to say, to the finite. We can set no limits to the universe as a whole. It categorically forbids us to do so. It is ageless. It is infinitely old and eternally young. Someone once wittily remarked that he could not imagine the universe having lived its life and sadly vegetating for the rest of eternity. The principle of universal connection and development. The concept of universal connection. Nothing in the world stands by itself. Every object is a link in an endless chain and is thus connected with all the other links. And this chain of the universe has never been broken, it unites all objects and processes in a single whole and thus has a universal character. We cannot move so much as our little finger without disturbing the whole universe. The life of the universe, its history lies in an infinite web of connections. Whereas the interconnection of things is absolute, their independence is relative. In the sphere of non-organic nature there exist mechanical, physical, and chemical connections, which presuppose interaction either through various fields or by means of direct contact. In a crystal, which is an ensemble of atoms, no individual atom can move in complete independence of the others. Its slightest shift has an effect on every other atom. The oscillations of particles in a solid body are, and can only be, collective. In living nature there exist more complex connections, the biological, which are expressed in various relations between and within species and also in their relations with the environment. In the life of society connections become more complex and we have production, class, family, personal, national, state, international and other relationships. Connections exist not only between objects within the framework of a given form of motion of matter, but also between all its forms, woven together in a kind of infinitely huge skein. Our consciousness can contain no idea that does not express either imagined or real connections, and in its turn this idea must of necessity be a link in a chain of other ideas and conceptions. What is a connection? It is a dependence of one phenomenon on another in a certain relationship. The basic forms of connection may be classified as spatial, temporal, causal, and consequential, necessary and accidental, law-governed, immediate and mediate, internal and external, dynamic and static, direct and feedback, and so on. Connection does not exist by itself, without that which is connected. Moreover, any connection has its basis, which makes such connection possible. For example, the gravitational properties of material systems condition the force connection of cosmic objects. Atomic nuclear charge is a connection in the periodic system of the elements. Material production and the community of interest serve as the basis for the connections between human beings in society. The materiality of the world conditions the connection of everything with everything else, expressed in the philosophical principle of universal connection. In order to realize this or that connection there must be certain conditions. They differ for various systems. Investigation of the various forms of connections is the primary task of cognition. Connection is the first thing that strikes us when we consider anything. We, of course, do not always think about such things. And this is natural enough, for one cannot think only in terms of universal connections when deciding simple everyday or even specific scientific problems. However, on the philosophical level, when one tries to consider universal problems, one cannot adopt the position of never looking further than one's nose. This brings us to the methodological conclusion that in order to know an object in reality, one must embrace, study all its aspects, all the immediate and mediate connections. This is what drives scientific thought in its search for systematic connections everywhere, both in particulars and in the whole. If we deny the principle of universal connection, and particularly the essential connections, this has a disastrous effect not only on our theory but also on our practice. For example, forest cutting reduces the bird population and this, in its turn, increases the number of agricultural pests. Destruction of forests sands up rivers, erodes the soil and thus leads to a reduction in harvests. There are no birds or animals in nature that are absolutely harmful. The wolf, for example, because it eats other animals, including the weak and the sick, acts as a regulator of their numbers. Paradoxically, the mass extermination of wolves, far from protecting other species, actually reduces their numbers, due to the spread of disease. So everything in the world is connected with something else. And this universal interconnection, and also the connection of the elements within the whole at any level, form an essential condition for the dynamic balance of systems. Interaction. The human individual, for example, is not a lone traveler amid the jungles of existence. He is a part of the world interacting in various ways with that world. Separate cultures are not closed, isolated islands. They are like great waves in the ocean of history, which work upon each other, often merging into even broader waves, often clashing with waves of a different dimension, so that the regular rhythm of the rise and fall of individual waves is broken. Like any other system, an organism or a society lives and functions as long as there is a certain interaction of the elements in these systems or of the systems themselves with other systems. Everything that happens in the world may be attributed to the interaction of things, one element of which is equilibrium. Interaction is a process by which various objects influence each other, their mutual conditioning or transmutation, and also their generation of one another. Interaction is a kind of immediate or mediate, external or internal relationship or connection. The properties of an object may manifest themselves and be cognized only through its interconnection with other objects. The category of interaction is extremely versatile and may be used in various senses. In some cases, interaction is understood as the general basis or condition for the development of events, in others it has the meaning of a complex causal relationship. But interaction is most widely understood as a special form of causal connection, namely the two-way relationship. Interaction operates as an integrating factor by which the parts in a certain type of whole are united. For example, electromagnetic interaction between a nucleus and electrons creates the structure of the atom. The material unity of the world, the interconnection of all the structural levels of existence, is achieved through the universality of interaction. The chain of interaction is never broken and has neither beginning nor end. Every phenomenon is a link in the general universal chain of interaction. In the immediate sense, interaction is causal. Every cause is simultaneously both active and passive in relation to another cause. The origin and development of objects depend on interaction. Every qualitatively defined system has a special type of interaction. Every kind of interaction is connected with material fields and involves transference of matter, motion, and information. Interaction is impossible without a specific material vehicle. The modern classification of interaction distinguishes between force and informational interactions. Physics knows four basic types of force interaction, which provide the key to our understanding of the infinitely diverse processes of nature. These are the gravitational, the electromagnetic, the so-called strong, nuclear, interactions, and the weak, decay, interactions. Every type of interaction in physics has its own specific measure. Biology studies interaction at various levels, in molecules, cells, organisms, populations, species, biological communities. The life of society is characterized by even more complex forms of interaction, for society is a process and product of interaction both between people and between man and nature. Unless we study interaction in its general and concrete manifestations, we cannot understand the properties, structures, or laws of reality. Not a single phenomenon in the world can be explained out of itself, without taking into account its interactions with other objects. Interaction is not only the initial point of cognition but also its culminating point. Development. Any type of connection or interaction must take a certain direction. Nothing in the world is final and complete. Everything is on the way to somewhere else. Development is a definitely oriented, irreversible change of the object, from the old to the new, from the simple to the complex, from a lower level to a higher one. The vector of a developing phenomenon is towards acquisition of the fullness of its essence, towards self-fulfillment in various new forms. The new is an intermediate or final result of development in relation to the old. Changes may involve the composition of the object, its quantity or quality, the type of connection of the elements of the specific whole, its function or its behavior, that is to say, the means by which it interacts with other objects and, finally, all these characteristics taken as a whole. Development is irreversible. Nothing passes through one and the same state more than once. Development is a dual process, the old is destroyed and replaced by something new, which establishes itself in life not simply by freely evolving its own potential but in conflict with the old. The crucial feature of development is time. Development takes place in time and only time reveals its direction. Even the history of the concept of development goes back to the formation of the theoretical notions of the direction of time. The ancient cultures had no knowledge of development in the true sense. They saw time as moving in cycles and all events were thought to be predestined. The old way of thinking was that the sun must rise and set and hasten to its destined resting place, the wind would blow where it listeth and return in its courses, what was bound to happen would happen, and what was done would always be done, and there was nothing new under the sun. The idea of a universe, perfect and complete, on which the whole ancient view of the world rested, precluded any question of oriented change that might give rise to new systems and connections. Any such change was understood as the evolution of certain possibilities that had been inherent in things from the beginning and had simply been hidden from view. With the rise of Christianity, the notions of time and its linear direction begin to be applied to the intellectual sphere, and, as experimental science takes shape, these notions gradually begin to blaze a trail in the study of nature, giving birth to the ideas of natural history, of oriented and irreversible changes in nature and society. The turning point here was the creation of cosmology and the theory of evolution in biology and geology. The idea of development then became firmly established in natural science and has since become an object of philosophical investigation. This orientation of the sciences on the idea of development substantially enriched it with a worldview and methodological principles and played an essential heuristic role. For instance, biology and the history of culture showed that the process of development was neither universal nor homogeneous. If we consider development on a major scale, such as organic evolution, it is quite obvious that certain interactions of processes taking different directions are at work within it. The general line of progressive development is interwoven with changes that give rise to blind alleys of evolution or even paths of regress. Alongside processes of ascending development we find degradation and decay of systems, descents from the higher to the lower, from the more perfect to the less perfect, and a lowering in the level of organization of systems. An example of degradation is to be found in biological species that die out because of their failure to adapt to new conditions. Degradation of a system as a whole does not mean that all its elements are beginning to disintegrate. Regress is a contradictory process, the whole falls apart but certain elements in it may progress. What is more, a system as a whole may progress while certain of its elements fall into decay. Thus, the progressive development of biological forms as a whole goes hand in hand with the degradation of certain species. Cyclical processes such as the transmutation of elementary particles play a significant role in the universe. The branch of progressive development known to science consists of the prestellar, the stellar, the planetary, the biological, the social, and hypothetical metasocial stages of the structural organization of matter. On the cosmic scale, the processes of progressive and regressive development would appear to be of equal significance. The principle of causality. The concept of causality, determinism. All certainty in our relationships with the world rests on acknowledgement of causality. Causality is a genetic connection of phenomena through which one thing, the cause, under certain conditions gives rise to, causes something else, the effect. The essence of causality is the generation and determination of one phenomenon by another. In this respect, causality differs from various other kinds of connection, for example, the simple temporal sequence of phenomena, of the regularities of accompanying processes. For example, a pinprick causes pain. Brain damage causes mental illness. Causality is an active relationship, a relationship which brings to life something new, which turns possibility into actuality. A cause is an active and primary thing in relation to the effect. But after this does not always mean because of this. It would be a parody of justice if we were to say that where there is punishment there must have been a crime. Causality is universal. Nowhere in the world can there be any phenomena that do not give rise to certain consequences and have not been caused by other phenomena. Ours is a world of cause and effect, or, figuratively speaking, of progenitors and their progeny. Whenever we seek to retrace the steps of cause and effect and find the first cause, it disappears into the infinite distances of universal interaction. But the concept of cause is not confined to interaction. Causality is only a part of universal connection. The universality of causality is often denied on the grounds of the limited nature of human experience, which prevents us from judging the character of connections beyond what is known to science and practice. And yet we know that no scientist restricts his reasoning to what he can immediately perceive. The whole history of humanity, of all scientific experiment, knows no exception to the principle of determinism. The connection between cause and effect takes place in time. This temporary relation may be defined in various ways. Some people believe that cause always precedes effect, that there is a certain interval between the time when the cause begins to act, for example, the interaction of two systems, and the time the effect appears. For a certain time cause and effect coexist, then the cause dies out and the consequence ultimately becomes the cause of something else. And so on to infinity. Other thinkers believe that these intervals partially overlap. It is also maintained that cause and effect are always strictly simultaneous. Still others maintain that it is pointless to speak of a cause already existing and therefore taking effect while the effect has not yet entered the sphere of existence. How can there be a non-effective cause? The concepts of cause and effect are used both for defining simultaneous events, events that are contiguous in time, and events whose effect is born with the cause. In addition, cause and effect are sometimes qualified as phenomena divided by a time interval and connected by means of several intermediate links. For example, a solar flare causes magnetic storms on Earth and a consequent temporary interruption of radio communication. The mediate connection between cause and effect may be expressed in the formula: if A is the cause of B and B is the cause of C, then A may also be regarded as the cause of C. Though it may change, the cause of a phenomenon survives in its result. An effect may have several causes, some of which are necessary and others accidental. An important feature of causality is the continuity of the cause-effect connection. The chain of causal connections has neither beginning nor end. It is never broken, it extends eternally from one link to another. And no one can say where this chain began or where it ends. It is as infinite as the universe itself. There can be neither any first, that is to say, causeless, cause nor any final, i.e., inconsequential, effect. If we were to admit the existence of a first cause, we should break the law of the conservation of matter and motion. And any attempt to find an absolutely first or absolutely final cause is a futile occupation, which psychologically assumes a belief in miracles. The internal mechanism of causality is associated with the transference of matter, motion, and information. Effect spreads its tentacles not only forwards, as a new cause giving rise to a new effect, but also backwards, to the cause which gave rise to it, thus modifying, exhausting or intensifying its force. This interaction of cause and effect is known as the principle of feedback. It operates everywhere, particularly in all self-organizing systems where perception, storing, processing and use of information take place, as for example, in the organism, in a cybernetic device, and in society. The stability, control, and progress of a system are inconceivable without feedback. Any effect is evoked by the interaction of at least two phenomena. Therefore the interaction phenomenon is the true cause of the effect phenomenon. In other words, the effect phenomenon is determined by the nature and state of both interacting elements. A word conveying tragically bad news may cause a condition of stress in a sensitive person, whereas it will bounce off an insensitive or phlegmatic individual like water off a duck's back, leaving only a slight emotional trace. The cause of stress in this case was not the word itself but its information-bearing impact on vulnerable personality. The cause-effect connection can be conceived as a one-way, one-directional action only in the simplest and most limited cases. The idea of causality as the influence of one thing on another is applied in fields of knowledge where it is possible and necessary to ignore feedback and actually measure the quantitative effect achieved by the cause. Such a situation is mostly characteristic of mechanical causality. For example, the cause of a stone falling to the ground is mutual gravitation, which obeys the law of universal gravitation, and the actual fall of the stone to the ground results from gravitational interaction. However, since the mass of the stone is infinitely small compared with the mass of the Earth, one can ignore the stone's effect on the Earth. So ultimately we come to the notion of a one-way effect with only one body, the Earth, operating as the active element, while the other, the stone, is passive. In most cases, however, such an approach does not work because things are not inert, but charged with internal activity. Therefore, in experiencing effect they in their turn act on their cause and the resulting action is not one way but an interaction. In complex cases one cannot ignore the feedback of the vehicle of the action on other interacting bodies. For example, in the chemical interaction of two substances it is impossible to separate the active and passive sides. This is even more true of the transformation of elementary particles. Thus the formation of molecules of water cannot be conceived as the result of a one-way effect of oxygen on hydrogen or vice versa. It results from the interaction of two atoms of hydrogen and one of oxygen. Mental processes are also a result of the interaction of the environment and the cortex. To sum up, all processes in the world are evoked not by a one-way or one-sided action but are based on the relationship of at least two interacting objects. Just as various paths may lead to one and the same place, so various causes lead to one and the same effect. And one and the same cause may have different consequences. A cause does not always operate in the same way, because its result depends not only on its own essence but also on the character of the phenomenon it influences. Thus, the heat of the sun dries out canvas, evokes extremely complex processes of biosynthesis in plants, etc. Intense heat melts wax but tempers steel. At the same time an effect in the form of heat may be the result of various causes: sun rays, friction, a mechanical blow, chemical reaction, electricity, disintegration of an atom, and so on. He would be a bad doctor who did not know that the same diseases may be due to different causes. Headache, for instance, has more than 100. The rule of only one cause for one effect holds good only in elementary cases with causes and effects that cannot be further analyzed. In real life there are no phenomena that have only one cause and have not been affected by secondary causes. Otherwise we should be living in a world of pure necessity, ruled by destiny alone. To understand the cause that engenders a change in the state of an object we should, strictly speaking, analyze the interaction of the object with all other objects surrounding it. But experience shows that not all these interactions are equally significant in changing the state of the object. Some are decisive while others are insignificant. So, in practice, we are able to single out a finite number of decisive interactions and distinguish them from those that are secondary. In the sciences, particularly the natural sciences, one distinguishes general from specific causes, the main from the secondary, the internal from the external, the material from the spiritual, and the immediate from the mediate, with varying numbers of intervening stages. The general cause is the sum total of all the events leading up to a certain effect. It is a kind of knot of events with some very tangled threads that stretch far back or forward in space and time. The establishing of a general cause is possible only in very simple events with a relatively small number of elements. Investigation usually aims at revealing the specific causes of an event. The specific cause is the sum total of the circumstances whose interaction gives rise to a certain effect. Moreover, specific causes evoke an effect in the presence of many other circumstances that have existed in the given situation even before the effect occurs. These circumstances constitute the conditions for the operation of the cause. The specific cause is made up of those elements of the general cause that are most significant in the given situation. Its other elements are only conditions. Sometimes an event is caused by several circumstances, each of which is necessary but insufficient to bring about the phenomenon in question. Sometimes we can clearly perceive the phenomenon that gives rise to this or that effect. But more often than not, a virtually infinite number of interlocking causes give rise to the consequences we are concerned with. In such cases we have to single out the main cause, the one which plays the decisive role in the whole set of circumstances. Objective causes operate independently of people's will and consciousness. Subjective causes are rooted in psychological factors, in consciousness, in the actions of man or a social group, in their determination, organization, experience, knowledge, and so on. Immediate causes should be distinguished from mediate causes, that is to say, those that evoke and determine an effect through a number of intervening stages. For example, a person gets badly hurt psychologically, but the damage does not take effect at once. Several years may elapse, and then in certain circumstances, among which the person's condition at the time has a certain significance, the effect begins to make itself felt in the symptoms of illness. When analyzing causality, we sometimes speak of a minor cause giving rise to major effects. This so-called minor cause of a major effect is the cause not of the whole long and ramified chain of phenomena that produces the final result, but only the cause of the first link in the chain. Sometimes the minor cause is merely a factor that starts up quite different causal factors. These are triggering factors, factors relating to the initial stage of avalanche processes and to a whole system's loss of labile equilibrium. Any phenomenon depends on a definite diversity of conditions to bring it into existence. While it is only one of the circumstances conducive to a certain effect, the cause is the most active and effective element in this process. It is an interaction that converts necessary and sufficient conditions into a result. We sometimes treat the absence of something as a cause. For example, some illnesses are attributed to lack of resistance in an organism or a lack of vitamins. However, absence should not be regarded as a cause but merely as a condition for disease. For a cause to actually take effect, there must be certain conditions, that is to say, phenomena essential for the occurrence of the given event but not in themselves causing it. Conditions cannot in themselves give rise to the effect, but the cause is also powerless without them. No cause can give rise to illness if the organism is not susceptible to it. We know that when a person's organism is infected with certain microbes, he may fall ill or he may not. The way a cause takes effect and the nature of the consequence depend on the character of the conditions. Sometimes there is only one direct and immediate cause of death or injury, a bullet. But more often the causes and conditions are intricately combined, some of them being only secondary circumstances. When discussing the relationship of cause and condition, one must remember that the term condition is used in two senses, the narrow and the broad. Apart from what we mean by condition in the narrow sense, conditions in the broad sense comprise such factors as background and environment and various factors of a causal nature. But there is no strict and consistent dividing line between the two basic senses of the term, just as there is no dividing line between condition and cause. This fact often leads to an incorrect use of the two terms and to wrong definition of the various conditioning factors. Avoidance of incorrect usage is made all the more difficult by the overlapping of the accepted meanings of the two terms cause and condition and also the term foundation. Science is gradually evolving special concepts relating to the categories of foundation, condition, and cause, which, when used together with these categories, make it possible to define genetic links more exactly. In various fields of knowledge, the problem of the relationship between cause and condition is solved in different ways, depending mainly on the complexity of the relationships that are being studied, their uniformity or, on the contrary, the distinctness and comparative importance of separate factors. But the degree of abstraction usually employed in the given science also affects the treatment of this question. So the meaning of the cause and condition categories in the system of concepts of various sciences may also differ considerably. One could scarcely apply the relation of cause and condition that is revealed in studying, for example, physical phenomena, to physiological processes, or vice versa. Every phenomenon is related to other phenomena by connections of more than one value. It is the result both of certain conditions and certain basic factors that act as its cause. That is why the cause-effect connection has to be artificially isolated from the rest of conditions so that we can see this connection in its pure form. But this is achieved only by abstraction. In reality, we cannot isolate this connection from the whole set of conditions. There is always a closely interwoven mass of extremely diverse secondary conditions, which leave their mark on the form in which the general connection emerges. This means that there can never be two exactly identical phenomena, even if they are generated by the same causes. They have always developed in empirically different conditions. So there can be no absolute identity in the world. One and the same cause operating in similar conditions gives rise to similar effects. When we change the conditions, we may also change the way the cause operates and the character of the effect. But this principle becomes far more complex when it is applied to such unique events as those of geology and social science. While stressing the close connection between cause and condition, we should never confuse the two. The dividing line between them is mobile but significant. By creating new conditions, we can even preclude the earlier possible causes of a certain event, that is, we can veto the manifestation of one cause and allow free play to another. This explains the fact that by no means every cause unfailingly produces the expected effect. A distinction should be made between cause and occasion, that is to say, the external push or circumstance that sets in motion a train of underlying interconnections. For instance, a head cold may be the occasion for the onset of various diseases. One should never exaggerate the significance of occasions. They are not the cause of events. Nor should one underestimate them because they are a kind of triggering mechanism. One way of discovering causal connections is to study functional connections. The causes of illness may be revealed by uncovering certain breakdowns in the functioning of the organism. A functional connection is a dependence of phenomena in which a change in one phenomenon is accompanied by a change in another. Whereas, for example, a sociologist may be interested in population growth over a period of time and a physicist may be investigating changes in gas pressure in relation to changes of temperature, a mathematician sees here only a functional dependence of x on y. The functional approach is particularly useful when we are studying processes whose intrinsic causal mechanism is unknown to us. But when we wish to explain a phenomenon, we have to ask what caused it. The concept of cause is identical not to the general concept of regularity but to the concept of causal regularity, which expresses the fact that a regular sequence of phenomena and conditions always takes the form of realization of causal connections. In science, the deterministic approach seeks to explain a process as being determined by certain causes and therefore predictable. Thus, determinism is not a mere synonym for causality. It involves the recognition of objective necessity, which in turn implies objective accidentality. Hence there is a close connection between the category of determinism and that of probability. The relationship between determinism and probability is one of the crucial philosophical problems of modern science. In quantum mechanics it is associated with the indeterminacy relation, and in living nature with that of cause and aim. Determinism should not be contrasted to probability. There is no special probabilistic causality. But there do exist probability, statistical laws, which are one of the forms of manifestation of determinism. Determinism proceeds from recognition of the diversity of causal connections, depending on the character of the regularities operating in a given sphere. Every level of the structural organization of being has its own specific form of interaction of things, including its specific causal relationships. Higher forms of causal relationships should never be reduced to lower forms. From a methodological point of view, it is essential to take into account the qualitative peculiarities and level of the structural organization of being. The dialectical approach is incompatible with mechanistic determinism, which interprets all the diversity of causes only as mechanical interaction, ignoring the unique qualities of the regularities of various forms of the motion of matter. Determinism was given its classical expression by Laplace, who formulated it as follows: if a mind could exist that knew at any given moment about all the forces of nature and the points of application of those forces, there would be nothing of which it was uncertain, and both future and past would be revealed to its mental vision. Mechanistic determinism identifies cause with necessity and accident is completely ruled out. Such determinism leads to fatalism, to faith in an overruling destiny. The development of science has gradually ousted mechanistic determinism from the study of social life, organic nature, and the sphere of physics. It is applicable only in certain engineering calculations involving machines, bridges, and other structures. But this kind of determinism cannot explain biological phenomena, mental activity, or the life of society. The character of causality is conditioned by the levels of the structural organization of matter. In nature, causality manifests itself in a different way from its manifestation in society. And in human behavior, causality emerges in the form of motivation. In nature, determination acts in only one direction, from the present, which is a result of the past, to the future. Because of people's knowledge of the world, human activity is determined not only by present things but also by things, objects, events that are absent, not only by what surrounds man but also by that which may be far away from him in time and space, not only by the present and the past, but also by the future, which is viewed as an aim and becomes a motivation for men's activity. Determination may thus have a two-way direction. Knowledge introduces the future into the determining principle of the present. The animal's active relationship with the environment is associated with a new type of determination, the conditioning of its behavior by the task with which it is confronted. For example, birds build their nests in order to breed their young and protect them. The principle of determinism involves recognition of the objectivity, the universality of causal connections, and has always played a vastly important methodological and heuristic role in scientific cognition. The primary assumption for any scientific research has always been that all events of the natural and intellectual world obey a firm regular connection, known as the law of causality. Any field of knowledge would cease to be scientific if it abandoned the principle of causality. Causality and purpose. When observing the astonishing adaptation and rational organization of plants and animals, or the harmony of the celestial spheres, people even in ancient times asked themselves where this harmonious organization of all that exists had come from. Thinkers have proceeded from various principles in trying to explain this phenomenon. The teleologists assume that there is an underlying purpose in everything, that at bottom nature has some intrinsic expectation and intention and is full of hidden meaning. The idea of teleology arises when a spontaneously operating cause comes to be regarded as a consciously acting cause, and even one that acts in a predetermined direction, that is to say, a goal-oriented cause. This implies that the ultimate cause or aim is the future, which determines the process taking place in the present. The doctrine that the universe as a whole is proceeding according to a certain plan cannot be proved empirically. The existence of an ultimate goal assumes that someone must have put it. Teleology therefore leads to theology. Instead of giving a causal explanation of why this or that phenomenon occurred in nature, teleology asks for what purpose it occurred. And to prove his case, the teleologist usually refers to the purposeful structure of organisms in nature. One has only to observe the structure of the wing of a butterfly, the behavior of an ant, a mole, a fish, in order to realize how purposefully everything is constructed. The crudest form of teleology is the claim that nature provides some living creatures for the sake of others. For example, cats are provided in order to eat mice and mice are there to provide food for cats. The goal of the whole process of evolution of the animal world is man, and all the other animals were created to make things comfortable for man. Heinrich Heine tells the story of the contented bourgeois with a foolishly knowing face who tried to teach him the principles of such teleology. He drew my attention, says Heine, to the purpose and usefulness of everything in nature. The trees were green because the green color was good for the eyes. I agreed with him and added that God had created cattle because beef tea was good for man's health, that he had created the donkey so that people could make comparisons, and that he had created man himself so that man could eat beef tea and not be a donkey. My companion was delighted at finding a fellow thinker in me, he beamed with joy and was quite sorry to leave me. 1. Heine took the humorous view, but the scientific argument against teleology in nature was provided by Darwin, who not only struck a blow at teleology in the natural sciences but also gave an empirical explanation of its rational meaning. Teleology feeds on the belief that everything revolves around us and has us in mind. Instead of giving a causal explanation why this or that natural phenomenon occurred, teleology offers conjectures about the purpose served by its appearance. But can one ask nature, as though it were a rational being, why it created such a strange world of forms and colors? Can one accuse it of malicious intent when it produces ugliness? Nature is indifferent, it does not care whether it creates a lion or a fly. The relative perfection that allows its creatures to orient themselves in the environment, the adaptation to conditions and the adequacy of their reactions to external stimuli, which is found in all animals and plants, are real facts. The structure, for example, of the stem of a plant can serve as a model for an architect who sets himself the task of designing the strongest possible structure with the smallest quantity of materials and the greatest economy in weight. Spinoza, who provided a splendid criticism of teleology in his day, did not deny purpose in the structure of the human body. He urged us not to gape at it like a fool but to seek the true causes of the miracles and consider natural things with the eyes of a scientist. This was exactly what Darwin did, and he revealed the natural mechanism of this amazing adaptiveness of the organism to the conditions of its existence. His theories on natural selection showed that delightful blossoms exist not to please our aesthetic feelings or to demonstrate the refinement of the Almighty's taste, but to satisfy the extremely earthly needs of vegetable organisms, i.e., the normal process of pollination and perpetuation of the species. Changes in the world of animals and plants come about through interaction with their conditions of life. If these changes benefit the organism, that is to say, help it to adapt to the environment and survive, they are preserved by natural selection, become established by heredity and are passed on from generation to generation, thus building up the purposeful structure of organisms, the adaptiveness to the environment that strike our imagination so forcibly. Brightly colored flowers attract the insects by means of which pollination takes place. The beautiful plumage of male birds was developed by means of sexual selection. But adaptation is never absolute. It always has a relative character and turns into its opposite when a radical change in conditions occurs, as can be seen, for example, from the existence of rudimentary organs. To sum up, then, what we have is selection without a selector, self-operating, blind and ruthless, working tirelessly and ceaselessly for countless centuries, choosing vivid external forms and colors and the minutest details of internal structure, but only on one condition, that all these changes should benefit the organism. The cause of the perfection of the organic world is natural selection. Time and death are the regulators of its harmony. System and structure. The system and its elements. A system is an internally organized whole where elements are so intimately connected that they operate as one in relation to external conditions and other systems. An element may be defined as the minimal unit performing a definite function in the whole. Systems may be either simple or complex. A complex system is one whose elements may also be regarded as systems or subsystems. All things, properties, and relations that strike us as something independent are essentially parts of some system, which in its turn is part of an even bigger system, and so on ad infinitum. For example, the whole of world civilization is no more than a large and extremely complex self-developing system, which comprises other systems of varying degrees of complexity. Every system is something whole. So anything that corresponds to the demands of unity and stability, an atom, a molecule, a crystal, the solar system, the organism, society, a work of art, a theory may be regarded as a system. Every system forms a whole, but not every whole is a system. We usually call the parts of a system its elements. If in investigating a system we wish to identify its elements, we should regard them as elementary objects in themselves. Once we have established them as something relatively indivisible in one system, elements may be regarded in their turn as systems, or subsystems, consisting of elements of a different order, and so on. The concept of structure. The aim of scientific cognition is to discover law-governed relations between the elements forming a given system. In the process of this research we identify the structures peculiar to that system. When studying the content of an object, we enumerate its elements such as, for example, the parts of a certain organism. But we do not stop at that, we try to understand how these parts are coordinated and what is made up as a result, thus arriving at the structure of the object. Structure is the type of connection between the elements of a whole. It has its own internal dialectic. Wholeness must be composed in a certain way, its parts are always related to the whole. It is not simply a whole but a whole with internal divisions. Structure is a composite whole, or an internally organized content. But structure is not enough to make a system. A system consists of something more than structure, it is a structure with certain properties. When a structure is understood from the standpoint of its properties, it is understood as a system. We speak of the solar system and not the solar structure. Structure is an extremely abstract and formal concept. Structure implies not only the position of its elements in space but also their movement in time, their sequence and rhythm, the law of mutation of a process. So structure is actually the law or set of laws that determine a system's composition and functioning, its properties and stability. Structure and function. The life of a structure manifests itself in its function, they condition each other. The structures of the organs of the body, for instance, are connected with their functions. Any breakdown in structure, any deformation of an organ leads to a distortion of the function. In the development of organisms, changes begin with the reorganization of an organ's function under the influence of changing conditions of life, while its structure may survive for a time without any substantial modification. However, change of activity sooner or later leads to a change in structure. Functional disturbances in organs precede their morphological distortions. The contradiction between the organism's new mode of life and its structure is resolved by a modification in the latter. All the organs and functions of a bird, for example, are adapted to an aerial mode of life. The amazingly purposeful feather structure protects the bird from cold during the rapid changes of temperature in flight. The fact that a bird can fly is observable even when it is on ground. We can see this from its streamlined body, its fine bone structure which allows it to pass through the air with minimum expenditure of energy, and from the design of the wings. The whole structure embodies the idea of flight. But a colorful butterfly resembles a flying flower. And this too is understandable because a butterfly feeds on the nectar of a flower and its resemblance to a flower protects it from birds when it is sitting motionless on a blossom. The life of the bird is associated with air and the life of a butterfly is bound up with flowers. Their functions, their ways of life determine their structure. To sum up, function organizes structure. The methods of morphology are subordinate to the methods of physiology. The function of sight organized the eye, while labor was responsible for the structure of the hand. But being an organized function, structure in its turn determines function. Whole and part. We call something a whole that embraces all its parts in such a way as to create a unity. The category of part expresses the object not in itself but as something in relation to what it is a part of, to that in which it realizes its potentials and prospects. For example, an organ is part of an organism taken as a whole. Consequently, the categories of whole and part express a relationship between objects in which one object, being a complex and integral whole, is a unity of other objects which form its parts. A part is subject to the influence of the whole, which is present, as it were, in all its parts. Every part feels the influence of the whole, which seems to permeate the parts and exist in them. Thus, in a tragic context even a joke becomes tragic. A free atom is distinctly different from an atom that forms part of a molecule or a crystal. A word taken out of context loses much or all of its meaning. At the same time the parts have an influence on the whole. The organism is a whole and dysfunction of one of its organs leads to disbalance of the whole. For example, against a background of rational thinking an obsessive idea may sometimes have a very substantial effect on the general condition of the individual. The categories of whole and part are relative, they have meaning only in relation to each other. The whole exists thanks to its parts and in them. The parts, in their turn, cannot exist by themselves. No matter how small a particle we name, it is something whole and at the same time a part of another whole. The largest whole that we can conceive of is ultimately only a part of an infinitely greater whole. Everything in nature is a part of the universe. Various systems are divided into three basic types of wholeness. The simplest type is the unorganized or summative whole, an unsystematic conglomeration of objects, a herd of cattle, for example. This category also includes a mechanical grouping of heterogeneous things, for example, rock consisting of pebbles, sand, gravel, boulders, and so on. In such a whole the connection between the parts is external and obeys no recognizable law. We simply have a group of unsystematic formations of a purely summative character. The properties of such a whole coincide with the sum of the properties of its component parts. Moreover, when objects become part of an unorganized whole or leave such a whole, they usually undergo no qualitative change. For this type of whole the characteristic feature is the varying lifetime of its components. The second, more complex type of whole is the organized whole, for example, the atom, the molecule, the crystal. Such a whole may have varying degrees of organization, depending on the peculiar features of its parts and the character of the connection between them. In an organized whole the composing elements are in a relatively stable and law-governed interrelationship. Its properties cannot be reduced to the mechanical sum of the properties of its parts. Rivers lose themselves in the sea, although they are in it and it would not exist without them. Water possesses the property of being able to extinguish fire, but the parts of which it is composed, taken separately, possess quite different properties. Hydrogen is itself flammable and oxygen maintains or boosts combustion. Zero in itself is nothing, but in the composition of a number its role is highly significant, and at times gigantically so, by increasing 100 into 1000, for instance. A hydrogen atom consists of a proton and an electron. But strictly speaking, this is not true. The statement contains the same error as the phrase "this house is built of pine." The mass of an atom of hydrogen is not equal to the total mass of the proton and the electron. It is less than that mass because in combining into the system of the hydrogen atom the proton and the electron lose something, which escapes into space in the form of radiation. The third, highest, and most complex type of whole is the organic whole, for example, the organism, the biological species, society, science, arts, language, and so on. The characteristic feature of the organic whole is the self-development and self-reproduction of its parts. The parts of an organism, if separated from the whole organism, not only lose some of their properties but cannot even exist in the given quality that they have within the whole. The head is only a head because it is capable of thinking. And it can only think as a part not only of the organism, but also of society, history, and culture. An organic whole is formed not, as Empedocles assumed, by joining together ready-made parts, separate organs flying around in the air, such as heads, eyes, ears, hands, legs, hair and hearts. An organic whole arises, is born, and dies together with its parts. It is an integral whole, with distinguishable parts. Sensations, perceptions, representations, concepts, memory, attention do not exist in isolation, they form the synthetic knot which we call consciousness. The elements that make up the whole possess a certain individuality and at the same time they work for the whole. The whole is invisibly present, as it were, and guides the process of assembly of its elements, that is to say, of its own self. The point of a case exists, in a sense, before the case itself. For example, harmony in the proper sense of the term is born at the moment when the musician consciously or unconsciously begins to interest himself in a simultaneous combination of sounds, that is to say, a chord, which thanks to the organization of its elements has its own definite musical individuality. A harmonic phrase acquires its meaning from a certain way of arranging various chords and their interrelationship. The defining attribute of harmony is a relationship between the elements of the whole in which the development of one of them is a condition for the development of the others or vice versa. In art, harmony may be understood as a form of relationship in which each element, while retaining a relative independence, contributes greater expressiveness to the whole and, at the same time and because of this, more fully expresses its own essence. Beauty may be defined as harmony of all the parts, united by that to which they belong in such a way that nothing can be added or taken away or changed without detriment to the whole. The parts of a whole may have varying degrees of relative independence. In a whole, there may be parts whose excision will damage or even destroy the whole, but there may also be parts whose loss causes no organic damage. For instance, the extremities or a part of the stomach may be removed, but not the heart. The deeper and more complex the relationship between the parts, the greater is the function of the whole in relation to them and the less their relative independence. The various parts making up a whole may occupy by no means equal positions. Some of them are less mobile, relatively stable, others are more dynamic, some exist only for a time and are doomed soon to disappear, others have the makings of something more progressive. There are some parts without which the whole cannot be conceived and there are others without which it can carry on quite well although with some loss to itself. In principle there is no limit to the divisibility of objects, but their division indicates a transition to a qualitatively different whole. When a pot is broken, we are left not with a number of smaller pots but with mere fragments. Even a rock is defaced by crushing. But the lumps of rock that are broken off nevertheless retain their own face. The highest form of organic whole is society and the various social formations. The general laws of the social whole determine the essence of any of its parts and the direction of its development. The part behaves in accordance with the essence of the whole. For scientific analysis to be able to move in the right direction, the object must constantly occupy our consciousness as something whole. When we are investigating a whole, we break it down into its parts and sort out the nature of the relation between them. We can understand a system as a whole only by discovering the nature of its parts. It is not enough to study the parts without studying the relationship between them and the whole. A person who knows only the parts does not yet know the whole. A single frame in a film can be understood only as a part of the film as a whole. An overabundance of particulars may obscure the whole. This is a characteristic feature of empiricism. Any singular object can be correctly understood only when it is analyzed, not separately, but in its relation to the whole. Each organ is determined in its mode of operation not only by its internal structure but by the nature of the organism to which it belongs. The importance of the heart can be discovered only by considering it as part of the organism as a whole. The methodological fault characteristic of mechanistic materialism is that it understands the whole as nothing more than the sum of its parts. In medicine, exaggeration of the independence of a part in relation to the whole is expressed in the principle of localizationism, which stipulates that every organ is something isolated in itself. This gives rise to the methodological principle of looking for the seat of the illness. This narrow, localized approach is just as harmful as the approach to the organism that ignores the question of which particular organ is sick. In any organism there are no absolutely localized pathological processes or any processes that affect only the whole. The disease of one separate organ is in some degree a manifestation of disease in the whole body and vice versa. In rejecting the so-called summative approach, which mechanistically reduces the whole to the sum of its parts, we should not make a fetish of wholeness and regard it as something with mystical power. The whole does owe its origin to the synthesis of the parts that compose it. At the same time it is the whole that provides the basis for modification of existing parts and the formation and development of new ones, which, having changed the whole, help to develop it. So, in reality, we have a complex interaction between the whole and its parts. Wholeness is today becoming a genuinely scientific category. This category has immense methodological importance not only in science but also in the arts. Most artists will tell you that the key to a work of art lies in the correct proportioning of the parts and the whole. When one listens to good music, one feels that every note obeys the overall theme. For all the individuality of each figure, the great masterpieces of art are so harmonious as a whole that nothing can be omitted without detriment to the picture itself. The problem of ensemble in architecture is also linked with the relationship of the whole and its parts. Content and form. What is content? Let us imagine an object of cognition in the form of a circle. Our thought moves within its limits, taking in one component after another, certain processes after others, and thus learns about everything that is going on in the circle, without crossing the circumference, but nevertheless coming up against that circumference at every stage. Our thought thus comes to know the content of the object. The content is the identity of all elements and moments of the whole with the whole itself. By content, therefore, we mean the composition of all the elements of the object in their qualitative determinacy, their interaction and functioning, and the unity of the object's properties, intrinsic processes, relations, contradictions and trends of development. Content is not all that is contained in an object. For example, it would be pointless to regard the atoms that form the molecules that in turn form the cells of an organism as constituting the content of that organism. One could never discover what a pigeon is if one tried to study every cell of its organism under an electronic microscope, just as one could never understand the beauty of the pictures in the Louvre or the Hermitage by subjecting each of them to chemical analysis. The elements that go to make up content are the parts of a whole, that is to say, the elements beyond which an object cannot be further divided without losing its definitive quality. So we cannot treat the canvas as the content of a picture or machines as the content of social life, because canvas does not make a picture and machines do not make a society, although neither a picture nor society would be possible without them. The content of an organism is not simply the sum total of its organs, but something more, the whole actual process of its life activity taking place in a certain form. The content of any given society is the wealth of the material and spiritual life of the people who make up that society, all the products and instruments of their activity. What do we mean when we speak of expounding the content of, for example, Shakespeare's Hamlet? It means analyzing its artistically expressed images, their actions, interrelations, the basic idea and intention of the author. We have defined content as the identity of the components of the whole with the whole itself. Now let us consider form. The category of form is used in the sense of external appearance, that is to say, the boundaries of the given content, its outward posture, in the sense of structure, and also in the sense of the mode of expression and existence of the content. Form is often defined in such a way that it coincides with structure, although these are different concepts. What is form? Take our thought traveling around the content of the circle. It reaches the circumference and follows it from one point to another and finally returns to its initial position. The content of a given object appears to lie on one side of a boundary, and beyond that boundary there is a backdrop, something different. The boundary that differentiates the given content as a whole from all the rest is, in fact, the form. The boundary belongs at once both to the circle and to the background. It differs from both the circle and the background. When we perceive and speak of some object and pose the question of its form, we must single out this object from the background. If we do not distinguish it from everything else, we cannot perceive it. When considering the form of a given whole, we must also be able to identify the given whole with other wholes. The form of the object belongs both to the object itself, without which it cannot exist, and to the background, otherwise we should not be able to distinguish it from that background. The form of the object is its boundary, and the boundary is what distinguishes the given object from others and at the same time what identifies it with them. What do we mean by seeing a jug? It means singling it out from the background primarily by distinguishing its form, its shape. Consequently, the dialectics of identity and difference varies for the content of the object and for its form. In the case of the content, it is limited only by the object itself and does not go beyond its boundaries, but in the case of form this dialectics shows through in the given object's relation to other objects, it stands out from the background. Form may be an independent object of study. At the same time, form can never be absolutely separated from content. The indifference of pure forms to content indicates only that they may refer to completely different contents, just as one and the same formula may express laws governing different phenomena. Form and content are different poles of one and the same thing, but not its components. Their unity lies in the fact that a certain content is clothed in a certain form. Crystal forming processes are organized in the quaint forms of crystals. Qualitatively different life processes have created the countless forms of plants and animals. Material processes acquire the quality of life when they are organized in corresponding forms. Only in a certain form does the content of biochemical, energy and information processes give life to a harmonious organism. The way something is organized depends on what it is that is organized. One can say that content forms itself and is not formed by some external force. Every form disappears together with its content, to which it corresponds and from which it originates. The unity of form and content presupposes their relative independence and the active role of the form. The modification of form involves reorganization of the relations within the object. This process takes place in time and through contradictions. For example, in society it is linked with the struggle against the routine of the old. This process of reorganization of the content therefore lags behind the motion of the content itself. The lagging of the form behind content indicates a breakdown of the correspondence between them. Everyone agrees that form should correspond to content. But there is also a contradiction between them. In the course of development there is bound to be a period when the old form ceases to correspond to the changed content and begins to retard its further development. This gives rise to a conflict, which is resolved by the breakup of the old form and the emergence of a form corresponding to the new content. For example, at the dawn of a given social formation, production relations, as a form of society's productive forces, correspond to the tendency of development of the productive forces, but in the formation's period of decline, production relations lag behind the productive forces and they retard the development of the content. Obsolete modes of thinking become stereotypes and lag behind the substance of new ideas. Wisdom is a matter of keeping in view both the content and the form. In art, the relation of content and form is sometimes distorted, usually in the sense that form is divorced from content and absolutized. Hence the extreme cases of formalism and abstractionism. But combating formalism does not mean contempt for form, which plays a vital role in the organization and development of content. One must bear this in mind not only in theory but also in practice, for example, in production, where skillful application of the active role of form in the organization of labor, distribution of manpower, and so on, may decide the outcome of the project. Wisdom in management lies in the ability to choose the necessary form for organizing the content of the project. Essence and phenomenon. The concept of essence and phenomenon. All thinking people want to get at the essence. They seek it like hidden treasure, which lies at the heart of things and controls them. Essence may be considered in global terms, as the ultimate foundation of the universe, in terms of various categories, such as the essence of the human being, for example, and in the sense of the main thing in an individual object. 1. In the early forms of philosophical thought, essence was that from which everything that existed had originated and that to which it would return. The religious consciousness contrasted the celestial world and the temporal world. God was the essence of the universe, everything else was his creation. The essence of any specific individual is that which he is by virtue of his nature. It is the essential principle in a person, the core of his ego. One could say that it is the special thing in any given person that he cannot lose without ceasing to be himself. Essence is the organizing principle of connection between the basic elements or aspects of an object. It is a kind of thread upon which everything hangs, cut it and the whole assembly falls to pieces. Nothing is left but elusive particles and the general order is destroyed. Essence is closely related to content. In fact, it is content, but not the whole content, only the main, basic part of it. Essence is related to all categories, to quality, for example. But quality does not exhaust essence. It expresses only one of its aspects. To reveal essence one must discover measure or proportion, the unity of quality and quantity. The path to essence lies through the categories of cause and law. Essence is an integral category, which embraces structure, part and whole, individual, particular and general, content and quality, proportion, contradiction, causality, and law. It may also be regarded as an interweaving of the laws of the existence and functioning of an object. As the fundamental basis of the existence of an object, essence manifests itself fully or partially, in the form of mere appearance as a phenomenon. What is a phenomenon? It is a manifestation of essence, which possesses true actuality only as a consequence of certain forms of its self-manifestation. Just as leaves, flowers, branches, and fruit express in an external form the essence of a plant, so ethical, aesthetic, political, philosophical and scientific ideas express the essence of a certain social system. The concept of phenomenon may be understood as a manifestation of something underlying, profound. This is similar to the way we use the term symptom as the external manifestation of the essence of some disease, a headache, for example. Essence, on the other hand, is the principle and foundation of a certain mode of the external expression of things. Phenomenon as the external aspect is based on the internal essence. It is that in which the principle has expressed itself. What matters for a phenomenon is the result of the functioning of the principle as essence. The categories of essence and phenomenon characterize the interdependence of processes that take place in reality and the level to which thought has penetrated its object, whether we are still only on the surface or have broken through to the essence. A phenomenon usually expresses only some facet of essence, one of its aspects. For example, many manifestations of the essence of a certain type of malignant tumor may have been well researched, but its essence still remains an ominous secret. The essence is hidden from view while the phenomenon stands out on the surface. If essence is something general, phenomenon is individual, expressing only one element of essence. If essence is something profound, phenomenon is external, richer and more colorful. If essence is something stable and necessary, phenomenon is transient, changing and accidental. Appearance. A phenomenon may or may not correspond to its essence, and this may happen to varying degrees. For example, mirages in the desert are a phenomenon of nature, not an optical illusion. They can be photographed, they are the result of a distortion of light rays in the atmosphere. As something that is seen, a phenomenon does, of course, depend on the eyes that are looking at it. In the time of Copernicus, and before him, people perceived the apparent rotation of the sun around the earth as a reality. And how much effort and sacrifice were required to prove that this rotation was merely an appearance, that in essence the earth rotates around the sun and around its own axis. Appearance is supported by essence but does not always correspond to it. Appearance is essence in one of its definitions, aspects, or moments. In art, for example, appearance is the result of one or another form of discrepancy between phenomenon and essence, aim and the means, action and result, a discrepancy between what a person is in fact, and what he wishes to appear, or claims to be. Essence reveals the comic side in appearance. The category of appearance has an objective-subjective character and expresses superficial knowledge. It manifests itself in numerous forms. To understand any given event we must critically examine the data of direct observation and make a clear distinction between the relations of being and appearing. An indication of whether we have discovered the essence of something is our ability to use it effectively, to guide this or that process in the desired direction, even if that direction is not always the wisest. The individual, the general, and the particular. Consider, for instance, the leaves of a maple tree. How closely they resemble each other. But no two of them are absolutely identical. And in the world in general there is nothing absolutely identical to something else, or even to itself at different moments of its existence. Things differ from each other and in themselves. We speak of things as being as alike as two drops of water. But look at them through a microscope and those drops turn out to be different. There are no doubles in the world, though its population runs into billions. Every person is unique. Pure identity can exist only in formal terms. Let us imagine two objects whose structure and other attributes are all absolutely identical. But in this case they would have to occupy one and the same place at one and the same time. And if this were so, we should be confronted not with two objects but with one. Our two objects occupy different positions in space, so they are in different relations with other objects, and this, in its turn, is bound to give rise to a difference in their properties at the given moment. On the same grounds one may assert that things, events are absolutely irrepeatable in time. Nothing happens twice. Everything that happens must obey the inexorable principle of the irreversibility of time. The so-called repeated event differs from what it repeats in that it occurs at a different time and therefore in new conditions that leave their ineradicable individualizing mark upon it. The individual is an object taken in its distinctness from everything else and in its unique specific. The characteristic thing about the individual is its distinctness from everything else, its qualitative singularity. Here we come up against the concept of other. Other is not this, it is the background from which the object emerges and from which it differs as from everything else. Countless unique conditions, a host of accidents take part in the molding of the individual. In the example of the maple leaves we have the difference in lighting, nutrition, temperature, microclimate, which gives rise to differences in size, color, shape, weight, and so on. Nature abhors the stereotype. It is inexhaustible in its creation of the individual. The individual is a category expressing the relative particularity, discreteness, delimitedness of one thing from another in space and time, the intrinsic peculiarities that make up an object's unique qualitative and quantitative character. As a reflection in our consciousness in the form of a sensuous image or concept, the individual is defined either by a proper noun, Shakespeare, Paris, etc., or by demonstrative pronouns, this, that, the given, and also by other specific means of communication. The reality of the individual provides the objective basis for the quantitative expression of reality because it is the real prototype of the unit one, which we use as the basis of counting. One may treat not only a single object but a whole class of such objects as individual, if it is taken as something integral, relatively independent, existing in the limits of a certain measure. At the same time one object is in itself a certain set of individual parts, which in their turn consist of their own separate parts. Infinite diversity is only one aspect of existence. Another aspect is the universality of things, their structures, properties, and relations. Just as firmly as we stated that there are no two absolutely identical things, we can also say that neither are there two absolutely different things, which have absolutely nothing in common. The notion of the world only as an infinite diversity of individualities is one-sided and therefore false. The individual, the particular, and the general, if taken separately, lose each other and fall apart. As a unity, however, they do not dissolve into one another but retain their specific qualities. Separate phenomena are interconnected, interact, depend upon and condition each other. Consequently, they have something in common. All stars, for example, possess common features distinguishing them from everything else. The same may be said of plants, animals, and so on. The general is the singular in the many. The one-sided analytical view of reality as a multiplicity of singularities is characteristic of narrow empiricism, which regards the individual as primary and the general only as a derived abstraction. For example, the assertion that a certain action is a feat implies acknowledgement of this one action as having a certain general quality. Other actions possessing a similar moral content may be characterized as feats. A person may be writing something. He may write many pages and put his signature on each of them. He may write with a quill pen, a ballpoint, or chalk. He may even write with his feet or mouth. There have been such experiments. And still we shall not find any exact identity in the way the letters are delineated. On the other hand, the author's unique handwriting can be identified in all variations of the signature. It is this unvarying quality that gives our signatures practical importance, their legal force. The same applies to our walk or the timbre of our voice, as stable elements in the whole mass of our unique separate movements and sounds. The common properties and relations of things are identified on the basis of generalization in the form of concepts and are denoted by substantive nouns, for example, man, law, cause, etc. In each individual there may be something general, which is its essence. Why is the general intrinsically connected with the individual? Because it is the law of the birth and life of the individual. The general plays a constructive role in the emergence of the individual. The general contains a law which insistently demands that certain processes should follow a certain course in any individual phenomenon of the given class. For example, the information recorded in the molecular structures of the cellular nucleus is a general program, in accordance with which the organism's processes of individual development occur and its hereditary features are passed on from generation to generation. The human being's generic essence in the general groundwork of heredity is transmitted from generation to generation and in unity with all the natural and social conditions creates individuality. But upon this groundwork that is common to the whole line of descent each descendant draws its own individual, unique pattern. The individual is dominated by the general, which ruthlessly forces it as something transient to perish again and again for the sake of preserving the general as something stable. The individual dies but the race lives on. On the other hand, the individual serves as a prerequisite and substratum of the general. The operation of law, the anonymous power of the general is expressed only in the individual and through the individual, but a new law begins by acting as an exception to the general rule, whether it is the birth of a new biological species, new social relations, or whatever. This was how the standards of morality originated, how fashions appear, and so on. Moreover, individual exceptions which correspond to the new trends of development, to the demands of the whole set of conditions and the nature of the phenomenon itself, gradually become the general. Accidental individual aberrations are sifted out and disappear, cancelling each other out and producing the average, the resultant, that is to say, a regularity or law. For the individual to exist outside the general would amount to its being an outlaw. And the general without the individual is simply suspended in mid-air. But objects may possess different degrees of individuality. The generality between a star and a rose, what they have in common, is one thing, but the generality within the different varieties of roses is quite another. Everything individual is transient. Every individuality passes like a shadow and suffers the fate of all transient forms. The general, on the other hand, is stable, constant, unvarying. The individual cannot arise, survive, or change without being connected with a multiplicity of other things. And since various things are interconnected, interact and interdepend, they must have some point of contact, they must possess generality. In histories of scientific achievement the general usually takes first place and is seen as something principal and determining. But in the process of research the general is revealed by generalization of individual facts. Scientific treatises that begin with a statement of general principles sometimes create the illusion that the general is independent of the individual and can exist without it. For objective idealism it is characteristic to separate the general and the individual and absolutise the former, thus turning the general into a demiurge, as if it had preceded the individual and created it. The fact of the matter is that the individual thing owes the concrete form of its existence to the system of regularly formed relations within which it arises. Different things become comparable only because they possess a certain degree of generality. In reality the individual and the general are so closely united and interacting that one can say that the individual is as general as it is individual. The statement, "Dante is a poet," illustrates how the individual becomes the general. The particular only partially enters the general and the general cannot embrace all particular objects, or all aspects of a given object. The desire to lump together all the specific features of individual phenomena in a general concept denotes a failure to understand both thinking and science. It puts the theoretician in a situation where he cannot see the wood for the trees. What is the particular? This category expresses a real object as a whole in the unity and correlation of its opposing elements, the individual and the general, and also the universal. The particular is not merely an intermediate link between the individual and the general. Rather, it is a uniting principle in the framework of the whole. An object can be conceived only in the categories of either the individual or the general, separated from one another at the empirical or theoretical level. This is an abstraction that is essential to the process of cognition. Such abstractions are not only presupposed but also subsumed in the category of the particular, which expresses the general in its actual embodiment, and the individual in its unity with the general. Consequently, the particular may be regarded as the realized general. For example, the general plan to build a house is realized in a specific project, and the latter is embodied in a real house. The particular is conceived as something separate, different from everything else and possessing features that other objects do not possess, and at the same time as something that has various connections and relations with them. The category of the particular is relative and fluid. In one relation, the particular may more or less approximate to the general and act and be understood as something general in its connection with its own general nature. The particular stands midway between the general and the individual, holding them in its embrace, as it were, and including them in itself. It is important in both theory and practice to understand the dialectics of the individual, particular and general. Not for nothing does the whole history of philosophy revolves around this question. To understand separate phenomena, we must take them out of their general connection and examine them analytically. But the stating of individual facts is not yet knowledge. People sometimes say, if you know one man you know them all, but this is not true. The individual can be understood only through the general and vice versa. Thanks to its psychophysiological, linguistic, and logical machinery of universalization, scientific thought permeates everything with a spirit of generalization, in which all that is individual evaporates and is replaced by the impersonal and the generally significant. But to be successful in practice, one must know not only the general but also the individual that forms a unity with it. Science is concerned with generalizations and operates with general concepts. This enables it to establish laws and thus to arm practice with the ability to predict. This is its strong point. But it is also its weakness, which can be compensated by both ordinary and artistic thinking. Everything individual pales in the light of scientific thought. When scientific thought penetrates reality, all its rich and infinite diversity is stripped away and its splendid colors fade. The living flow chokes in the silence of meditation. The fullness that radiates its warmth upon us and is organized in innumerable attractive and delightful images is broken down into cut and dried forms and diagrams. The individual is richer than the general as a law is narrow and schematic. Only by thoughtful analysis and consideration of the individual and the particular through observation and experiment can the laws of science be extended in depth and made more concrete. The person who has no appetite for the individual fails to perceive true reality. Creative thought permits no stereotypes, no magic wands that can be used everywhere in the same way, without taking into account the individual aspects of events. If the individual is ignored, our knowledge of the general and the particular falters just where individual features constitute the essential aspect of the given object, whether it be a social revolution, a nation, or a person. Thus the concept man fails to reflect the countless individual features that are characteristic of any specific person. The principle of individualization is important not only in art, which cannot exist without it, but also in science, and particularly in practice. For example, the sciences concerned with humanity cannot ignore the fact that in the details of their anatomical structure and the functioning of various organs, in the chemical composition of their brain, blood, muscles, and skin, in the reactions of the organism to drugs and to countless other influences, in the types of temperature regulation, sensitivity to pain and need for food, people are astonishingly unique. When determining the average velocity of the molecules of a gas, we do not investigate the behavior of each separate molecule. No one is worried about depersonalizing them. In quantum mechanics, for example, as distinct from classical mechanics, it is fundamentally impossible to trace each particle separately and thus distinguish between them. So there is good reason for us to say that in quantum mechanics particles lose their individuality. And such individuality is probably of little consequence to either science or practice. But in medicine, for example, it is quite a different matter. The doctor treats not man in general but a person suffering from some specific disease, a person with unique individual features, often astonishing by intricate mental and bodily peculiarities, which are of crucial importance to the essence of the case. One and the same illness is often surprisingly modified in different patients and therefore demands an extremely individualist approach. Everyone gets ill in his own way. So the wisest doctors have always maintained that one should treat not the disease but the patient himself with his particular organs and energies. Every sick person is, above all, a personality with physiological and psychological peculiarities, with a particular character, mentality, moods, emotions, and so on. How many people suffer, and sometimes very painfully, from iatrogenic ailments caused by the standardist thinking, by the crudely inflexible approach of a doctor who disregards his patient's often individually delicate and uniquely complex constitution. But the individualist personal approach, so often advocated and so often ignored, is only one aspect of the case, the other being that a doctor cannot prescribe single medicine or any kind of treatment until it has been thoroughly treated under laboratory conditions and thus been proved fit for general use. Medicine is not only the most complex science, to an even greater degree it is an art, and the greatest of all arts at that. And it is acquired through integral knowledge of the general, individual, and particular, with the stress on the individual form of their expression. The conclusions of science are generally significant because the phenomena themselves contain something stable, something that is firmly retained and gives them their generally significant character. Although every organism is something unique, the doctor has no doubt that certain organs in a particular patient fulfill the same functions as in other people, that their structure, despite some individual variations, is on the whole similar. And this is what enables him to describe the structure of the brain in general, the heart in general, and so on. If each of us had a unique structure and way of functioning, or malfunctioning, there could be no anatomy, physiology, or medicine as a science and no art of healing. Leo Tolstoy, who ridiculed the impotence of medicine that ignored the principle of individualist approach, wrote, "Doctors came to see her, both singly and in consultation, talked endlessly in French, German, and Latin, criticized one another and prescribed every sort of remedy to cure every complaint they had ever heard of. But it never occurred to one of them to make the simple reflection that the disease Natasha was suffering from could not be known to them, just as no complaint afflicting a living being can ever be entirely familiar, for each living being has his own individual peculiarities and whatever his disease it must necessarily be peculiar to himself, a new and complex malady unknown to medicine, not a disease of the lungs, liver, skin, heart, nerves, and so on, as described in medical books, but a disease consisting of one out of the innumerable combinations of the ailments of those organs." 2. This passage contains both exaggeration and the profound wisdom of the all-round approach to the personality and its suffering that interlock in every possible way. The principle of individualization is no less important, say, in judicial practice, and in any other sphere concerning human beings and human relations. A person is not born a criminal. A judge should not restrict himself to establishing the degree of guilt and responsibility of a certain individual for the crime he has committed. He is bound to consider the individual's character, the degree of individual volition in the crime, and also the offender's readiness to make amends, which is extremely important when it comes to deciding the measure of punishment within the framework of the existing laws of state. Science cannot exist without basing itself on the general. Take, for example, such a science as history. If historians confined themselves to recording only the individual, even they in their thousands would be unable to describe one single day in the life of humanity, though they were given 1,000 years to do it in. They would be like an author who takes 2 years to write 1 year of his autobiography. There are some thinkers who do not regard history as a science on the grounds that it does not reveal general principles or laws. The concept of law-governed historical development is considered intrinsically contradictory in the same way as one might regard a concept of dry moisture. The field of social experience is regarded as unique and personal. All social relationships are irrepeatable. If something happens in history, the same thing can never occur again. And for things that do not repeat themselves, no law can be established. Do these objections stand up? No. Individual events in their specific forms do not repeat themselves. Every war is unique in its individuality. But in this uniqueness of social and psychological tragedy there is always something general. War is war. There are two roads towards cognition of the general. Theoretical thought proceeds by abstracting from the individual, the accidental, to the formulation of concepts that reflect the essential. There is also another road towards knowledge of the general. This lies through finding the most characteristic individual events which, no matter how unique they are, immediately, as it were, represent the general, the law-governed. These are typical individualities. This is the way the generalizing, creative force of imaginative thinking operates in the sphere of art, where a truly artistic image expresses the typical through its individualization. Something synthetic between these two roads occurs in historical science, where the law-governed is expressed both in the form of theoretical principles and also by the splendid artistic descriptions of living events sometimes achieved by gifted historians. Law as a general and essential relation. Life has constantly persuaded human beings that the processes at work in the world are not merely the raging of elemental forces of chaos. The universe has its code of laws. Everywhere there is a certain order in the world. The planets move in strictly unvarying patterns, and no matter how long the night it is always followed by day. The young grows old and departs from this life with inexorable necessity and is replaced by the newborn. Migrating birds fly northwards in the spring and return to the south every autumn. The ewe gives birth to the lamb, the mare to the foal, and so on. There has never been a case of a watermelon growing out of an acorn or of time suddenly flowing backwards and winter following spring. Obeying the same law of gravity, gossamer floats and lead plummets. In short, everything in the world, from the motion of physical fields, of elementary particles, atoms, and crystals, to gigantic cosmic systems, social events, and the realm of the mind, obeys certain laws. Everything is committed to a certain framework, like steel in its mold. According to religious idealistic notions, everything in the world follows the cruises charted by God, the eternal laws that guide everything in accordance with the will of the Almighty. In general, there is a tendency to identify the laws of the universe with God. The world is then seen as being governed by both God and law. This means that laws are personified and come to resemble the rational, order-creating power of God. And indeed, we speak of laws guiding all events, without thinking that some supernatural force, some omnipotent driver, holds the reins of all events in the universe. According to Hegel, natural processes obey certain laws representing rational, non-material relations. This is objective idealism. Other philosophers believe that the laws of science arose only thanks to man's habitual love of order. This is the subjective idealist conception. The life of the world is regulated not externally, not by forces that stand above it, but by itself. It is an infinitely complex, self-regulating system. What do we mean when we use the word law? Juridical laws are promulgated by the state in order to regulate, to control relations between the individual members of society. Moral standards rooted in the way people are brought up are also factors in the pattern of human self-control. The phenomena of nature, of society, and consciousness, are organized or regulated by laws that no one created. They exist objectively. When we speak of the laws of the universe, we have in mind a certain regularity in the coming of events. Law is not an object, nor one of its properties, but a type of relations between objects. It organizes the interconnection of the elements of a system. When speaking of a law, we mean stable, repetitive, essential, necessary relations. Laws may be less general, operating in a limited field, and also more general, such as the law of the conservation of energy. Alongside the stability of essential relationships expressed by laws, we also have the principle of the conservation of the laws themselves with a more or less broad range of changing conditions in which they operate. When there is a change in the conditions under which certain laws operate, the latter are preserved, that is to say, they operate in a different situation, just as they operated previously. Of course, this stability is relative. There are no laws that are independent of conditions. The wider the range of conditions in which a law retains its force, the more general it is. Some laws express a strict quantitative dependence between phenomena and are recorded in science by mathematical formulae. Others resist quantitative expression, for example, the law of natural selection. We should distinguish the laws of the structure, functioning and development of a system. In developing systems, a law takes the form of a tendency or trend. The concept of law as a tendency is applicable to the social process in the analysis of mass phenomena, their frequent repetition in certain circumstances. Such laws relate to the statistics of, for example, population, trade, or transport. This concept also serves to express the main trend in the development of events. A large proportion of social laws takes the form of trends expressing the main line of development without predetermining the whole infinite diversity of the possible and usually circuitous paths of motion. The summing up of a large number of individual events usually cancels out their accidental deviations on either side and reveals a certain tendency, that is to say, a law. Such regularity is called statistical. There are also dynamic laws of varying degrees of complexity, from the laws of mechanics to the laws of the development of the organism. What distinguishes them from statistical laws? They control all the phenomena of a certain class as a whole and each phenomenon in particular. For example, any stone thrown into the air obeys the law of gravity. When the conditions and causes of events are known, science can with a fair degree of accuracy guarantee prediction of events, as in the case of a lunar eclipse, for example. But there are also events that do not obey the laws of dynamics. From the mere fact of sexual contact, it is impossible to predict whether the result will be a boy or a girl. At first sight, this appears to be an example of chaos. But if we take a large number of facts over a period of years, it turns out that the ratio of girl babies to boy babies is 100:106. This is an example of statistical law. The discovery of laws is the basic task of science. Scientists constantly seek to establish regularity, order, stable tendencies in phenomena, that is to say, laws. Man's power over the forces of the universe is proportional to the volume and depth of his knowledge of its laws. The law governed and the accidental. Could something not have happened that did happen? Could the thing that failed to happen have happened? Is it possible to say that what should not happen will not happen? Many thinkers have pondered such questions. Was it a law or accident that made Napoleon head of the French state? Was it an accidental or law-governed event that America was discovered and that this discovery was made by Columbus? Was it accidental or by law that life on Earth came about and was followed by the appearance of human beings, by the readers of this book, by you and me? The list of such questions could be continued ad infinitum. Various thinkers have given various answers. No matter what happens in nature or in the life of man and society, fatalistically minded people usually say, what must be will be. This dictum rests on the notion that everything in the universe and human life is preordained either by fate or God or by the whole system of interaction of phenomena. Everything that we observe is as it is and could not be otherwise. Accident is thus regarded as a purely subjective concept by which we designate something whose cause is unknown to us. As soon as a person discovers the cause of a phenomenon, it ceases to be accidental. It is true that there are no causeless phenomena in the world. Even accidental phenomena are causally conditioned. But this does not make them necessary. According to the concept of absolute necessity, which excludes chance, the final result of any process in the universe is preordained from the very beginning and must come about with inexorable force. Thus the final point of any process of development exists from the first in reality, like an embryo for whose development the process serves only as an external auxiliary factor, a midwife. When absolutized, necessity becomes its opposite, everything is a matter of chance and one must leave everything to chance. The offended vanity of an aggressor, the bad mood of a monarch, the whim of a woman, are sufficient cause for going to war, for throwing millions of people into the slaughter, destroying cities and plunging nations into poverty and grief, spreading disaster and despair for many centuries. We are thus faced with a false alternative. Either the world is ruled only by chance and then there can be no necessity, or else there is no chance and the world is ruled by necessity. In actual fact, both in nature and society, where chance appears to dominate, it is in reality subordinate to certain laws. But not everything that happens does so of necessity. Much occurs by chance. Chance has its share of right to existence. If the world were dominated only by necessity, everything would be fatally predetermined and there would be no room for human freedom of action. One and the same phenomenon is composed of the effects of many causes. Everything brought about by secondary causes was defined by Aristotle as accidental, while necessity meant the impossibility of something being otherwise. It is impossible to predict the sudden onset of certain diseases and the need for urgent medical aid. It is impossible to say how many calls an ambulance service may receive in a given period of time. Here we are confronted with a typical situation in which the emergency call, the time the doctor spends at the bedside, the time taken by the ambulance in traveling from hospital to home and back, all involve chance. A vast series of chance events has to be considered. The number of examples in which chance phenomena determine the character of a certain process could be carried to infinity. It is much harder to enumerate the processes where chance events have no influence. What is chance? This category expresses mainly external, contingent, inessential events. These are phenomena that are subjectively unexpected and objectively extraneous. There are phenomena that in certain conditions may or may not occur, that may be of one or another kind, whose existence or non-existence, or existence of one or another kind, is based not in itself but in something else. These are external chance events. Intrinsic chance events, on the other hand, are events that have been stirred up by necessity itself, by variously oriented forms of its manifestation. External chance is beyond the demands and power of a given necessity. It is determined by extraneous circumstances. A person steps on a banana skin and falls over. Here we have the cause of his fall, but it does not follow from the logic of the victim's actions. He might not have fallen. He is the victim of the sudden intervention of blind chance. In general, both necessary and chance consequences arise from people's actions. One can be blamed only for the necessary consequences of action, only they are connected with the nature of the action itself and they alone could be foreseen. All events that we sometimes lump together under the heading of bloody-mindedness, such as the slice of bread that falls butter side down or the bus that comes late just when we are in a great hurry, may be considered examples of external chance. They are so-called coincidences. Chance may be favorable or unfavorable to a person. For example, in war more than anywhere else, things turn out to be different from what we imagine. When we see them close up, they look different from how they appear at a distance. The architect can calmly observe a building going up according to his plan. Or the doctor, although he has to reckon with a great number of chance and unknown influences in his work, does know exactly what effect certain drugs will have. But war is different. The commander of a large military unit is constantly at the mercy of waves of false and true information, of mistakes caused by fear, negligence, haste, or obstinacy, due to correct or incorrect notions, evil intent, or a false or genuine sense of duty, laziness or exhaustion. He is besieged by chance events that no one could possibly foresee. 3. One and the same event may be necessary in one relation and accidental in another. For example, a baby girl is born. Is this a case of necessity? In relation to the final result of the development of the embryo, yes. But from the standpoint of development of the given nation or of world history, it is a chance event. Sex mutation is still one of nature's secrets. A single mutation is the expression of necessity of certain physico-chemical processes in the organism. But in relation to the organism and even more to the species, it is a matter of chance. In reality, therefore, any phenomenon at one and the same time but in different relations may be either necessary or accidental. The necessary carves a road for itself through an infinite number of accidents. Chance introduces an element of instability in law-governed processes, and this is expressed in the category of probability. Why does necessity manifest itself in the form of chance? It can come about only through the individual, which is molded by an infinite number of circumstances, all of which leave their unique stamp on it. Accidents influence the course of a necessary process, accelerating or retarding it. In the course of their development, accidents may turn into necessities. For example, the regular attributes of one or another biological species originally appeared as accidental deviations from the attributes of another species. Such accidents give life and perspective to necessity. The chance phenomenon may strike us as something necessary or even unavoidable, if the space-time dimension in which it occurs is narrowed while we observe it, and if an increasing number of circumstances have to be taken into account. If we tackle certain events from a distance, a road collision, for example, may be regarded as accidental. But let us suppose that there was ice on the road. Two cars were traveling towards each other at high speed. One of them skidded. Neither driver could do anything and the collision was inevitable. Chance is closely related to necessity. To understand whether any event was necessary or accidental, we must consider the whole set of conditions that gave rise to it. And when the given conditions and relations are taken into account, the possible outcomes are often narrowed down from two or more to only one. And then we can say for certain whether an event occurred of necessity or by accident, and what was necessary or accidental in that event. It is important in practical and theoretical work to take into account the dialectics of chance and necessity. No one should bank on chance, but it is foolish to ignore favorable opportunities. A good many discoveries and inventions have been made thanks to lucky coincidences. No matter how cleverly a bold operation is planned, there must always be something left to chance. Fire escapes, life and property insurance, additional medical personnel at holiday times, all these measures are taken to counteract the effects of chance, of accidents. Scientific work never ignores the factor of chance events, even when they play a secondary role. The main goal of cognition is to discover laws. But to do so one must analyze the specific form of chance in which the necessary manifests itself. Through the investigation of various individual cases, scientific thought moves towards discovery of the underlying, law-governed element. In science there are laws that reflect necessity almost in pure form, the mathematically refined laws of classical mechanics, for example. But there are also propositions that reflect both the necessary and the accidental alternatively. At the same time there are propositions that embrace necessity and chance as a unity. To predict a solar eclipse, astronomy abstracts from the accidental and takes only the necessary. But the forecasting of historical events involves both. For example, acceleration or retarding of historical progress sometimes depends to a great degree on subjective factors, including such chance elements as the character, health, or talent of the people in charge. The task of science and particularly philosophy is to detect the necessity disguised as chance, but this should not be taken to mean that chance is merely a figment of our imagination and should therefore be ignored wherever possible so that we can perceive the truth. There are certain general needs, for example, the need for food, drink, clothing, etc., and it appears to be largely a matter of chance how these needs are satisfied. The soil may be more fertile in one place than another, harvests may differ from year to year, one man is diligent, the other idle. But this very chaos produces general principles. And facts that appear to be unconnected and disorderly are guided by necessity, the uncovering of which is the task of political economy. Confronted with a mass of accidents, it reveals their underlying laws. Probability as the measure of realization of chance. The concept of probability arose in logic as a means of defining lack of proof. But life has accumulated large numbers of facts that force us to consider probability as a problem in itself. This problem has been scientifically expressed in mathematics, in the theory of probability. Pascal evolved this theory as a means of understanding gambling, in which the main role is played by chance. Today, probability relations are studied in the most diverse spheres of nature, society, and science. It is recognized that nature is governed by certain laws but lacks precision. Some scientists have suggested that probability may be taken to denote a subjective rather than an objective estimate by the knower. Others believe that this point of view cannot be accepted because the probability of a chance event is always independent of our reasoning about it. For example, our personal view of the chances that a ship will arrive safely exerts no influence on the actual outcome of its voyage. The theory of probability involves the study of mass phenomena. It can be applied only where large numbers of more or less equivalent factors take part. The classical theory of probability derived from the study of chance in gambling defines probability as the relation of the number of favorable outcomes to the total number of equally possible results. The future is not simply predetermined by what exists in the present. Objective possibilities of development may be divided into two groups: the necessary, those that must become reality, and the unnecessary, those that may not occur. A certain event is accidental if its outcome is only a probability and cannot be accurately predicted. If on the other hand there is a subjective factor, if people are taking part in bringing certain events about, the outcome is even more difficult, or strictly speaking, impossible to predict. Human actions are not universally predetermined, they are not programmed once and for all. Events whose occurrence cannot be determined with any degree of probability are called indefinite events. The life of nature is a kind of constant experiment, a kind of game or spinning of the coin, in which some probabilities become reality and others remain unrealized. Probability is a degree of possibility, the extent to which a given event may be realized in given conditions and under a given law. It characterizes the degree to which a certain possibility is grounded, the measure of its ability to become reality, the degree of its approximation to realization, the ratio of favorable and unfavorable factors. Probability is not simply the measure of our expectation. It is an objective measure of the possibility of chance becoming reality. Probability tells us how likely an event is to happen, what the objective grounds are for its happening, or whether it may happen at all. More probable means a more justified possibility. Probability is a property of sets of events. If we spin a coin only a few times or only once, it is impossible to say which side up it will land. Here we are in the power of chance. But this power is delegated, as it were, to the statistical law that when a large number of tosses are made, both possibilities occur with an equal degree of necessity. The coin is symmetrical, and this is the main cause of the equally probable result. If the probability of an event is very small, we ignore it. We sit at a lecture, for instance, without worrying about the possibility of being struck by a meteorite. Necessity is a 100% probability. The absence of any probability denotes the complete unlikeliness or impossibility of an event. The concept of impossibility reflects not only the fact that some possibilities do not exist but also what processes do not allow the existence of these possibilities. Probability relations have two aspects: the internal, connected with the structure of the object in question, in our example, the symmetry of the coin, and external, connected with the frequency of the event, the number of tosses. The objective link between the internal and external aspects of probability is expressed in the law of large numbers, which states that the total effect of a large number of accidental facts leads in certain extremely general conditions to a result almost independent of chance. Every event is the resultant of necessary and accidental causes. The law of large numbers acts as the law of stable causes overcoming the influence of accidental factors. Constancy, stability appears within the limits of the conditions and causes that produce a certain phenomenon. In the example of spinning a coin, the main cause, symmetry of the coin, makes itself felt as the number of experiments increases. This cause operates continuously in one direction and finally leads to the realization of both possibilities. In a large number of experiments, the frequency of a number of chance events remains almost constant. This leads us to assume the existence of laws in phenomena occurrence that do not depend on the experimenter and that reveal themselves in an almost constant frequency. The stability with which some chance possibilities are realized in the mass captures our imagination, and in some people evokes a mystical feeling of fatal predestination and the inexorable power of numbers. The numbers of marriages, divorces, births, deaths, crimes, of passengers traveling by a certain means of transport over a certain period of time, the frequency of injuries in certain sports, mountain climbing, speedway racing, fencing, all exhibit a surprisingly stable regularity. For example, the number of children born out of wedlock runs at an average of 9% for the same number of people year after year. Decades of observation have yielded another curious law: during and after prolonged wars the birth rate of male babies tends to increase. Statistical regularity, which exists objectively in a mass of individual phenomena, with its specific relationship between the necessary and the accidental, the individual and the general, the whole and its parts, cause and effect, possible and probable, constitutes the objective basis on which the massive structure of statistical research methods is erected. The methods of probability theory and the directly related statistical methods are becoming increasingly important in all fields of contemporary science. Statistical physics has developed out of classical physics, and probability principles have acquired fundamental significance in quantum mechanics. Information theory, the bedrock of cybernetics, is founded on the probability theory. Biologists, economists, sociologists, and engineers are making ever wider use of probability methods. A special branch of logic, probability logic, has emerged and is being intensively developed. No matter how profound and comprehensive our knowledge, it cannot dispense with probability because of the unavoidable fact that probability in knowledge expresses a vital gradation between the possible and the real. The real and the possible. The process of development is always connected with the passing of the possible into the real. Everything that exists is strictly and continually controlled by the law of the conservation of matter. Nothing can come from nothing. The new must have premises in the old. The sources of the future lie both in the past and in the present. The person who exists in reality is preceded by his potential, by that which is given in the embryo. Everything arises from that which exists as a possibility but not as a reality. A child possesses only a capacity or a real possibility of rational thought, but the possibility has not yet been realized. The child is not yet capable of rational action. By means of the categories of the possible and the real, thought encompasses the fact that matter is active, that it constantly acquires more and more new forms of existence, transforming itself from some forms into others, moving from one state to another, that it possesses an infinite number of different potentials. Possibility is not so much a particular property of the non-existent as a reality existing in a particular way. For instance, the regrettable possibility of war causes such enormous movements of society's material and spiritual forces that it would be wrong to deprive this possibility of the status of real existence. On the other hand, a bright and hopeful prospect may possess no less, or even more, productive power and hence, existence. Thus, existence as a possibility is an independent sphere of reality in its own right. The material world resembles a boundless field sown with various seeds of possibility, which are not brought into the world by any supernatural forces but arise and exist there, expressing the self-motion and self-development of reality. Consequently, the category of the real embraces all possibilities because there is nowhere else for them to be, except in reality. Everything possible is possible because it exists in reality as the embryo of something else, as its orientation on the future, on change, transformation into something else. When we speak of possibility, we think of some perhaps very small beginning of something, which lies within that which possesses the possibility, that is to say, within concrete reality. This beginning also comprises the program of that which does not yet exist in that which exists. Therefore, by reality in the broad sense we mean both the possible, the process of creating the new, and its existence at all levels of perfection, that is to say, the action of all the real forces in the universe, nature in all the majesty of its material and information energy formations, properties, and relations, world history with all its countless small or large-scale events and collisions, man with his sophisticated mind, and the material and spiritual culture of society in their mutual relationship. Reality takes in both the internal and external, the essential and the phenomenal, the law-governed and the accidental, the individual, general and particular, cause and effect, potential, realization and what has been realized. Reality, to the degree that it has been comprehended by humanity, is expressed in the entire endlessly subtle system of concepts of science, philosophy, and culture as a whole. While stressing the unity of possibility and reality, the former's inclusion in the latter, we should at the same time bear in mind their difference or even their polarity. The possibility of anything is not yet its reality and perhaps is never destined to become anything of the kind. The category of possibility expresses the fact that a phenomenon has already begun to exist but has not yet acquired its perfect form. Hence, possibility is a unity of existence and non-existence. Development is a process of generation of possibilities and conversion of one of them into reality. That which is becoming is only heading in the direction of existence and in this sense it does not yet exist. At the same time, having once begun, it already exists. It is as yet only a prospect of existence. Possibilities delight us most of all in child prodigies. Youth is also full of promise. But not for nothing do we sometimes say about prodigies that their future is often left behind in the past. That's the way life is. Only when it grows up does the child reveal to the full its human essence, its possibilities. Only a mature person knows for sure what he is capable of, which of his possibilities have turned out to be real and what lies behind him as vain hopes and fruitless impulses. He stands before the judge that rules the consciousness of every one of us, and must answer for how much of that which was conceived in youth has been achieved in reality. And by no means everyone is satisfied with his achievement. Many of those who looked so promising have turned out to be quite ordinary people. The makings alone cannot be regarded as a person's true inner world. So we should never present as reality that which as yet exists only as a possibility. The inspiring possibility of all-embracing knowledge of the world is a far cry from its realization. In the narrower and more categorical sense, reality is thought of as realized possibility, something that has come about, emerged, been actualized, that lives and acts. In relation to the possible as potential, the reality is a realized possibility and the basis for emergence of new possibilities. Consequently, reality is immeasurably richer than possibility because it comprises not only all forms and stages of its becoming, but also every result of the process. All the influence of the past on the development of this process in the future consists in the state it has achieved at the present moment. Possibility is a tendency, or rather the as yet implicit tendencies of development of actual reality. It is the future in the present, the tomorrow in the today. Reality is a world of possibilities and a world of realizations, and between them lies the process of the conversion of potential into actual reality. The concept of reality is also used in the sense of full manifestation of some property or attribute. For example, a person who lives a full, creative life and is guided by noble impulses, who brings light, warmth, and goodness to others, is often said to be living a real life, and not just vegetating. Reality is not always the same thing as the existing. Reality is existence justified by the maximum fullness and vividness of the manifestation of its rich essence. In life, therefore, there are various degrees of manifestation of reality. Not everything that exists is real in the highest sense of the term. The universe contains nothing that does not exist as a possibility or a reality or is not on the way from one to the other. Possibility precedes reality in time. But reality, being the result of previous development, is simultaneously the point of departure for further development. Possibility arises in a given reality and is realized in a new one. Any historical process contains several possibilities. People strive to realize them, but the process ultimately leads to unavoidable, unambiguous necessity. When all the contradictory possibilities are excluded, the circle of conditions completed, and there appears a certain reality which cannot be anything but what it is, then the possibility of being or not being disappears. What has happened and is real also has the nature of impossibility of being otherwise. This is the essence of necessity, which can be understood as developed reality or the unity of actual possibility and reality. The conversion of possibility into reality depends on how necessary it was for precisely this possibility to be realized. This necessity may increase or decrease to the point of total exhaustion, depending on changing conditions. The exponents of mechanistic determinism assume that all that exists is wholly predetermined by the past, just as the future is predetermined by the present. Just as a sapling contains all the nature of the tree, its shape, color, appearance, and the taste of its fruit, so the cloud of gas and dust that generated the sun, the planets, and our Earth already contain the whole subsequent history of the solar system, including blue eyes, pink cheeks, and all the other peculiarities of individual human beings and their destinies. This claim implies that everything is given at once, that the future may be read in the present. From this basis the objective possibility of clairvoyance is deduced. If all possibilities were given once and for all and no new possibilities could arise in the course of development, the universe would be threatened with the inevitable exhaustion of possibilities, and it would resemble a certain character in literature, whose days and hours diminished as his every wish was fulfilled. In actual fact, development is not simply the unfolding of ready-made possibilities. Just as an effect contains something more than its cause, so reality constantly generates new possibilities. The living, for example, arises from premises that do not have the properties of life. A cause can be held to determine only the effect that arises from it directly. It is not responsible for what these effects bring about when they, in their turn, become causes in the remote future. Similarly, every condition of things determines not all subsequent conditions but only those that proceed directly from it. The distant future becomes something that the present never dreamed of. The farther we try to see into the future, the more hazy its contours become. The mists of the future do objectively thicken the farther away it is from the present. Possibilities characterize reality from the standpoint of its future. All possibilities are aimed at realization and have a certain orientation. They are full of urge, effort, and yearning for realization. Every specific reality generally contains an infinite number of possibilities of emergence of qualitatively new phenomena. Two factors are required for possibility to become reality: the operation of a certain law and the availability of appropriate conditions. People are born with exceptional possibilities in the form of their natural potentials. But these potentials can develop only under certain conditions. Any system contains more possibilities than it can actually realize. For example, a living organism has the possibility of producing an enormous progeny. Microorganisms could in a few days produce a mass of living substance much greater than the mass of our whole planet. But enormous numbers of possibilities never come to fruition. And does man himself realize all his physical and spiritual potentials? The paths to the realization of each of them are littered with obstacles, and the possibilities contest with one another. Life selects some and discards others. Everything that exists in reality is the result of this selection. Whether the result is a happy one is another question. No one can tell whether all this was inevitable. Sometimes we have to regret lost opportunities. Life constantly gives rise to conflicts between what is and what should be. Everything is permeated with contradiction. This is true even of possibilities, which may be either progressive or reactionary. When a social revolution takes place, for example, it contains two possibilities: victory for the progressive forces or for those of reaction. And history records many cases when reaction has won the day. But in the final analysis, time works in favor of progress, and sooner or later progress triumphs. Like everything else in the world, possibilities develop, some of them grow, others wither. In nature, the conversion of possibility into reality generally comes about spontaneously. History is made by people. A great deal depends on their will and consciousness. At the present time, there is a possibility of preserving peace. Thanks to the active struggle for peace by all peace-loving forces, this possibility exists as a reality. In the life of society, too, events may come about spontaneously. Some possibilities are realized when we do nothing or very little about them. The most essential characteristic of possibility is the measure of its potential. Possibilities can be likely, not very likely, or totally unlikely, mere formalities. The real, that is to say, the likely possibility, is a law-governed tendency in the development of the object concerned. A not very likely possibility is an inessential tendency in the development of the object and may come about in reality only due to a great coincidence. Only formal justification can be cited in its favor. It is possible that tonight an artificial satellite will hit a meteorite because all satellites are bodies separated from Earth and may collide with meteorites. This possibility is very remote. But for a real possibility to exist, there have to be enough necessary conditions for its conversion into reality. It must have a favorable wind of circumstance. The formal possibility differs radically from impossibility, i.e., from something that cannot happen under any circumstances. For example, it is impossible to invent perpetual motion. This contradicts the law of the conservation of energy. It is also impossible for us to meet, let us say, Socrates in the street. We are confronted with a possibility only when the actual presence of that which we claim to be possible does not contain anything impossible. A huge number of formal possibilities never become reality. A perfectly real possibility may be missed or remain objectively unrealized because of certain circumstances. It becomes a formal possibility. Similarly, a formal possibility may become a real one. For example, the possibility of space flight was once only formal but has now become reality. In the time of Hippocrates, was there any possibility of transplanting human organs? Of course, not. Before becoming reality, a formal possibility must become a real one. Due to the effect of opposing decisive factors, in conditions of opposing possibilities, a certain real possibility may be excluded. Possibilities sometimes cancel each other out. The difference between the scientific understanding of the relationship between possibility and reality and the fatalistic notion, which identifies possibility and necessity, lies in the fact that a real possibility is regarded not as an inevitability but as a transformation that presupposes the influence of accidents, deviations, and the struggle of opposing forces. Not everything that is necessary is possible. Reasonable people usually avoid talking about unlikely possibilities and leave that to the so-called pub politicians, who comfort themselves with all kinds of pipe dreams. Wisdom does not allow itself to be tempted by unlikely possibilities. It keeps its feet firmly in reality. Reason is, in fact, the ability to set attainable goals. In life there are plenty of sayings that express the common people's contempt for vague possibilities, such as a bird in the hand is worth two in the bush. A correct understanding of the categories of possibility and reality, the relation of the real and the unlikely possibility, is important both in theory and practice. It is often vital for us to be able to perceive the beginnings of something within something else that possesses potential of further development. The practical person, the politician, must draw a clear distinction between the real possibility and the chimera. Knowledge of real possibilities, of opportunities, inspires hope. But when people hope for good weather or a win in the state lottery, such hopes have no effect on the outcome. There are different kinds of hope. There is a kind of hope that encourages and warms the heart and thus becomes an ideal motive force for certain actions that lead to its realization. Quality and quantity. The concepts of quality and property. In his practical activity and search for knowledge, man selects from the multiplicity of surrounding phenomena something on which he concentrates. Philosophers call this an object. It may be a thing, a phenomenon, an event, a mental condition, a thought, a feeling, an intention, and so on. An object can be singled out from the background of reality because it, as a fragment of existence, is delimited from everything else. Its limits may be spatial, temporal, quantitative, or qualitative. If, for example, we are confronted with a plot of land of, say 20 sqm, these are quantitative limits. But this plot may also be a meadow as opposed to a forest, and this is its qualitative limit. Quality determines the kind of existence of an object. The category of quality is an integral definition of the functional unity of an object's essential properties, its internal and external definiteness, its relative stability, its distinction from and resemblance to other objects. Quality is an existing definiteness, as distinct from other definitenesses. It is the expression of the stable unity of an object's elements and structure. Quality is at the same time the limits of an object within which it exists as that object and no other. This means that quality is inseparable from the object. In losing its quality, any object ceases to exist as such. The quality of the object is revealed in the sum total of its properties. The unity of properties is, in fact, quality. Thus an overall definition of the quality of a thing or phenomenon is a definition of the thing as a system with a certain structure. The nature of a thing is revealed in its properties, which constitute the mode of the object's relationship with other things. It is thanks to their properties that things interact. A thing has the property of evoking one or another action in something else and of manifesting itself in its own way in relation to other things. A property is the way in which a certain aspect of the quality of an object manifests itself in relation to other objects with which it interacts. A property is that by means of which something manifests its existence in relation to something else. To speak of the properties of a given thing out of connection with other things is to say nothing about these properties. A property of an object thus consists in its being able to produce this or that action in another object and reveal itself in its own way in this action. Moreover, the mode of its manifestation in acting on another object substantially depends on the properties or condition of the latter. A spark falling on a gunpowder store is far more dangerous than the same spark falling on damp ground, where it dies without a trace. Properties not only manifest themselves, they may also change or even take shape in these relations. Just as matter cannot be reduced to the sum total of its properties, so no object dissolves in its properties, it is their vehicle, their substratum. A thing should not be regarded, as it sometimes is, as a kind of hook on which its properties should hang. An object glows, as it were, with various aspects of its properties, depending on the context. For example, a person is seen in different qualitative lights by the doctor, lawyer, writer, sociologist, anatomist, or psychiatrist. The properties of an object are conditioned by its structure, the internal and external interactions of its elements. Since an object's interactions with other objects are infinite, the properties of the object are also infinite. Every property is relative. In relation to wood, steel is hard, but it is soft in relation to diamonds. Properties may be universal or specific, essential or inessential, necessary or accidental, internal or external, natural or artificial, and so on. The concept of quality is often used in the sense of an essential property. The higher the level of organization of matter, the greater the number of qualities it possesses. Quantity. Every group of homogeneous objects is a set. If it is finite, it can be counted. We may have, for example, a herd of 100 cows. To be able to consider each cow as one, we must ignore all the qualitative peculiarities of these animals and see them as something homogeneous. One and the same number 100 is the quantitative characteristic of any set of 100 objects: cows, sheep, diamonds, or whatever. Consequently, any quantity is a set if it can be counted, or a dimension if it can be measured. Quantity expresses the external, formal relation of objects, their parts, their properties, their connections, number, dimension, set, element, unit, individual, class, degree of manifestation of this or that property. In order to establish the quantitative aspect of an object, we compare its constituent elements' spatial measurements, rate of change, degree of development, using a certain standard as a unit of computation or measurement. The more complex the phenomenon, the more difficult it is to study it by quantitative methods. For example, it is not so simple to count or measure phenomena in the sphere of morality, politics, aesthetic perception of the world, religion, and so on. So it is no accident that the process of getting to know the real world both historically and logically takes place in such a way that knowledge of quality precedes knowledge of quantitative relations. Knowledge of the quantitative aspect of a system is a step towards deepening our knowledge of the system. Before a person can count, for instance, he must know what he is counting. Science proceeds from general qualitative estimates and descriptions of phenomena to exact mathematical laws of quantity. The basis of quantitative thinking is the objective discreteness of things and processes. Quantity is expressed by number, which has two main meanings: the measure of generality of the elements when put together, the divisibility, real or putative, of an object, its properties and relations, into homogeneous elements relatively independent of its quality. For example, we form the number 5 in the process of counting, thus turning this 5 into a simple quantity. 5 people are not simply a formal unit of 5 human beings, they are not something singular but a specifically divisible unity of 5 elements. Any number is a relatively independent, integral assembly of a certain set or a divisible unity of quantity. Moreover, quantity is not identical with number. One and the same quantity as a dimension length, for example, may be expressed in different scales of measurement, meters, centimeters, and therefore in different numbers. Besides discreteness, which serves as the real premise for the concepts of quantity and number, it is important for an understanding of the objective basis of mathematics to realize that discrete things, their properties and relations, are united in sets. Measure. For centuries people have said, everything has its measure. The reasonable person has a sense of measure in everything: behavior, dress, eating, taste, and so on. Loss of the sense of measure, of proportion, is a bad sign and takes its revenge by putting the offender in a comic and sometimes tragic situation. Not for nothing do people dislike exaggeration, the superfluous. The perfect is something that has no defects of proportion. The imperfect can never be the measure of anything. Measure is the quantitative limit of a given quality. Quality cannot be more or less than that limit. The whole history of philosophy from ancient times to the present day is permeated with the idea of measure. Measure is thought of as a perfect whole, a unity of quantity and quality. The concept of measure is used in various senses: as a unit of measurement, volume, as proportion of the parts to the whole, as the limit of the permissible, the legitimate, as law, as unity of quantity and quality, as their perfect wholeness, integration. A molecule of ordinary water must have 2 atoms of hydrogen and 1 of oxygen, and as a self-developing system. Measure is also a certain stage in the historical development of something. Measure expresses unity of quality and quantity. For example, the atoms of various chemical elements are only distinguished from each other by the fact that their nuclei contain various quantities of protons. If we change the number of protons in the nucleus, we change that element into another. Every color has its wavelength and corresponding frequency of oscillation. Every drug has its measure; its good or bad effect depends not only on its quality but also its quantity. One and the same chemical substance in various doses may stimulate growth or inhibit it. Measure is proportion. It may embrace certain normative features, in morality a knowledge of measure in everything, moderation, modesty, in aesthetics, symmetry, proportion. Gracefulness, for example, is freely organized harmony, proportion in motion. Rhythm, melody, and harmony in music are based on the strict observation of measure. Measure is the zone in whose limits a given quality may be modified or varied by virtue of changes in the quantity of certain inessential properties while retaining its essential ones. The transformation of quantity into quality and vice versa. The path of development in nature, society, and consciousness is not a direct line, but a zigzag. Every turn signifies the appearance of new laws that hold good for that particular leg. The limits of these laws are by no means always clearly fixed, sometimes they are conditional. Who can determine the exact limits showing where childhood ends and adolescence begins, where youth begins and when it enters the quality known as young person? The transition from an old to a new quality involves a leap, a break in the gradualness of development. The process of development combines a unity of the continuous and the discontinuous. Continuity in the development of a system indicates relative stability, its qualitative definiteness. Discontinuity in a system's development indicates its transition to a new quality. Figuratively, one may compare this process with the action of a spring and cogwheels in a clock. The spring operates continuously, but thanks to the regulating effect of the cogwheels, the energy transmitted by the spring is converted into rhythmical work. The world is not a steady stream, nor is it a stagnant pond, it is a combination of relatively stable and changing systems. Systems develop rhythmically, and every stroke of the clock of the universe signifies the birth of the new. This is where the law of the transformation of quantity into quality and vice versa reveals itself. This law has an objective and universal character, admitting no exceptions. Quantitative changes show themselves in various ways, as changes in the number of elements of an object, the order of their connection, their spatial dimensions, their velocity, degree of development, and so on. In short, any change in quantity amounts to a change in the elements of a system. The degree of difference between an old and a new quality depends on what quantitative changes have taken place in them. For example, water is heated, increase in the speed of its molecules, but it remains water although it is much hotter or perhaps very hot. Only some of its properties have changed. This change is gradual or phased, a movement from one state to another. But then comes the critical boiling point. The agitated water molecules start bubbling to the surface and leave it in the form of steam. From its liquid state, water passes into steam. Basically, the appearance of a new property means the appearance of a new object with new laws of existence, with a new measure possessing a different quantitative definiteness. Moreover, the degree of qualitative change may differ. It may confine itself to the level of the given form of motion, or it may go beyond this level. Thus, measure expresses a unity of quality and quantity in relation to objects for which simple transformation is characteristic, that is to say, change within the limits of the given form of motion of matter, as, for example, in the case of the transformation of water into steam or elementary particles into each other. But measure also expresses the limits of transition from one level of a system's organization to another, for example, the emergence of the animate from the inanimate. On the threshold of the new, measure grows old, and this is the sign of the necessity for transition to another measure. The process of radical change of quality, the breakup of the old and the birth of the new, is what we mean by a leap. A leap is a spontaneous discharge of mounting tension, a resolving of contradictions. The passage of a phenomenon from one qualitative state to another is essentially contradictory. It is a unity of destruction and renewal, existence and non-existence, negation and affirmation. A leap includes the moment of cancellation of the previous phenomenon by the new. The transformation of one phenomenon into another is a unity, an interaction of quantitative and qualitative changes, which pass through a number of intermediate phases. Moreover, different phases of change in a given quality signify changes in the degree of the given quality, in other words, a quantitative change. The big leaps in the development of objective reality were the formation of stars, particularly the solar system and its planets, the origin of life on Earth, the origin of man and his consciousness, the formation of new species of animals and plants, and the emergence and replacement of socio-economic formations in the history of human society, the great landmarks in the development of science, art, and so on. The social revolution is a special kind of leap, characteristic of social development. We sometimes use the concept of evolution to denote continuous changes, that is to say, gradual changes in quantity and changes of certain properties within the framework of a given quality. However, in the wider sense this term is used to mean development in general, for example, in relation to cosmogony, evolution of stars, and to biology, the evolution of the vegetable and animal worlds. As a rule, two basic forms of leap take place in the process of development. A leap may be momentary in time, that is to say, a sharp transition from one quality to another, and it may also be a process of a certain duration. A leap may last for a billionth of a second, as in microprocesses, for example, for billions of years, as in cosmic processes, and hundreds of thousands of years, as in the formation of animal species. A distinctive feature of the leap is the fact that the emergence of a new quality puts an end to the former pattern of quantitative changes. Leaps of the first kind have sharply defined frontiers, great intensity and high velocity in the process of transition. They signify an all-embracing reorganization of the whole system at a single stroke. Such transformations are to be found in the atomic explosion or the political revolution in society. But political and particularly social revolutions rarely take place in the form of a one-off destruction of the old and construction of the new. The transition may not necessarily be clearly expressed, there may be intermediate stages combining the old and the new. Assuming the nature of quality as a system of properties, one should distinguish individual or particular leaps associated with the appearance of new particular properties, and general leaps associated with the transformation of the whole system of properties, that is, the quality as a whole. Changes in quantity and quality are interconnected. A change in quality also involves quantitative change. This is generally expressed in the fact that as the level of organization of matter rises, the rate of its development accelerates. Every level of organization of matter has its specific laws of quantity. A new, better adapted animal species yields a progeny whose greater power of survival guarantees wider opportunities for it to spread. The law of the transformation of quantitative into qualitative changes and vice versa places a number of methodological demands on cognition. It allows and requires us to study an object from the standpoint of quantity as well as quality. Study of the quantitative aspect of things has enormous significance in science, technology, and everyday practice. Access to the deep-going problems of science, including biology and social research, demands extremely refined mathematical methods. Until quite recently, biology, physiology, linguistics, psychology, and many other sciences made little or no use of mathematics, but now they are forging ahead largely due to the application of mathematical methods. Cybernetics has opened up particularly tempting opportunities for their use in modern science. The degree to which mathematics may be used in the study of this or that science is determined by the degree to which quantity may be abstracted from quality. In every specific case, this abstraction has its limits. In scientific research, the application of mathematical methods always presupposes a profound knowledge of the subject. Scientists need mathematics not only for computations and calculations, although, of course, this role of mathematics in science is highly important, but as an effective heuristic technique, and also for developing the rigor and discipline of logical thinking. The followers of Pythagoras assumed that universal order was based on the harmony of numbers. Later thinkers suggested that numbers indicate how the world is governed. The reasonable approach is to make sure that quantitative definitions do not overshadow the qualitative definiteness of facts and laws. We can fully understand the essence of an object only by considering both quantity and quality in their unity, their interconnection.